Are you really intending to have me utilize this cursed talent, which only serves to lower the guard of married women, to struggle in the chaotic realms of cyberpunk, samurai? Duels, sword and sorcery, dynasty wars, and supernatural resurgence. After confirming that his eyes were not deceiving him, Wang Ming gazed at his E-rank exclusive talent, Go by Lao Wang, and fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 1. A fish dies and the net breaks. In the high-rise building, within the restaurant at this moment, the place was a scene of utter chaos, with several corpses sprawled on the floor while the remaining survivors huddled together, clutching their heads in terror. Trembling with fear, in the center of the restaurant stood a middle-aged man, wielding a submachine gun in one hand, his expression frenzied as he shouted incoherently, indiscriminately spraying bullets towards the front, causing debris from tables and chairs to scatter, the sharp sound of gunfire echoing throughout. Come out. All of you, get out here. Stop hiding. I have nothing to lose. You won't survive either. As bullets whizzed by, a man hiding behind an overturned table was unfortunate enough to be struck in the thigh, rolling to the ground while clutching his wound and howling in agony. His cries barely faded when a barrage of bullets followed suit. The table splintered, and the man, riddled with blood, convulsed before collapsing, lifeless. The middle-aged man, having slain another, wore an increasingly deranged grin, howling in delight. Ha! My corporate mission has failed. My attributes have been stripped. My equipment has been taken. I am left with nothing. I am doomed for the next mission. Doomed. Ha ha. You shall perish with me. As his furious laughter resonated, an ear-piercing notification suddenly blared in the middle-aged man's ear. Ding. Detection of an employee disclosing company information to non-employees. Violation of the company confidentiality contract. Please eliminate all informed personnel within 12 hours. Otherwise, deduct 10,000 points. Insufficient points will lead to annihilation. The voice in his head caused the middle-aged man to pause momentarily, but the next second, he erupted into laughter once more, tears streaming down his face. It matters not. Go ahead and deduct. I have nothing left. Ha ha. Forcing me into the task world to meet my demise. You deduct points for everything. Fail to complete the task. Deduct. Say the wrong thing. Deduct. If others find out, deduct. What kind of wretched company is this? With the submachine gun aimed at the ceiling, the man's madness escalated. Let everyone die. Let us all perish together. I shall not survive. You won't either. Behind the cover, a burly man with a square face furrowed his brow as he listened to the howls and gunfire outside. Although he was uncertain about this sudden, deranged individual who was spouting nonsensical threats while slaughtering indiscriminately, Wang Ming realized that if they did not devise a solution soon, none of them would likely survive. Despite his swift reflexes and hiding behind cover initially, the confines of the restaurant meant that eventually, he would be discovered. Thus, he needed to break the stalemate quickly. However, while the thought of eliminating the threat sounded relatively simple, memory of the earlier attempt to subdue the madman with sheer numbers, only to witness several of his comrades fall under the man's fists, left Wang Ming's complexion shifting uneasily as he instinctively pressed his hand against his bleeding abdomen. Several adult men had charged at the madman, yet none could withstand even a minute, being brutally dispatched as if they were mere chickens. That terrifying physical prowess, that absurd strength and resilience, made Wang Ming doubt his ability to triumph in a one-on-one confrontation, particularly considering he had already sustained a gunshot wound and was beginning to show signs of excessive blood loss. If they delayed any longer, even if they were not found by the madman, he would undoubtedly bleed out and perish. With a grim expression, Wang Ming glanced at the other survivors who had quickly sought refuge behind cover, avoiding the madman's line of sight. In a silent exchange of glances, Wang Ming raised his bloodied hand, clenching it into a fist and shaking it towards the madman. Upon seeing this gesture, the expressions of several others shifted dramatically. Some appeared conflicted, others shook their heads wildly, while two resolutely nodded in agreement towards Wang Ming. Witnessing this, Wang Ming took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes to concentrate and calculate carefully. Based on the intervals of gunfire he had observed earlier, the man's reloading time appeared to be around 3 to 5 seconds. Currently, he was approximately 15 meters away from the madman. Even accounting for the shortest reloading time of 3 seconds, covering 15 meters should suffice. Even if the madman managed to reload early, several individuals charging from multiple directions would ensure that he could only shoot one of them at most. Thus, it was a gamble. Seizing a nearby plate, Wang Ming hurled it forward as if it were a flying disc. Upon hearing the sharp sound of the plate colliding with the wall, the middle-aged man instinctively raised his gun and began to fire. A barrage of bullets pounded against the wall, sending fragments flying. With the submachine gun's rapid fire, it was inevitable that the weapon would run out of ammunition, producing a distinct click as it jammed. Upon hearing that not-so-clear sound, Wang Ming's eyes lit up. He dashed out from behind cover while shouting, "Attack!" Responding to his roar, the two survivors who had previously indicated a willingness to collaborate, along with another who had been hesitating, gritted their teeth and sprang forth from their hiding places, charging toward the middle-aged man who was focused on reloading. Seizing the opportunity during his reloading pause, they aimed to overwhelm him with a coordinated assault, risking their lives for the chance to triumph. Startled by the sounds of running and shouting, the middle-aged man, who had been bent over changing magazines, momentarily froze. Once he regained his composure, a sinister grin spread across his face as he nonchalantly discarded the half-reloaded submachine gun. With bare hands, he readied himself, glaring at the four charging towards him, a mocking expression lacing his features. "Engage in hand-to-hand combat with me? You seek death." Under the unforgiving gaze of the middle-aged man, the leanest and fastest survivor reached him first. Aware of his own lack of explosive power, he had clutched a table leg tightly, and without hesitation, swung it down with all his might upon drawing close. The table leg, thick as a wrist, struck the middle-aged man's head with a dull thud. In the next moment, the table leg snapped, splintering into numerous fragments. The middle-aged man absorbed the blow without flinching. Aside from a few with chips clinging to his hair, he bore no injury whatsoever. In the shocked gaze of his attacker, the middle-aged man retaliated with a single punch to the survivor's face. With a resounding crash, the lean man's features contorted grotesquely, his jaw shattered. His body spun like a top before crashing to the ground, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly lifeless. With one punch, the middle-aged man had taken a life, and his grin twisted further into a manic expression that as he turned, he threw a punch at a burly man who had also lunged forward with a fist. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the muscular man, leveraging a superhuman punch while leaping, found his arm broken on impact, blood gushing from his severely contorted hand. In a fierce confrontation, a single punch incapacitated the middle-aged man, and as the auditory notification echoed in his mind, his grin grew increasingly sinister. "You have been attacked by Anonymous, sustaining 6 points of physical damage. Your physical defense is 5 points. Damage mitigation in progress. Mitigation complete. You have suffered a total of 1 point of physical damage." Disregarding the burly man rolling on the ground while clutching his arm, the middle-aged man kicked the third assailant away with a forceful motion, exuberantly roaring, "Did you see that? This is the power of the divine. Dare to engage me in close combat. I am a paragon of physical prowess." Chapter 2. The origin of the undead catastrophe. From coordinated attacks to complete disintegration, the desperate struggle of the quartet lasted less than 5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the outcome was tragic, 1 dead and 2 severely injured. The only one left unscathed, Wang Ming, already bore gunshot wounds, rendering him a half-injured combatant. Clutching his waist to staunch the flow of blood that had rendered him unable to run swiftly, he lagged behind his companions, his eyes wide with horror as he beheld the rapid downfall of his 3 comrades. He realized he had gravely miscalculated. He had anticipated that this lunatic was formidable, yet the brute strength and resilience displayed by his adversary far exceeded the limits of normal humanity, surpassing all his estimations. Faced with such a colossal force that was impervious to weapons, the thought of escape was futile. His opponent was armed. To confront his foe would be to invite certain defeat. As the color drained from his face, Wang Ming, bleeding from his wounds, suddenly resolved to charge recklessly at the middle-aged man. Witnessing Wang Ming's reckless advance, undeterred by the threat of his own power, the middle-aged man's expression twisted into a snarl as he braced himself for impact. Legs apart and arms spread wide in a defiant stance. If the opponent sought death, he would be more than willing to oblige. With a physique boasting a strength rating of 10 and a power level of 9, he was a titan among men. The two collided with a resounding thud. Yet Wang Ming's desperate charge failed to budge the middle-aged man even a fraction, rendering his valiant effort utterly laughable. However, from the outset, Wang Ming had not intended to win through brute force alone. With a fierce roar, he pressed his shoulder against the middle-aged man's chest and, in a sudden surge of strength, hoisted the man onto his shoulders. The middle-aged man, now suspended in midair, was taken aback, his expression one of shock. Wang Ming, leveraging his physical advantage, began to sprint towards the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. In that moment, the middle-aged man grasped Wang Ming's intent. Realizing he could not overpower his opponent, Wang Ming planned to use the height to his advantage, aiming to end his life through a fatal fall. Reacting swiftly, The middle-aged man unleashed a punch at Wang Ming's head, causing blood to spill as bone shattered. Darkness clouded Wang Ming's vision, and his body began to sway. Yet, despite the grievous injury, he pressed on, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. His intentions shifted rather than merely throwing the madman out. He resolved that they would perish together. With a primal scream, he lunged forward, carrying the middle-aged man, and leaped out of the window. With a fractured skull, a gunshot wound, and significant blood loss, Wang Ming knew he lacked the strength to toss his enemy away. He was acutely aware that he might lose consciousness at any moment. Thus, if he could not defeat his foe, they would both meet their end. In the face of mortal peril, some individuals succumb to fear, tremble, or freeze in place, while others, like Wang Ming, experience a surge of adrenaline, their emotions spiraling into furious aggression. Outside the building, the sound of rushing air heralded their descent. Two figures plummeted through the open window, free-falling from an immense height. The several stories they fell from were beyond the capacity of even a 10-rated physique to withstand. The middle-aged man, realizing his impending doom, displayed an unprecedented panic, flailing helplessly in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Wang Ming fought fiercely, propelling himself towards the middle-aged man. Just before their bodies collided with the ground, he struck the man squarely in the face with a powerful punch. Wang Ming, eye for an eye. With a resounding thud, they crossed the threshold of the building. In a daze, Wang Ming regained consciousness. As he abruptly awoke, he sat up vigorously from a wooden bed, frowning at the unfamiliar surroundings that surrounded him. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. The earthen walls, thatched roof, and dilapidated furniture, coupled with his attire reminiscent of Western medieval fashion, left him bewildered. His last memory lingered at the moment of the fall, and it took him a while to shake off the panic of death. Had he traversed to a Western medieval realm? As Wang Ming rose and surveyed the layout of the room and the clothing he wore, he was taken aback when a section of the earthen wall unexpectedly crumbled. From the exposed soil, a multitude of ants gathered, forming several rows of characters. Ding! Congratulations! You have been selected by the company. Welcome to the Not-So-Good Death Corporation. We extend our sincere greetings to you. This company does not provide any benefits or insurance. Employees must complete designated tasks regularly to continue their existence within the company. This task marks your inaugural assignment. The current task type is assessment, triggering an enhancement multiplier. New employees receive a double buff to all attributes. Only those who complete the assessment task can officially join the company as employees. Current project world name: Origin of the Undead Catastrophe. Task difficulty: Easy, D grade. Task type: Assessment. All participants receive a buff that doubles their attributes. Employees will not gain any loot or enhancements when attacking one another. Primary task: We are all striving to survive. Task requirement: Accumulate 500 points within 30 days. Failure penalty: Death. Task summary: The legendary necromancer Andrew has unleashed a terrifying undead catastrophe upon the world. 7 warriors of varied professions have decided to rise against him, attempting to thwart his apocalyptic ambitions. Whether the world will move towards hope or succumb to death remains unknown, and it is of no concern to you. Your only task is to find a way to survive. Company Hint 1. The more points you accumulate within 30 days, the higher your task completion rating. Company Hint 2. You have signed a confidentiality agreement with this company and must not disclose any information regarding the company to any narrative characters. Violators will have points deducted, and those with insufficient points will be eradicated. Company Hint 3. You have automatically loaded the current world's language, enabling seamless communication with local narrative characters. This language function will cease upon your departure from this world. Company Hint 4. Your identity in this world is Unemployed Drifter. Finally, on behalf of all employees, the Not-So-Good Death Corporation wishes you a pleasant demise. Gazing at the text formed by the ants on the wall, Wang Ming realized that even if he averted his gaze, the words would etch themselves into his mind with the slightest recollection. His expression was one of profound astonishment. As consciousness coalesced, apart from the data at hand, Wang Ming also perceived other information within his mind. 1. Character Attribute Panel. 2. Equipment Slot. 7. Insufficient Company Position. Access denied. The equipment slot serves as a panel for donning gear, allowing one to equip an item at every conceivable location on the body, with additional adornments permissible for the hands and neck. However, Wang Ming currently possessed no items, rendering his equipment panel devoid of any gear. The item slot is designed for the storage of various unequipped items and miscellaneous objects, boasting 20 available slots, solely for items recognized as possessing attributes. Unrecognized items cannot be stored. The title and skill panels, as their names imply, display titles and skills. with titles being infinitely storable but limited to one equipped at a time. The skill panel contains 4 slots, allowing for the learning of 4 skills. Naturally, these panels, too, were currently empty. As for the character attribute panel, this is the most peculiar. It serves as a tool to directly exhibit the current values of company employees. Employees of the so-called Buddha House C Company Limited have been digitized. ID 444,444. Personal talent. Go by Lao Wang, E grade. Company position, probationary employee, health points, 140,140, mana points, 8,080, strength, 10.5. Related to attack power and burst, constitution, 14.7. Related to health point limits and defense, agility, 12.6. Related to attack speed and movement speed, spirit, 8.4. Related to mana point limits and magical resistance, wisdom, 6.3. Related to spell damage and mana recovery rate. Unrelated to IQ. Skills, none. Titles, none. Equipment, none. Items, none. Current points, 0. Chapter 3. Milestone tasks seated upon his bed. Staring blankly at the myriad of data in his mind, Wang Ming found himself momentarily adrift. In the real world, he should be dead, for it is unheard of for a normal individual to survive a bungee jump from several stories high. Even a legendary athlete would merely sustain less fragmented remains. The self who should have perished was now inexplicably resurrected, having entered into a contract with the enigmatic Buddha House C Company Limited, and become one of its employees, with his very being transformed into bizarre data. This extraordinary turn of events overwhelmed Wang Ming's already limited capacity for contemplation, nearly causing his mental CPU to overheat. Ultimately, unable to fathom the situation any further, he resolved to cease his chaotic musings. Embracing the principle of making the best of his circumstances, he rose, took a deep breath, and forcefully pushed open the door, stepping out of the room. As the door swung open, blinding sunlight flooded in, compelling Wang Ming to instinctively shield his eyes. Once he acclimated to the brightness and lowered his arm, he was astonished to discover a plethora of unfamiliar races populating the street. Tall and graceful elves with pointed ears, robust orcs bearing beast-like features, and stout dwarves reminiscent of sturdy tree stumps mingled together, creating a lively scene. Dazed in front of the door, before Wang Ming could fully comprehend the street's panorama, the company's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Detection of an employee commencing a task. The milestone task within this project world has officially commenced. You may achieve the following milestones in this project world. Milestone 1. Defeat 100 undead enemies. Your damage to the undead must reach 50. Milestone 2. Cultivate friendships with more than 3 elves. Achieving a friendly level of affection. Affection levels include undying, hatred, hostility, stranger, acquaintance, friendly, friend, close friend, esteemed, admired. Milestone 3. Befriend more than 3 orcs. Achieving a friendly level of affection. Any breed of orc, regardless of age or gender, is acceptable. Milestone 4. Stand out among dwarves by befriending more than 3. Achieving a friendly level of affection. Caution. Do not make dwarf jokes in front of dwarves, as this may easily result in a complete loss of affection. Milestone 5. Befriend more than 3 humans. Achieving a friendly level of affection. Any skin color is acceptable, except for black individuals. Company notification. Your company position is too low. Internal permissions are insufficient, and other milestones cannot be displayed. Milestones. Titles. These are concepts entirely foreign to him. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the incomprehensible thoughts, Wang Ming stepped into the crowd, observing his surroundings while meticulously scrutinizing his character panel. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Wang Ming's base attributes were undoubtedly impressive, far exceeding the norm for an adult male. Particularly, his constitution value had reached an extraordinary 14 points, especially when considering the doubling effect of buffs, rendering him remarkably resilient, capable of enduring gunfire and violent blows to the head. Yet, his spirit and wisdom values, a mere 4 and 3 respectively, were evidently below the standard for an adult male, leaving Wang Ming expressionless, gazing at the note indicating that wisdom was unrelated to intelligence. He couldn't shake the feeling that the company was mocking him. Wang Ming was aware that he had never been particularly clever. He preferred action over contemplation. The strangers around him, upon noticing his towering height and substantial build, were invariably amiable and approachable, further discouraging any need for intellectual engagement. Yet, he simply disliked thinking. It was not that he lacked a brain. This wisdom value seemed excessively low. Was he inherently dim-witted? Clenching his teeth, He diverted his attention from the basic attributes to the most distinctive section of his personal panel, the personal talent category. According to the memories imparted by the company, personal talent is the tangible manifestation of an individual's soul. Depending on one's character, habits, and mannerisms, the awakened talent varies significantly, ensuring that no two talents are identical. Wang Ming's unique talent bore an exceptionally peculiar name, Go by Lao Wang. Most notably, the effects of this talent were equally distinctive. Exclusive talent, Go by Lao Wang. Level, E. Skills, equipment, titles, talents, and levels in the company are categorized as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Talent effect. The wariness of women who hold affection for you significantly diminishes. Talent description. Chao Zai has perished. Yet, Meng De's ambition endures. Feel the legacy of Wei Wu that has been passed down for millennia. Staring at his rather absurd personal talent, Wang Ming found himself momentarily expressionless, engulfed in a profound silence. This was troubling. He had become Chao Zai, yet he had never harbored intentions toward anyone else's partner. How did such a peculiar talent awaken within him? Or could it be that deep within his heart lies an unacknowledged, sordid, and base spirit reminiscent of the Chao family? Upon reflection, ever since he reached adulthood, he seems to possess an irresistible allure for married women. After all, he stands as a 2-meter-tall, serious muscular man, resembling a bear in appearance. Is he truly the infamous neighbor, Lao Wang? Frowning at his mere E-grade exclusive talent, Wang Ming felt an internal conflict and a sense of helplessness. For a moment, he even began to doubt his own character. What use could such a pathetic talent serve? It is no wonder it is classified as the lowest E-grade. It merely influences the presence of those whom he admires, restricts gender, and has such harsh activation conditions with mediocre effects. Is this talent not utterly useless? With a forced grin, Wang Ming, albeit reluctantly accepting the reality of being akin to Lao Wang, turned his gaze away and looked toward the bustling city. Taking a deep breath, he adopted a serious expression and set off to explore the entire town. As night fell, Wang Ming finally returned to his humble abode. Through the enthusiastic accounts of some warm-hearted married women, he gained a general understanding of the world he inhabited. This realm is known as Rongyao Dalu, home to numerous races. Although there have been tensions among them, large-scale conflicts have been absent in recent years, and they coexist in relative peace. However, a decade ago, a terrifying necromancer summoned a multitude of minions to unleash a dreadful magic known as the Necromancer's Calamity. This spell enveloped the entire continent, causing anyone who perished within its radius to rise as undead, their souls eternally shackled within decaying flesh, never to be reborn. The world plunged into panic until the Holy Church intervened, establishing sanctuaries in towns to liberate the souls trapped within the deceased, preventing their transformation into the undead. Various races spontaneously formed alliances, gathering guards in towns to combat the malevolent necromancers. From this limited information, Wang Ming quickly discerned two crucial clues. Firstly, every city possesses a sanctuary, serving as a vital means to liberate the deceased. Secondly, each city has a guard force, dedicated to eradicating external undead threats. Clearly, both the sanctuary and the guard force are of paramount importance. To genuinely integrate into this world and fulfill the company's primary task of accumulating 500 points, these two locations are undoubtedly suitable starting points. After assessing himself, Wang Ming resolved to commence with the sanctuary. With nightfall upon him and the streets teeming with undead, the barracks would be unsafe. Armed only with his bare hands, what would he do if the barracks required him to venture out at midnight to hunt undead? Compared to the barracks, which inherently suggests combat, the sanctuary, as a place focused on logistics, promises far greater safety. In the darkness of night, the assigned tasks would likely require minimal travel beyond the city, ensuring security. Wang Ming's caution did not stem from fear of confrontation. His imposing physique was not merely for show. However, to engage in combat without a weapon would be foolish. He decided to first explore the sanctuary, hoping to acquire some funds or equipment. If fortune favored him, he would attain these. If not, he could always enlist at the barracks the following day. With his resolve firm, Wang Ming set his expression and strode toward the city center. Chapter 4. A First Encounter with Companions Creek. As the door swung open, Wang Ming found himself within the sanctuary of Luoga City. Observing the hall, bustling with citizens praying even in the late hours, and the priests and nuns surrounding him, he felt somewhat disoriented, being in a Western church for the first time. Noticing Wang Ming's unfamiliar presence, a nun, her eyes brightening, hurried over. Upon nearing him, she clasped her hands in prayer and bowed. "Lost lamb, may I inquire your purpose for being here?" Startled by her voice, Wang Ming turned to face the nun, his expression somewhat stiff. I just came to see if there is anything I can assist with. Assist? You too must be a volunteer. For there are indeed many kind souls today. Two. What do you mean by two? Upon hearing the nun's remark, Wang Ming furrowed his brow, quickly sensing something amiss in her words. The nun smiled faintly. Before your arrival, a group of volunteers had already come today, willing to help the sanctuary by transporting and burying the deceased. They are truly good-hearted individuals. Look, there they are. As she spoke, she gestured toward the side. There. As the wooden door swung open, a group of men, women, and children clad in medieval attire emerged. Seeing this somber-faced group of volunteers entering the hall, the nun eagerly waved her hand, intending to greet them. However, before she could utter a word, a large hand covered her mouth. Wang Ming, with a serious demeanor, pressed a hand against the nun's lips while gripping her shoulder, forcibly dragging her into a corner as her wide eyes reflected shock. After ensuring she was secured, he leaned slightly to peer around the corner, remaining motionless against the wall. He coldly observed as the group of volunteers exited through the main door before finally releasing the nun. Something is amiss. These individuals are not what they seem. Though their attire and appearance matched those of the other inhabitants of this world, their behavior and manner of speech felt entirely out of place. They too are employees of the company, my kindred spirits. Just as Wang Ming was lost in thought, watching the departing figures of his peers, the nun, finally freed, was blushing fiercely, retreating while protecting her chest, her head shaking like a rattle. No, sir. You are too barbaric and rude. This is our first meeting. How can you act like this? Hearing the nun's frantic tone, Wang Ming turned, puzzled. What? Moreover, nuns cannot marry. We have devoted our bodies and souls to the divine. Such actions are forbidden. What? You wish to volunteer to assist with the transportation and burial of the deceased, which indeed marks you as a good person. And you do seem quite reassuring, but that does not change the fact that I must decline your kind offer. You shall surely find a better partner in the future. Excuse me. Wang Ming stared blankly at the nun before him, his mind utterly overwhelmed, unable to comprehend the situation. What is this madness? Why has he been handed yet another good person card for no reason? Why did he even say again? Seeing the nun vigorously shaking her head and rambling incoherently, Wang Ming grasped her shoulders and shook her vigorously. His formidable strength turned the petite nun into a mere puppet, swaying back and forth with his motions. Hey, wake up. Sister, I have a question for you. Huh? What shall we name our future children? I didn't ask you that. With a stern expression, Wang Ming interrupted the little nun's daydream. What were those volunteers doing at the sanctuary? As Wang Ming shook her again, the little nun's thoughts began to clear, and she blushed while softly speaking. They came to assist in transporting bodies and excavating graves, and they are currently working under Sister Anna. Anna? Did they volunteer to go there? Yes. May I apply as well? Wang Ming's inquiry left the nun momentarily stunned, gazing up at him in disbelief. You wish to work for Sister Anna? Wang Ming nodded firmly. Yes. Why? I have previously received assistance from Sister Anna and have listened to her teachings, so I wish to hear them again. Sister Anna's teachings? The nun looked at Wang Ming with a peculiar gaze, instinctively stepping back to create some distance, as her once overwhelming infatuation dissipated. Very well, since you are determined to assist Sister Anna, I will take you there. They are in need of help. Under the nun's guidance, Wang Ming traversed through the hall and back rooms, completely exiting the Grand Cathedral. Stepping out through the back door, they soon arrived at a solitary building nestled among the graves. This building was named the Body Processing Room. Standing before the door, the nun regarded Wang Ming with an odd expression and softly stated, "This is where Sister Anna works. You may enter alone, as I do not wish to disturb the deceased." Standing at the threshold, Wang Ming, upon hearing this, stared expressionlessly at the processing room, remaining silent for several seconds before speaking. May I inquire what Sister Anna's primary duties entail? She is a funeral nun, primarily responsible for handling the bodies, stitching wounds, and severed limbs to ensure the deceased can rest in peace. The little nun then hurried away, leaving Wang Ming alone at the entrance. Surveying the surroundings and glancing at the gravestones, he decisively pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering the body processing room, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the lighting was quite good. The room was well lit. However, due to the constant handling of various corpses, a strong stench of decay permeated the air. In the center of the room lay a mangled corpse on the mortuary table. Beside it, a woman dressed in a black nun's habit with a hood was diligently at work. She meticulously stitched wounds and attached wooden prosthetics to the severed limbs. Her green hair cascading around her, her focus unwavering, and her gaze sharp. Her earnest demeanor suggested that she was not merely dealing with a disfigured corpse, but rather crafting a piece of art, both solemn and dignified. Wang Ming approached the busy nun, standing still and choosing not to interrupt, quietly observing her as she tended to the body. After a while, as she set down her scissors and reached for another tool, Wang Ming casually picked up a needle and thread from a nearby tray and offered it to her. Upon receiving the needle and thread, Sister Anna, who had been focused on her task, finally looked up at Wang Ming. Their eyes met, and Wang Ming was momentarily captivated, while Anna displayed a hint of wariness. However, after scrutinizing him for a moment, her vigilance gradually faded. After a brief silence, she accepted the tools from Wang Ming and resumed her work. Wang Ming, having lowered his hand, continued to reflect on the beauty he had glimpsed earlier. He had assumed that a woman who dealt with corpses would, if not intimidating, at least possess an unusual appearance. Yet, he was taken aback by Sister Anna's striking beauty. With a heart-shaped face, large expressive eyes, perfectly proportioned features, and green hair styled in a casual braid draping over her shoulder, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, her melancholic gaze and perpetually stern expression, coupled with her dark attire and hood that shrouded most of her face in shadow, conveyed one undeniable truth. This beauty was an iceberg, exceedingly difficult to approach. Moreover, she exuded a sense of intense wariness towards anyone, suggesting a reluctance to engage with others. An hour later, the body was finally processed. All wounds had been stitched, and severed limbs were reattached. Gazing at the now serene and unblemished corpse before her, Sister Anna nodded in satisfaction, setting down her tools. As she walked to the basin to wash her hands, she spoke without turning to Wang Ming. "Are you here to help for free? Give me a reason why you would offer assistance to the sanctuary without compensation." Seeing that Sister Anna was finally free to converse, Wang Ming, with a serious expression, responded without hesitation. "It is not for free." "Huh. Is there something you need me to do? If you provide compensation, I will assist you. It's fair." Wang Ming's reply caused Sister Anna to halt her hand-washing and turn to face him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You are not a volunteer helping out of goodwill?" "No. I am on the verge of starving. I hardly have the luxury to help others for free. Have you ever seen a beggar donate to another beggar? Then why are you here to see me? I have no money to hire you. I have no idea whether you have money or not. Nor do I know if there are jobs here. I merely observed that there seemed to be many people around. So I followed along in the hopes of striking it lucky." Wang Ming was not fond of lying, nor was he particularly skilled at it. He tended to speak his mind, and this time was no different. His sole reason for coming here was indeed to test his luck. The sight of throngs of people eagerly fawning over Sister Anna indicated that her status was undoubtedly significant. Adhering to the principle of taking a chance when the opportunity arose, Wang Ming had decided to see what might unfold. As for whether he would gain something from it, who knows? After all, he had nothing else to do. Observing Sister Anna's momentary shock, Wang Ming noticed her lack of response and added, "So, do you have any jobs for me? The kind with compensation, of course. If not, I shall leave to seek fortune elsewhere." His blunt words left Sister Anna, who had been astonished, speechless, her mouth agape. Finally regaining her composure, she chuckled softly, wiping away the tears of laughter from her eyes. "You know, speaking to others so directly might leave you friendless. Of course, I do not mind your forthrightness." Wang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "It matters not. Friends only hinder the speed at which I can earn money. So, do you have work for me?" "Yes," nodding vigorously. Sister Anna's expression shifted back to one of seriousness as her gaze fixed intently on Wang Ming. "However, it is quite dirty and laborious, and the pay is not particularly generous. Are you willing to accept?" The moment Sister Anna finished speaking, a notification chimed loudly in Wang Ming's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, employee. You have triggered a D-grade hidden quest. Will you accept? Hidden task name. Allow the dead to rest in peace. Task difficulty. Level D. Task requirements. Assist the nun in charge of funerals by collecting as many corpses of the deceased from outside the city as possible, and bring them to the repair room for proper burial. A minimum of 10 corpses must be collected. The more corpses collected, the more souls will be released, leading to a higher final task evaluation. Task failure penalty. Anna's favorability will drop to estrangement. Task hint 1. While transporting the corpses, ensure that the priests do not see you. Task hint 2. Strive to maintain the integrity of the corpses. Excessive damage may cause dissatisfaction from Anna. Task summary. Allowing the dead to rest in peace is, after all, a natural obligation, is it not? The voice in Wang Ming's mind sparked an epiphany, leading him to unhesitatingly accept the task. He had not anticipated that such casual interactions could yield fruitful outcomes, revealing that Sister Anna, despite her seemingly frigid demeanor, was in fact quite agreeable. "I shall gladly assist, madam. Allow me to transport the corpses from outside the city. The more, the better. However, I implore you to ensure that the clergy of the temple do not witness my actions, lest I deny any involvement, he declared. No problem, await my good news. With that, Wang Ming wasted no time and departed briskly. Observing his efficiency and lack of hesitation, Sister Anna nodded with satisfaction. Please exercise caution. A notification chimed, indicating that Sister Anna's favorability towards him had increased. The current favorability level was familiar, 5100. The prompt in his mind caused Wang Ming to pause momentarily. But without looking back, he merely nodded and hastened away. Watching him vanish into the distance, Anna stood in the corpse handling room, her brow suddenly furrowing as she grasped her collar. Raising her hand, a green light blossomed as she meticulously examined her own body. Upon confirming that there were no abnormalities, she retracted her magic, though her brow furrowed even deeper. This is quite peculiar, given my cold disposition. How could I so readily trust a stranger I have only just met, even to the extent of inviting him into my endeavors? This contradicts my usual conduct. Nonetheless, the man's approach did resonate with her preferences. Having lived for many years, Anna held no disdain for the greedy, as desire is an innate trait of sentient beings. However, she harbored a strong aversion to the hypocritical, especially those who, despite their own insatiable greed, masqueraded as paragons of virtue. This was the primary reason she had met the previous group of volunteers with icy disdain. From them, she had sensed the deep-seated avarice lurking beneath their facades. In contrast to those who hid their ulterior motives, this man, who seemed eager to delve into his own pockets even before commencing work, was decidedly more agreeable. Perhaps this illustrated the distinction between a true rogue and a hypocritical gentleman. Unbeknownst to Anna's inner musings, Wang Ming had already left the city and ventured into the wilderness. After cautiously wandering for a while, he finally encountered his first undead creature. It was a desiccated corpse, emaciated and staggering as if suffering from severe malnutrition. Despite its frail appearance, Wang Ming remained vigilant, for he understood that he was dealing with the legendary forces of magic, necessitating utmost caution. His instincts proved accurate, as the seemingly weak corpse possessed unexpected combat prowess. Even with his attribute-boosting buff, he found it challenging to contend with. The primary issue was its formidable defense. It felt as tough as wood. After expending considerable effort, he finally dispatched the creature, receiving a notification that he had earned 5 points. This confirmed the means of acquiring points. Upon defeating this desiccated corpse, Wang Ming swiftly encountered another type of undead, a skeleton. Compared to the corpse, the skeleton's defense was considerably lower, yet it compensated with enhanced speed, posing a greater threat to Wang Ming. After a strenuous battle to eliminate the skeleton and earning another 5 points, Wang Ming drew conclusions about the overall combat capabilities of the undead in this realm. The undead here were formidable. Their combat strength was not to be underestimated. As a mere foot soldier of the undead forces, the skeleton's power was on par with that of an average human, particularly one whose attributes had reached a pinnacle of 5 points. Had it not been for his attribute doubling buff, Wang Ming might have struggled to defeat even a single skeleton. And this was merely the weakest variant, the skeleton foot soldier. The other undead, the desiccated corpses, exhibited even more alarming combat strength. In terms of raw power, they were not inferior to Wang Ming's enhanced attributes. In terms of physique and defense, they surpassed him. Although the desiccated corpses were slower to turn, Wang Ming managed to break its legs during their confrontation. With high attack and defense, their only shortcoming lay in agility. As long as he avoided being caught, he could handle the slow-moving corpses with relative ease. However, facing multiple desiccated corpses, or a combination of skeletons and corpses, would pose a significant challenge. Should Wang Ming falter in his reaction time and find himself encircled, he would be the one left incapacitated. As he continued to roam the wilderness, seeking solitary prey, it took several hours before he finally acquired a complete corpse, which he hoisted toward Luoga City. Bringing the body into the city was not particularly challenging, as many of the wandering undead were relatives of the townsfolk. There were individuals dedicated to assisting with corpse retrieval. The skeleton he had defeated might have once belonged to someone's great-grandfather. Consequently, many residents were willing to pay adventurers to retrieve their deceased loved ones for burial in the temple, allowing their souls to find peace. Thus, when Wang Ming carried the corpse into the city, he encountered no obstacles. After a brief inspection to confirm the corpse's demise, he was allowed passage. However, upon entering the city, the real challenge awaited him. While entering the city was straightforward, getting the corpse into the temple proved to be a complex endeavor. The burial grounds within the temple were not open to just any corpse. To inter a body here and liberate a soul, one had to provide a donation known as the burial fee. This fee was substantial, and an average family could not easily afford it. Wang Ming, carrying a corpse of uncertain lineage, certainly could not muster such funds. As for Wang Ming himself, that was out of the question. He was in no position to pay for the burial of a stranger, even if he were to sell himself. Arriving outside the towering walls of the temple, he gazed up at the several-meter-high barrier, securing the corpse to his back with rope before beginning his arduous ascent. Fortunately, bolstered by the novice buff, Wang Ming's abilities at this moment far exceeded the norm. Even while carrying a corpse, he scaled the wall with remarkable speed and stability. After considerable effort, he successfully led this climb from the back wall to the cemetery area, where he met Anna, who was waiting. Wang Ming unfastened the corpse, and Anna carefully accepted it. Upon confirming the body was sufficiently intact and showed no significant damage, she let out a sigh of relief. When she looked up at Wang Ming again, a faint smile graced her lips. Hearing the notification of Anna's favorability reaching 20, Wang Ming also smiled slightly, though for some reason, his grin appeared somewhat stiff. It seemed Anna truly cared about the integrity of the corpse. Thankfully, he had specifically chosen a less gruesome undead body. Had she seen the mutilated remains he had previously used for practice, Wang Ming feared she might suspect him of deliberately tormenting the undead, possibly burying him alongside them for good measure. Mr. Hades, Wang Ming's external moniker, you've spent quite some time merely transporting a corpse. What can I say? I am but an unemployed drifter, lacking both funds and prowess. My dwelling is a dilapidated wooden hut, and I don't even possess a decent weapon. Furthermore, I must strive to maintain the corpse's integrity. Acquiring one so soon is already a feat. Upon hearing Wang Ming's lament, Anna, her face obscured by her hood, furrowed her brow slightly. After glancing at Wang Ming and then at the corpse on the ground, she fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly reaching into her nun's robe. When she withdrew her hand, a short sword adorned with intricate green patterns emerged, sheathed elegantly. Here, allow me to lend you this sword, Mr. Hades. Please do your utmost to transport more corpses and help them find rest, she implored, extending the ornate blade. As Wang Ming accepted the sword, he glanced at it, his eyes widening in astonishment the next moment. Equipment name, Exquisite Rune Short Sword. Quality, D grade, black. Type, one-handed weapon. Equipment requirement, Strength 10, Agility 10, Base effect, Maximum attack power 10. Minimum attack power 5. Attribute 1, Armor piercing, ignores 10 defense. Attribute 2, Swift, attack speed 15. Equipment description, this is an exceptionally ornate one-handed short sword, with distinct elven craftsmanship and 2 engraved magical runes, exhibiting formidable destructive power. Company Hint 1, this equipment is world-bound and cannot be taken outside this realm. Company Hint 2, equipment quality classification, white, no special effects, blue, 1 attribute, black, 2 attributes, silver, enhanced version, gold, guaranteed active skill, red, perfect level with powerful effects. Green, set component, D grade equipment, a high-quality black item. Gazing at the splendid short sword in his hand, Wang Ming drew the blade with determination. As the sword gleamed in the sunlight, reflecting a cold radiance onto his face, he found himself captivated by the ornate engravings along the blade. His pupils constricted, and his heart raced furiously. What a stunning short sword it was. It resembled a piece of art, entirely unfit for the battleground, better suited for display in a showcase to inspire awe. This Anna, the nun, wielded a black-grade sword right from the start. It seemed rather extravagant. After examining the sword thoroughly, Wang Ming resolutely sheathed it again, nodding vigorously at Anna, indicating his intent without exchanging unnecessary words, before vaulting over the wall and continuing with his tasks. Seeing Wang Ming so motivated, Anna smiled contentedly and watched him depart. As she lowered her gaze to the corpse at her feet, her pupils suddenly dilated. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present, she took a deep breath and swiftly formed a magical hand seal. With her internal mana surging, a dark mist emanated from her body, merging into the corpse. The next moment, the very body Wang Ming had painstakingly transported jolted upright, its eyes wide open. Chapter 6. The marvelous application of talent in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. During this time, Wang Ming lived a remarkably fulfilling life. He spent his days either transporting corpses or journeying to retrieve them. Initially unarmed, he faced skeletons and corpses with a resigned smile. However, now equipped with a D-grade, black, rune short sword, his attack power had increased by 10 points. Along with an additional 10 points for armor piercing, the undead would find themselves facing an uncertain fate upon encountering him. In 3 days, Wang Ming had successfully transported 15 corpses and vanquished no fewer than 50 undead, yielding bountiful results. Unfortunately, the journey back to town was excessively lengthy. and each corpse retrieval necessitated a considerable trek. Had it not been for the time lost on the road, Wang Ming's efficiency could have further escalated. Once more, he stealthily brought a corpse over the wall and discreetly handed it to Sister Anna. As he silently departed, he leaped onto the city wall, exchanging nods with Anna, who had arrived to collect the remains, greeting each other in this unspoken manner. Sister Anna, accustomed to the company of corpses, exhibited a cold and solitary demeanor, disliking conversation. Wang Ming, in contemporary terms, could be described as a quintessential Sigma male, preferring action over words, sharing her taciturnity. Two such quiet souls together could hardly produce a word, and their mutual nods could be considered a profound display of camaraderie. At least Wang Ming was able to ascertain, through the company's favorability prompts, that he had indeed become a friend of Anna. Anna's current favorability, friend, 88100, exclusive talent, neighbor Wang, continues to exert its influence. Through exploration over these past 3 days, Wang Ming had gleaned the essence of this unique talent. While merely an E-grade talent with no direct combat enhancement, its effects proved to be remarkably potent in another sense. As long as the target met the talent's activation criteria, their wariness toward Wang Ming would significantly diminish. This reduction in vigilance inherently represented a step toward friendship, allowing their relationship to flourish rapidly. With decreased wariness came heightened trust, which in turn elevated favorability. As favorability increased, vigilance would further decrease. This cyclical process meant that once all wariness was extinguished, even if a person could not fully open their heart to him, they would subconsciously acknowledge and even depend on him. In this context, even strangers could swiftly deepen their bonds into friendships, showcasing the terrifying prowess of the neighbor Wang talent. In just 3 short days, Wang Ming had forged a friendship with the reticent Anna, and he was now lost in thought as he traversed the wilderness. He had also discovered another remarkable application of his exclusive talent, its exceptional lethality against special individuals. In the case of a person like Anna, who embodies an independent and reclusive nature, it is almost guaranteed that she can deliver critical strikes. A woman who appears to have few friends and an extremely strong defensive instinct rarely trusts others easily. However, once she chooses to trust, she often does so unconditionally, with genuine sincerity and no ulterior motives. As the saying goes, the aloof goddess often resembles a coconut. Though her exterior may be tough, once cracked open, she may reveal an inner softness that surpasses that of others. While Wang Ming's personal talents may not enhance his combat prowess, they allow him to effortlessly breach the protective shell that certain individuals maintain, thereby winning their favor. For specific personality types, the most challenging aspect is not how to increase their fondness, but rather how to earn their recognition and lower their guard to foster initial goodwill. Wang Ming's unique talent facilitates this difficult first step, enabling him to establish preliminary trust with others. This explains why the employees of the previous company, despite their efforts to curry favor with Sister Anna, found no success, whereas Wang Ming was able to take on tasks from her with ease. The reason is simple. Sister Anna had no reservations about Wang Ming and instinctively felt he was trustworthy. As Wang Ming traversed the rugged path, his rune-imbued short sword hanging at his waist and clad in tattered garments, he suddenly halted, raising his hand to retrieve 2 keys from his inventory. These keys, entirely white and resembling intricately carved ivory, were remarkably exquisite. Most notably, they displayed data indicating that they were spoils acquired through the defeat of undead, named treasure chest keys. Name, D-Class Treasure Chest Key, White. Category, Consumable, 11. Item description, until fully opened, no one knows what treasures lie within. Hence, they are often referred to as Schrodinger's box. Having slain over 50 undead, acquiring merely 2 such treasure chests speaks volumes about their rarity. Gazing at the keys in his hand, Wang Ming was filled with curiosity. As this was his first encounter with such items, he chose to activate them while on the move. As light emanated from the keys, they vanished, and 2 pristine white treasure chests materialized before him, floating quietly and following his movements. Peering into the gaping mouths of the chests, blinded by the dazzling white light emanating from within, Wang Ming reached inside. After some exploration, he successfully retrieved 2 items, 1 piece of equipment and 1 consumable. Equipment name, Boots of the Dried Corpse. Quality, E-Class, White. Category, Footwear. Equipment requirement, none. Base effect, movement speed 3. Equipment description, do not dismiss these boots for their inferior effects. They are the running shoes of a sprinter among dried corpses. Who wears boots among ordinary corpses? In addition to the boots, there was a small vial. Item name, Skeleton Bone Powder. Quality, E-Class, White. Category, Consumable. Usage count. 11. Base effect. Restores 2 health points per second for 10 seconds upon consumption. Usable during combat. Item description. Water. Quickly, give me water. I'm going to choke. Who devised this unethical method of recovering health through consuming ashes? Space reminder. Except for special items, all restorative items have a 1-minute cooldown, and all items share the cooldown, with life and mana recovery calculated separately. With a pair of boots that enhance movement speed and a vial capable of restoring a total of 20 health points, Wang Ming felt invigorated. Brimming with hope for the future, especially due to the promise held by the D-class rune short sword in his possession. This D-class, black, rune short sword provided him with a profound sense of security and a significant boost in combat capability. After an hour of diligent work, he successfully returned with another corpse, increasing his task completion to 1, just as he was preparing to continue his efforts. Aspiring to ascend to the role of CEO and marry a wealthy beauty, he suddenly halted at the city's outskirts, frowning as he turned to look behind him. Who was lurking suspiciously? Noticing he was being followed, Wang Ming's gaze sharpened, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his short sword. How could he, with such low mental and intelligence attributes, perceive someone stealthily trailing him? His perception may be lacking, but the follower was clumsy, their footsteps making enough noise to echo for miles, akin to a tap dancer. It was impossible not to notice such a blatant attempt at stealth. Chapter 7. Outburst. As Wang Ming realized he was being followed, numerous shadows emerged from the surrounding woods, swiftly encircling him. This group was all too familiar. Those very colleagues he had encountered previously at the temple, the other assessment period employees who had been working together, armed with a hodgepodge of weapons. Including not only blades, but also shovels and pickaxes, they glared fiercely at Wang Ming, trapping him in their midst. The leading man did not participate in the encirclement, but stood on the periphery, coldly observing him with a face full of rage. You accepted Sister Anna's hidden task? Having entered the temple through unconventional means, scaling walls from behind, Wang Ming initially drew no attention from this small team. However, as the number of unfamiliar corpses within the chamber increased, those who frequently visited Sister Anna's abode to seek hidden tasks eventually began to piece together the truth. After some investigation, they witnessed Wang Ming carrying a corpse and leaping over the wall into the temple, and it became evident that he had intercepted their opportunity. While they had been desperately trying to appease Sister Anna, he had already secured the task and was likely nearing completion. This revelation ignited their fury. They had tirelessly toiled for this hidden task, going above and beyond, and had refrained from joining the guards to pursue other tasks, resulting in scant rewards. Now, after expending so much effort, they had gained nothing while Wang Ming reaped abundant rewards. The expressions of the group, led by the furious man, distorted into menacing scowls, their weapons creaking ominously in their grip. Confronted by the hostile glares of his colleagues and the various makeshift weapons they wielded, Wang Ming furrowed his brow, instinctively grasping the hilt of his sword. So what if I accepted it? How dare you intercept the task we had our eyes set on? Your actions are utterly unscrupulous. Oh, is this the infamous howl of the defeated? Wang Ming spoke with an impassive expression, his gaze vacant and devoid of emotion, as if he were not the one surrounded by a dozen hostile figures. Such a nonchalant and indifferent demeanor incited furious roars from the surrounding employees. As the crowd parted, a burly man, towering over Wang Ming and undoubtedly surpassing him in weight, emerged with a fierce expression. Why waste words on this brat? Let's take action. Make him spit out the rewards he devoured. As he spoke, the brawny man reached for Wang Ming's hair. Observing their comrade's aggression, the others promptly raised their pots and pans, intending to subdue Wang Ming collectively. Just as the large hand lunged toward him, Wang Ming, who had remained remarkably calm, suddenly glinted with ferocity in his eyes. His robust body sprang into action, darting forward while brandishing a short sword. The blade gleamed ominously in the air, effortlessly severing several fingers from the brawny man's outstretched hand. Before the man could even cry out in pain, Wang Ming had already lunged forward, unhesitatingly driving the sword into his abdomen. The rune-imbued short sword pierced through the man's body as easily as cutting through tofu. Staring into the wide, disbelieving eyes of the brawny man, Wang Ming maintained his impassive expression, though the veins on his forehead and arms had begun to bulge. You inflicted 17 points of physical damage to Anonymous. The opponent's physical defense is 6 points. Your weapon possesses armor-piercing properties, ignoring defenses below 10 points, resulting in a successful damage application of 17 points. Leaning in closer, nearly face-to-face with the brawny man, Wang Ming locked his gaze onto the other's eyes and took a deep breath before speaking softly. Ming Wang, breathe deeply, relax. The initial dizziness is unavoidable. You can endure this. You will not die. Trust yourself. The brawny man, wounded in the abdomen, felt his mouth twitch violently, his mind blank. But I'm not called Ming Wang. I know. Wang Ming nodded vigorously, his expression suddenly transforming into one of ferocity. Grasping the man's shoulder with one hand and the sword's hilt with the other, he unleashed a flurry of stabbing motions into the man's abdomen. But I am called. With a series of piercing sounds, the short sword stabbed relentlessly. Each strike dealt over 10 points of physical damage, doubling if it struck a vital spot. With the enhancement of the second attribute's 15 attack speed increase and the doubling of his own attributes, Wang Ming's attack speed was already formidable, especially in close-quarters combat. This resulted in Wang Ming delivering 14 strikes in a mere 3 seconds, cumulatively inflicting damage exceeding 200 points. All were novices. Even the highest base physique could not reach 200 points of health after doubling. The brawny man, receiving such a fatal blow, was pierced through like a honeycomb and, despite his formidable demeanor, uttered not a sound before perishing on the spot. With a mighty throw, Wang Ming discarded the lifeless body onto the ground, covered in blood. Wielding a bloodied short sword, he turned with a fierce glare toward the remaining onlookers. Before the terrified crowd could react, he lunged once more, tackling the nearest individual to the ground. Without hesitation, he raised the short sword and plunged it toward the man's neck. Having initiated the attack, there was nothing more to discuss. It was a matter of survival. Either he would die or his adversaries would. Kill. Amidst the screams, the surprised employee was swiftly brought down. His cries cut short as the sword pierced his neck. Wang Ming, straddling the fallen man, gritted his teeth and relentlessly stabbed at his neck, disregarding the desperate struggles of his victim. Observing Wang Ming's savage demeanor and the diminishing struggles of their comrade, the remaining employees finally snapped back to reality. A glance exchanged among them sent panic rippling through the crowd. In the next moment, the previously aggressive group of employees scattered in all directions, including the leader who had prior knowledge of the company's intelligence, all scrambling towards the town in a frantic retreat. These employees were ultimately mere novices. Living in a peaceful era, they had engaged in nothing more than ordinary tasks. They had never even killed a chicken. Witnessing Wang Ming's sudden eruption of violence and the gruesome spectacle of him slaying 2 men deeply rattled their nerves, and instinctively, they fled. Even the leader, who had gathered this group based on information from his brother, could not suppress his fear. Though he had received some intelligence, it was limited, and he was still just an ordinary person. Despite undergoing training and practicing shooting, he was fundamentally unprepared for such brutality. Faced with a maniac who would kill without hesitation, his survival instincts overtook rational thought, prompting him to join the others in their desperate flight. Within moments, the area was devoid of any remaining personnel, leaving behind an eerie silence. The ground bore witness to 2 lifeless bodies, still twitching slightly, while Wang Ming, panting heavily, descended from the sling, holding the bloodied short sword. He wiped his face of the splattered blood and spat out a mouthful stained with crimson, a remnant of the previous carnage. Seating himself beside the 2 warm bodies, Wang Ming gently shook his head at his fallen companions. You were preoccupied with your own affairs while I was engaged in mine. We were initially unconnected. Yet you chose to disturb me. Tell me, what purpose did that serve? In the days prior, Wang Ming had battled against the undead and traversed with corpses, having long since overcome his physiological fears. Otherwise, he would not have been able to strike with such ferocity. However, he had embraced reality, while the other employees remained trapped in their naivety. In their pursuit of hidden quests, they had seldom ventured into combat against the undead, instead exhausting themselves in attempts to ingratiate themselves with Anna, spending the majority of their time volunteering for the temple's labor. Their mindsets were no longer aligned. Had Wang Ming not possessed the rune short sword and failed to swiftly eliminate an opponent, engaging in a brawl instead, the other employees would undoubtedly have rushed him. In such a scenario, even if Wang Ming had 10 lives, it would not suffice. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs in this world. The terrifying feat of killing the strongest in 3 seconds successfully intimidated the remaining employees, stripping them of their courage to act. Without the will to fight, what use was there in numbers? Chapter 8. A new plan. Rising to his feet, Wang Ming wiped the blood from his face and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused for a moment, then turned back. Inserting the sword back into his waist, he hoisted the 2 bodies from the ground, making his way toward the town. Having not strayed too far from the town, the bodies were not to be wasted. He would utilize them to fulfill his hidden quest and enhance his completion rate. It is worth noting that we are all unfortunate souls chosen by the company known as Buddha House Limited, compelled to sign a contract of servitude, with death looming over us at any moment. If one were to perish in this world, only to suffer as a restless spirit, endlessly tormented and deprived of rebirth, it would indeed be a tragic fate. Although they were once adversaries, Wang Ming felt no reluctance in aiding them to find peace in the afterlife, as it was a mere trifling effort on his part and could conveniently fulfill a task, thus allowing for mutual benefit. He hoisted the two lifeless bodies to the wall, straining to toss them over. As Wang Ming followed suit, he noticed Anna standing beside the corpses, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Before he could even smile at the notification of task completion, Anna's voice broke the silence. By the way, Lord of the Underworld, these two bodies seem oddly familiar to me. At this, Wang Ming's heart sank, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. How could the bodies not seem familiar? They had been lingering in the sanctum for days, consistently asserting their presence before Anna. She was no stranger to faces, and certainly, she would have some recollection. Perhaps they were just common faces. Do not dwell on such trivial details. They are merely corpses. As Anna continued to frown and seemed poised to inquire further, Wang Ming feared she might indeed recognize the identities of the bodies and begin questioning him about their origins. He hastily shifted the topic. By the way, Anna, I have a method to significantly increase the number of corpses. Would you be interested? Night fell swiftly, within the confines of a dilapidated wooden cabin in the town. Those company employees who had been frightened away by Wang Ming's fierce demeanor were now gathered, the atmosphere somber and dispirited. A dozen individuals had attempted to ambush a single person, only to have two of their own slain and the rest sent fleeing. Such a record would be a source of great embarrassment if shared. Once filled with ambition, the group had been harshly disillusioned by the day's events, each one appearing utterly deflated. It was only at this moment that they recognized the harsh reality. They were not the legendary figures destined for greatness, slaying gods and demons alike, but rather unfortunate souls bound by a contract of servitude, struggling to survive. They had barely escaped being slaughtered by a single individual. The disparity between their fantasies and reality was painfully stark. After a prolonged silence, a bespectacled man broke the tension. That fellow's sword has issues. We previously attempted to attack one another, and after accounting for defense, we could only inflict about 5 points of damage on each other. Yet he managed to slay a Maniou with just a few strikes, and that creature possessed a constitution of 14, a health pool of 140 points. His attacks are certainly abnormal. Indeed, our base attributes have doubled. Even with just 10 points of constitution, we would have 5 points of defense and 100 health points. How could a normal person possibly kill us in a few blows? That short sword he wields is undoubtedly a high-quality weapon. What does high attack power matter? If we all took turns to strike him, surely we could overwhelm him. The reason we lost is that you all panicked and fled. Do not speak condescendingly, as if you did not run. I only followed you because I saw you fleeing. If not for that, I would have stayed behind. I would surely have met my demise. As the group exchanged accusations, it became evident that they were merely deflecting blame. Observing this bunch, who were still tossing blame at each other in such dire circumstances, the leader known as Ming Long could not contain a roll of his eyes. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. The situation is as it is. Discussing it further serves no purpose. We must devise a plan to accomplish the primary task assigned by the company. What about the hidden task Anna possesses? What else can we do? Can you defeat that individual? If you could kill him, his hidden task would be yours. Go ahead. It seemed that pursuing Anna's task was no longer an option. However, I possess intel about several other side quests. Tomorrow, we will enlist in the military and hunt the undead to earn points. With a dozen of us working together, our efficiency in slaying monsters will undoubtedly increase, making the completion of the primary task a breeze. If there were a few trustworthy confidants, Meng Long might dare to face Wang Ming directly. But with this ragtag group before him, even if Meng Long had 10 lives, he would not dare to confront Wang Ming head-on. For if a battle ensued, these individuals would surely flee, leaving him to face the consequences alone. Although he felt frustrated that Anna's significant task had been snatched away, and that he had lost out on a highly valuable final prize, Meng Long quickly accepted reality without losing his composure. Within the town, there were 2 task reception points, one at the sanctum and one at the military camp, both offering numerous side quests and hidden tasks. However, the most pressing concern was that the hidden tasks from both locations were fundamentally incompatible and had specific identity restrictions. This was the main reason Meng Long and his group had refrained from joining the military. Once they obtained the identity of the defense force, they would have lost all chance of accepting Anna's task, which was inherently illicit. Who would trust a thief to assist in stealing? After deliberating around the table, Meng Long and his companions began to strategize how to accept and execute the hidden tasks available at the military camp. Although the danger and rewards associated with these hidden tasks were not as great as Anna's, they were far simpler to trigger. As long as they collaborated, there was no doubt they could activate them. As they fervently discussed their plans, a loud crash echoed from the old door behind them. In the next moment, splinters flew as a sturdy leg burst through the wood, crashing into the interior and hanging on the door. Chapter 9. A win-win collaboration with an ear-piercing creak. The door slowly swung open. A leg remained lodged in the door, forcing Wang Ming to hop awkwardly into view. Upon witnessing the violent entrance of Wang Ming, the startled individuals displayed expressions of terror, hastily rising to distance themselves from him. Clearly, the brutal double kill he had executed earlier had left a significant psychological impact on them. At the doorway, Wang Ming struggled to extract his leg from the door, then turned to survey the room. He found the group huddled in the far corner, looking like frightened quails, their faces pale with alarm as they regarded him. Wang Ming had intended to kick open the door with flair for a grand entrance, but he had severely overestimated the door's integrity. With a grim expression, he stepped into the room. "Greetings, everyone. It seems we meet again." As he spoke, Wang Ming casually pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, exuding an air of calm as if he owned the place, showing no regard for the tension in the room. In contrast to his nonchalant demeanor, the tense Meng Long and his companions appeared more like unwelcome guests. "Lord of the Underworld, what brings you here? This is the town. Murder will attract the attention of the defense force." Gazing upon the uninvited Wang Ming, Meng Long and the others initially believed he had come to silence them, to eliminate any potential threats forever. They were all exceedingly tense. Observing their palpable panic, Wang Ming's expression remained remarkably serene, devoid of any significant emotional fluctuations. "Everyone, please do not be so anxious. Rest assured, I am not here for vengeance. On the contrary, I come seeking collaboration." "Collaboration? Indeed. I am willing to share a hidden task with you all, so we may reap mutual benefits together. Since you are willing to collaborate, why did you resort to murder previously? Mind your words. It was you who acted first. Had you approached me with civility, would I have needed to resort to violence? I possess but a single outfit. The garments I wear now were taken from a corpse." Cough. Let us not dwell on such trifling details. Our primary focus now is cooperation. With a light rap on the table, Wang Ming gestured for everyone to take a seat. At this, the fearful group instinctively turned to their leader, Meng Long, for guidance. Sensing their gaze, Meng Long took a deep breath and nodded decisively. "Do not fear. Sit down and ascertain what he truly intends." "But there are no buts." "Humph. His sword may be sharp, yet before we escape, he cannot possibly slay us all." Under Meng Long's reassurance, the group cautiously returned to their seats at the table, though none dared to sit too near Wang Ming. For the last individual who had rashly approached him had met a grisly fate, impaled by his sudden strike with a dagger. Taking his place as the negotiation representative, Meng Long regarded the composed Wang Ming and asked, "Speak, what are the specifics of this collaboration?" Wang Ming nodded slightly and provided his answer. "I shall introduce you to Anna, who will assign you the hidden task." "And then?" "What do you mean, and then?" "There is no and then." "Ah." Looking at the bewildered faces of the group, Wang Ming shrugged lightly. "In any case, I have already persuaded Anna. Now, it is merely a matter of your commitment. Just inform me whether you will accept the task." Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Meng Long exchanged glances with the others. Although they remained uncertain about Wang Ming's true intentions, the prospect of a hidden task was too enticing to dismiss. "We accept. Naturally, we accept." Ding. Triggered a level hidden task. Assist the deceased in finding peace. Task difficulty, a level. Task requirements. Assist an employee of the company codenamed Pluto in collecting as many deceased bodies as possible and delivering them to the restoration chamber for purification and burial. With a minimum collection of 10 bodies, the more deceased bodies collected, the higher the final task evaluation. Task failure penalty. Anna's favorability will drop to stranger. Task hint 1. Please ensure the priest does not see you while transporting the bodies. Task hint 2. Strive to maintain the integrity of the bodies. Excessive disfigurement may displease Anna. Task synopsis. It is only natural for the deceased to find peace in burial, is it not? With their agreement to assist, Meng Long and the others each accepted a hidden task nearly identical to Wang Ming's, the only distinction being that their original D-level task had been downgraded to E-level, and their point of collaboration shifted from Anna, the task initiator, to Wang Ming, the intermediary. Indeed, Wang Ming intended to act as a middleman, profiting from their labor. Transporting corpses alone was a cumbersome task. He could only carry one body at a time, occasionally managing 2 at most. Over the course of a month, even if he were to exhaust himself, he could not amass a substantial number of bodies to fulfill the task. However, having these allies made all the difference. As the intermediary, he would propose assistance to Anna in finding capable helpers, and the number of bodies transported by Meng Long and his companions would count towards Wang Ming's own tally. Though the distribution of task rewards among so many would undoubtedly affect the quality of the final prize, the collective effort in gathering corpses would significantly enhance the task completion rate. Ultimately, Wang Ming would require minimal effort to elevate his final rewards while simultaneously forging alliances. Transforming foes into friends, what could be more advantageous? Upon accepting the hidden task, the group wore expressions of joy, and after 3 arduous days, they finally made their breakthrough. Observing their elation, Wang Ming felt a sense of happiness as well. As the saying goes, more friends mean more opportunities. If these dozen or so colleagues were to conspire against him, Wang Ming, alone, would stand no chance. Since they could become collaborators, why should they remain adversaries? A win-win scenario is always preferable to mutual loss. And what is even more advantageous than a win-win? Wang Ming could leverage their efforts to secure dual victories. Rising from his seat, Wang Ming extended his hand towards the group, a smile gracing his face. Then, my friends, let us embark on a fruitful collaboration. Meng Long and the others nodded vigorously, eagerly rising to shake hands. To a successful partnership. Pluto. Chapter 10. The Compassionate Hero in the Blink of an Eye. 3 more days had elapsed. Wang Ming's corpse transporting team had expanded from a solitary individual to a robust assembly of 15. And the speed of task completion began to soar exponentially, yielding remarkable progress. After 3 arduous days of labor, Wang Ming had managed to transport a mere 17 bodies. Yet, following another 3 days, his task completion rate soared to an astonishing 152 bodies, far exceeding the task's requirements. Additionally, through Meng Long, Wang Ming gleaned invaluable insights into the unique intricacies of this world. To be precise, he learned of the forthcoming trajectory of the story. Anna's identity was undeniably extraordinary. According to information Meng Long had received from his brother, Anna was destined to become one of the 7 great heroes, known as the Redeeming Nun, and a pivotal member in the fight against the legendary necromancer. Her significance lay not in her combat prowess, but rather in her exceptional abilities. The Redeeming Nun, Anna, was the sole hero capable of performing large-scale exorcisms, rescuing the souls of the deceased. Furthermore, Anna was a dual-class practitioner, with professions that stood in stark contrast to one another. On the surface, she was a nun of the Holy Church, skilled in healing magic to mend the wounds of the living. In secret, however, she was a necromancer, reviled by many for her ability to manipulate the dead and unleash calamities upon the living. Yet, she represented the righteous faction of necromancers, capable of not only controlling corpses to engage in direct confrontations with other necromancers, but also liberating the souls trapped within the bodies she commanded. In essence, Anna was an indispensable force on the battlefield among the 7 heroes and was the most revered among them. For the sake of saving souls, she willingly consorted with the dead, a compassionate champion who braved the darkness. Of course, all these events lay in the future. At present, Anna was merely an ordinary funeral nun, her identity as a necromancer still concealed, and the crucial spells to rescue souls had yet to be developed. This hidden task was merely a means to assist her in gathering corpses, while she secretly worked on creating the necromantic magic to save souls. The transportation of bodies was merely a facade. According to the intelligence known to Meng Long, this city is destined to be obliterated by the army of the undead, leaving Anna unable to save everyone. It was this devastating realization that propelled her onto the heroic path of employing necromantic spells to rescue souls. His initial objective was to assist Anna in developing a unique form of necromancy ahead of time, anticipating substantial rewards for his efforts. Perhaps this early development of necromantic magic could even alter the trajectory of future events and yield immense benefits. Meng Long relayed intricate details regarding Anna's situation, divulging secrets previously withheld from others. The urgency behind his detailed disclosure stemmed from Anna's exclusive trust in Wang Ming, leaving no room for their involvement. Not only were they unable to trigger subsequent plot developments, but Meng Long and his companions were even deprived of the opportunity to converse with Anna. To maximize their potential gains and ensure the unfolding of later events, Meng Long, albeit reluctantly, confided his plans to Wang Ming, urging him to take action. While conveying this vital information, Meng Long internally berated himself, grappling with the perplexing question of why Anna placed such unwavering trust in the seemingly simple-minded Wang Ming. Day in and day out, he appeared foolish, lacking in intellect, with his only notable trait being his ruthless approach, a quintessential embodiment of brawn over brains. Why was it that someone as astute as Meng Long could not garner Anna's favor, while this dim-witted individual was rewarded with hidden quests and unconditional trust? The disparity between individuals could be so vast. Facing Wang Ming, Meng Long's heart brimmed with resentment and hostility, though he dared not express it openly. Wang Ming may not have been particularly clever, but he was undeniably capable of violence. If provoked, he would indeed wield his sword with lethal intent. The two types of individuals that astute minds despise most are the wise who surpass them in intellect and the reckless who act without thought. Wang Ming clearly belonged to the latter category and was a prime example. At noon, after a day of toil, the group reconvened outside the walls behind the shrine, each bearing a corpse. As they unburdened themselves, they began to hurl the remains over the wall. This task had become second nature through repeated execution. However, today presented an unexpected twist. As Wang Ming prepared to lift a second corpse, he was startled by a gust of wind overhead. In the next moment, a shadow loomed, and the very corpse they had just thrown over the wall was hurled back at them. Stunned, Wang Ming glanced at the corpse and then at the wall, perplexed. Undeterred, he tossed the body over once more. Yet again, with the sound of rushing wind, the corpse was returned. Frustrated, Wang Ming rolled up his sleeves, ready for a third attempt. Just then, shadows flickered above, and several figures descended alongside the returning corpse, landing with a thud that sent dust swirling. A number of armored soldiers, expressionless and fierce, leaped down from the battlements, confronting Wang Ming and his companions. Witnessing these menacing soldiers clad in armor, Wang Ming's eyes widened, pupils constricting. Without hesitation, he flung the corpse towards them and seized the opportunity to turn and flee. Instinctively, one soldier reached out to catch the incoming body, only to hurl it aside and draw his weapon in pursuit of Wang Ming. The other employees, shaken from their shock, followed suit, discarding their own burdens and scattering in all directions. In terms of combat prowess, this group of employees, who had seldom engaged in fighting and had only recently slain a few undead, were undoubtedly amateurs. However, when it came to fleeing, apologies, with a temporary boost to their attributes during assessments, they were professionals at escape. Their agile movements left the guards dumbfounded. Before the heavily armored soldiers could recover from their astonishment, in the blink of an eye, a dozen individuals had vanished, leaving behind only the corpses they had laboriously transported. Half an hour later, within a modest wooden cabin that bore the remnants of their initial identities, the scattered employees reconvened, albeit in a disheveled and frantic state. What should they do? The plot had been compromised. The guard had been alerted. Was the nun captured? Did this mean their hidden task was a failure? After all their efforts, would they receive no reward? Their primary mission remained incomplete. Amidst the chaos of their discussions, Meng Long furrowed his brow, feeling a headache brewing. Given that the soldiers had emerged from the shrine, it was highly likely that Sister Anna had been apprehended. If the initiator of the mission was under control, did that not signify the impossibility of receiving rewards, thus rendering the mission a total failure? His brother had never mentioned such a scenario when divulging information. Amidst the clamor of the employees, a sudden loud bang reverberated through the room. Wang Ming slammed his palm onto the table, abruptly lifting his head to cast a sharp glance at the crowd. Why all the panic? If Anna has been captured, then we must devise a plan to rescue her. If rewards cannot be dispensed, we must find a way to ensure they are. It is as simple as that. Such a straightforward matter hardly requires my guidance. But there is no but. Rising abruptly, Wang Ming secured his rune blade at his side and spoke with gravity. Soon, we shall act. Others will create a diversion outside, while two capable individuals accompany me to infiltrate and rescue her. For the sake of duty, Anna's hidden mission remains unfinished and must not be abandoned. On a personal note, Anna's rapport with Wang Ming had blossomed into a friendship of considerable depth. Thus, he could not simply stand idly by while Anna was captured. After all, this was the shrine, a place entwined with the church, which could hardly bode well for anyone involved. Contemplating the church, thoughts of the indiscriminate slaughter of the Crusaders flooded Wang Ming's mind. The Crusaders evoked images of the Inquisition, which in turn conjured memories of priests who demanded young boys kneel before them in prayer. If he did not rescue Anna, would he find her transformed into a corrupted holy priest upon their next encounter? Something felt amiss. Shaking his head vigorously, Wang Ming cast aside his errant thoughts and began to orchestrate their actions. Observing that the others remained hesitant, his expression darkened with discontent. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to reap rewards without putting in the effort? Do you desire benefits without exerting yourselves? Such fortune does not exist. I have already taken on the most perilous task. If you cannot even manage to attract attention outside, then it is best you leave. Do not entertain thoughts of hidden missions. Wang Ming's furious reprimand caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically, yet they ultimately resolved to nod vehemently in agreement. Let us act. We shall rescue the captives under the cover of night. Indeed, we will confront them. For the sake of the hidden mission. For the sake of the hidden mission. United in purpose, everyone immediately commenced their actions. Moments later, torches and hay were gathered, further deteriorating the already dilapidated wooden cabin. Armed with various flammable materials, Wang Ming and his companions approached the periphery of the temple under the cloak of darkness. Gazing at the still brightly lit hall, the group exchanged glances, and with a determined nod, Wang Ming unsheathed his short sword and sprinted toward the sanctum. Long Ma and another company employee, codenamed Ironbird, gritted their teeth and followed suit, each wielding weapons looted from the undead. The rescue team officially launched their assault. As the trio charged toward the temple hall, the remaining employees ignited their flammable materials, carelessly hurling them at the surrounding structures. They sought not to inflict significant damage, but rather to create a commotion and draw attention. Meanwhile, within the temple hall, Sister Anna, having been betrayed, was engaged in a tea conversation with the temple bishop. Indeed, tea. At this moment, the higher-ups of the temple had gathered, yet only 2 individuals were permitted to sit, the temple bishop and Sister Anna. The bishop's position allowed him to take a seat as the highest authority and manager of the temple. As for Anna, the funeral sister, could also sit. She removed her hood to reveal pointed ears hidden beneath, still clad in her black nun's attire, her expression impassive as she held her teacup. Resembling not a captured criminal, but rather a noblewoman attending a grand banquet. To be precise, Anna did indeed hold a high status. Her slender ears, unlike the typical delicate and voluptuous figures of the elven race, coupled with her aloof demeanor, revealed her true nature as a highborn elven royalty, a natural spellcaster. Most importantly, she was also a seasoned veteran nun. How seasoned, you ask? Let it be known that the temple bishop had changed 8 times. Yet the funeral nun had remained constant throughout. Casting a cold gaze at the bishop, whom she had watched grow, Sister Anna's voice turned icy. So, Bishop Foz, do you intend to arrest me for the crime of secretly burying bodies? The bishop, named Foz, forced a bitter smile and shook his head vigorously. Sister Anna, how could I dare? Everything here was constructed by you and the first batch of clergy. I lack the authority to judge you. Then why do you apprehend me? If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. I have several incomplete corpses awaiting my attention in the chamber. As she spoke, Sister Anna rose, offering a slight bow to Bishop Foz before turning to depart. Witnessing this scene, Bishop Foz's expression fluctuated, and after a moment's hesitation, he suddenly spoke. Sister Anna, please refrain from privately interring bodies in the sacred burial area. It is against protocol. Upon hearing this, Anna halted abruptly, turning her impassive gaze toward Bishop Foz. Observing his anxious demeanor, she felt her eyes grow even colder. Against protocol? Whose protocol? The church's? I do not recall the church ever instituting such a rule. Who decreed this? The Holy One? Or the higher-ups of the church? Sister Anna, please do not speak recklessly. The bishop, suddenly standing, his expression grave, glared at Anna. This is a decision from above. It is not for us to debate. We are merely to execute orders. The bishop's reprimand caused Sister Anna to clench her fists tightly. Her unwavering stare fixed upon him, unblinking. Execute orders? The wealthy may pay enough to be interred in the sacred area, while the impoverished are denied entry. Left to wander as undead or suffer the agonies of their souls and bodies being consumed by flames, utterly obliterated. Is this the order you wish to execute? Sister Anna, the Holy One professes love for all and equality among all beings. As messengers of the divine, we ought to bestow blessings upon all. Yet, Father, the temple profits from grave sales, only allowing the affluent to be buried while the destitute face incineration, their souls tormented by searing flames. Does this align with the Holy Lord's teachings? Does this reflect equality among all beings? Does this honor the identity of a divine messenger? Sister Anna, please cease your words. I am simply fulfilling my duty as a nun, doing my utmost to save the souls of the wrongfully deceased. Father, have I transgressed? Have I violated the teachings of the Holy One? If I have not breached any tenet, then why is my conduct disallowed by the church? Enough. Chapter 12. The failed prison break. A booming shout echoed throughout the hall, abruptly interrupting Sister Anna's inquiries. The seated Bishop Foz slammed his hand upon the table, rising abruptly to glare at Sister Anna across from him, his chest heaving violently. Sister Anna, establishing the temple requires funds. Maintaining the temple also necessitates resources. Without finances, how can this grand sanctuary for souls be constructed? What resources can be procured for the arrangement of the exorcism formations? If every soul were to receive salvation, if every body were to be interred here, what vast expanse would need to be built? Who will provide these funds? Will you? Sister Anna stepped forward, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Bishop Foz. I do not possess such wealth. Then what do you have? The meager inheritance I possess has already been expended on purchasing burial plots for the wrongfully deceased within the temple. Aside from my faith, I possess nothing. As Anna's words fell, the hall fell into a heavy silence. Bishop Foz, locking eyes with Sister Anna, felt his expression shift repeatedly, ultimately closing his mouth and slowly returning to his seat, bowing his head. Sister Anna, some matters are beyond our control, beyond our ability to alter. To be interred within the temple, one must provide payment. This is a decree from the church. Hearing the bishop's words, Sister Anna's expression wavered. And just as she was about to respond, a cacophony erupted from the entrance of the hall. In the next moment, the doors swung open with a resounding crash, and two disheveled figures rushed into the room. Upon entering the hall, they hurriedly turned to close the door, bracing themselves against it with all their might. Soldiers pursuing them slammed against the door, causing it to creak ominously. Wang Ming and Long Ma, straining against the door, their foreheads beaded with sweat, clearly exerted every ounce of strength they possessed. While holding the door, Wang Ming gritted his teeth, cursing vehemently. Damn it, a bunch of incompetent fools. They can't even manage to draw fire outside. Long Ma, equally bracing against the door, bellowed in response. I told you, these guys are utterly unreliable. You refuse to believe me. I never anticipated they would be this useless. Yet you have proven commendable. Unlike Iron Bird, who fled at the first sign of trouble. As if I wanted to run. They had me in their sights. How could I possibly escape? You. As the two individuals engaged in a heated argument while blocking the door, a familiar voice suddenly echoed behind them. Ming Wang, what are you doing? Upon hearing Anna's voice, Wang Ming abruptly turned around, his eyes wide with astonishment. Anna, what are you doing here? Just as Wang Ming's words fell, the heavy door was forcefully slammed open. Dozens of soldiers stormed in, weapons raised, and upon witnessing this, both Wang Ming and Ming Long's expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Ming drew the rune short sword from his waist with one hand, while tightly gripping the E-class, white, broken long sword with the other, readying himself for confrontation against the invading soldiers. Seeing Wang Ming's fierce demeanor, the soldiers who had previously suffered injuries at his hands hesitated. Aware that his short sword could penetrate armor, they quickly halted their advance, drawing their weapons to face him. The soldiers cautiously advanced, only to be repelled again and again by the flurry of weapons, gradually forming a circle around him. Wang Ming, observing this, retreated to Anna's side, shielding her behind him as she looked on in bewilderment. Anna, do not panic. I have brought a dozen brothers to rescue you. At this point, Wang Ming hesitated, recalling the company employees who had fled without a trace when pursued. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly revised his statement. I brought Ming Long to save you. With that, Wang Ming turned to glance at Ming Long, the only one who had not chosen to flee but instead charged in alongside him. Watching Ming Long kneel proficiently, discarding his weapon and covering his head in surrender, Wang Ming's tone once again faltered. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, I came to rescue you alone. Wang Ming's declaration left Anna momentarily both amused and touched. Observing the multitude of soldiers brandishing weapons against Wang Ming, she felt a mix of humor and gratitude. She truly did not expect that her acquaintance of merely a few days would dare to risk his life to break her out of prison, openly challenging the two formidable organizations, the Holy Church and the Guard Army. Should one call him loyal or merely reckless? If these two organizations joined forces against him, it seemed there would be no escape for him within the entire alliance. A sudden notification chimed in Wang Ming's ears, causing him to pause in surprise. Once he gathered himself, he cast a peculiar glance at Anna beside him. In such dire circumstances, how could she still be preoccupied with trivial matters? Had she succumbed to romantic notions? Indeed, it was evident that not only were his brothers unreliable, but this woman was no better in critical moments. Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself. With this thought, Wang Ming brandished both swords and lunged forward with a fierce shout, causing the soldiers before him to retreat in fear. The image of his short sword slicing through metal had left a deep impression on them, compelling them to tread cautiously. As the soldiers fell back, Wang Ming's morale surged. Come on, if you have the guts, step forward. I'll take down anyone who dares approach. Seeing Wang Ming's audacity in the face of overwhelming odds, the surrounding soldiers erupted in fury, brandishing their weapons and successfully pushing him back to his original position. You arrogant brat. Look at how many of us there are. Do you think you can take us all on? Come on, try it. Let's see if you can pierce me. The tension mounted as both sides stood poised for confrontation, akin to a fencing match as they probed for an opening. However, this probing quickly came to an end as the sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of the pike wielders. Spotting the long pikes, which were tenfold the length of his short sword, Wang Ming fell silent, realizing he could not hope to breach their defenses without extraordinary means. Standing behind Wang Ming, unable to bear the scene any longer, Sister Anna gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Ming Wang, do not confront them. There is a misunderstanding. There are indeed traitors among us, right? Huh. A traitor has betrayed our organization, revealing our plans. Otherwise, how could such a meticulously crafted scheme be known to outsiders? Chapter 13. Expulsion from the Order on his way to rescue. Wang Ming had been pondering a singular question. How could the secret plan to bury the corpses, known only to him and his team, be exposed? After eliminating all other possibilities, he arrived at a startling conclusion. There was a traitor within the organization. A traitor who had disclosed the burial plan. But who could this traitor be? Fixing his gaze sternly on Meng Long, who was held captive, Wang Ming's voice turned sharp. Meng Long, you thick-browed, big-eyed fellow. How dare you betray the organization? I will not let you off even in death. Wang Ming's suspicion towards Meng Long stemmed from the fact that he was the only one in their group who had somehow learned about Anna ahead of time. If he possessed such information, it was plausible he could be aware of other secrets as well, thus making him the most likely candidate for betrayal. The thought of Meng Long's treachery ignited a blaze of fury within Wang Ming. Hearing his roar, Meng Long, still kneeling and covering his head, raised his gaze in shock. What? I betrayed? You must be insane. I've been captured alongside you. Who have I betrayed? If it wasn't you, then who leaked the information? Setting an ambush right on time outside the walls. How would I know? When to return with the corpses has always been your decision. Exactly. The timing to return with the corpses has always been set by me. So I betrayed the organization? I captured myself? Wang Ming's eyes widened as his mind struggled to comprehend. No. How could I possibly betray myself? My mission is not yet complete. You all have tasks as well. You wouldn't betray your own interests. So Anna, it must be you who betrayed the organization, right? You are the traitor. Suddenly raising his gaze towards Anna. Having dismissed all impossibilities, Wang Ming was once again met with a shocking revelation. Anna, I never expected this thick-browed, big-eyed fellow to also betray the organization. I, Ming Wang, will not let you escape even in the afterlife. In response to Wang Ming's outburst, Anna stood silent, resting her forehead on her hand. Her expression one of utter helplessness and despair. She understood that her newly made friend was somewhat naive and not inclined to deep thought. However, this was pushing naivety to an extreme. What kind of logic could lead one to suspect the mission's initiator of betrayal? What would she gain from such a betrayal? Just as Anna felt utterly desolate, Bishop Faisai, seated across from her, finally spoke up. All right, everyone, enough. I have discovered the inconsistency. Wang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to him. You are the one who betrayed the organization. Yes, I betrayed the organization. I never cooperated with you. Casting a sharp glare at Wang Ming, Bishop Faisai, nearly ensnared by his flawed reasoning, turned to Anna with a look of exasperation. Sister Anna, what was the purpose of your actions? Upon hearing this, Anna lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing Anna's refusal to respond, Bishop Faisai shook his head. If one were to bury a dozen corpses, given the vastness of the tomb area in the temple, I might not detect it. But to inter over 100 bodies all at once in the same vicinity, completely occupying that space, do you truly believe I am blind? The words of Bishop Faz made Anna's lips twitch, and her head drooped lower. Observing Anna's demeanor, Bishop Faz appeared helpless and waved his hand firmly. Release them. Let them depart. You have no business here. Upon seeing this gesture, the guards stationed at the door exchanged glances, sheathing their weapons and turning to leave. As the pikemen distanced themselves, Wang Ming, who had been quite tense, exhaled deeply, finally lowering his weary arms. Turning to Anna, he noticed that she showed no signs of being detained or arrested, prompting him to furrow his brow. Anna, what is truly happening? Anna gently shook her head, refraining from offering a direct reply. Let us return. When we are back, I will explain everything in detail. Wang Ming nodded vigorously. Though he was perplexed by the situation, he maintained absolute trust in his friend. It could be said that in many respects, Wang Ming and Anna shared similar temperaments, sincere with friends and icy towards foes, which fostered a strong rapport. Otherwise, he would not risk his life for someone he had known for less than a month. With Wang Ming's unexpected arrival, Anna lost her inclination to continue conversing with Bishop Faz and prepared to depart. Witnessing this scene, Bishop Faz's expression shifted, and just as Sister Anna was about to exit the door, he chose to speak once more. Sister Anna, Please refrain from unlawfully interring bodies in the cemetery area. This is strictly prohibited. I shall overlook this instance, but there cannot be a second occurrence. The burial plots are limited." Upon hearing this, Anna paused momentarily, neither responding nor turning to face him. After a brief second, she resumed her stride towards the door. Although she did not provide an answer, at times, silence itself can serve as a response. Observing this, Bishop Foz closed his eyes in anguish and, looking skyward, spoke with newfound gravity. "In that case, I must apologize. Sister Anna, given your repeated violations of doctrine and the internal regulations of the Holy Church, I hereby strip you of all identities and powers associated with your role as a funeral sister. Effective immediately, you are forbidden from approaching the temple." Despite his reluctance to harm one who had been part of the church since its inception, Bishop Foz felt compelled to act. If he did not expel Anna and allowed her to continue undermining the church's decrees, it would ultimately be he who faced expulsion when the matter was reported. Caught between personal feelings and duty, he ultimately chose the latter to preserve his position. The bishop's words made Anna's steps falter, her face reflecting disbelief as she turned to him. Gazing at the bishop, who looked heavenward without sparing her a glance, Anna's expression turned sorrowful. She extended a trembling hand to grasp the emblem of her sisterhood at her chest, tearing it away with effort and casting it to the ground. "The light my companions and I seek. The holy church we serve. It is not like this at all." With a scream, Anna turned and fled. Wang Ming hastily pursued her, and as Wang Ming exited the room, he shot a fierce glance back at Bishop Foz. Pointing a finger at the bishop, Wang Ming whispered, "Old lantern, just wait. I shall see to it that you pay dearly." With a creak, the door closed behind them, leaving Bishop Foz alone in the room, exhaling a heavy sigh. Chapter 14. "I'm sorry. You are a good person." Wang Ming burst out of the temple, successfully reuniting with the other employees waiting outside. With no time or inclination to argue with the incompetent group about their hasty retreat, the dozen of them chased after Anna's trail, finally arriving at a courtyard. Gazing at the dilapidated abode before them, which was hardly better than the shabby wooden shanties typical of their own existence, Wang Ming exchanged astonished glances. Who could have imagined that, as a member of the elegant and beauty-loving elven race, and even more so as part of the noble royalty, Anna's residence would be in such a state of ruin? It was indeed true that Anna had sold all her possessions to afford the purchase of burial plots for the impoverished deceased. With a creak, Wang Ming and the others slowly pushed open the door and entered a space that, while modest, was remarkably clean and filled with flowers. They found Anna seated at the far end of the bed, curled up in a ball, her arms wrapped around her knees, burying her head within. The group exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound sorrow she carried. In that moment, Anna resembled a frightened hedgehog instinctively retreating into itself, rejecting all external stimuli. Seeing this, Wang Ming cleared his throat and opened his mouth to speak, but Anna's voice cut in first. "Thank you all for coming to my aid this time, and for your assistance during this period. I will reward you shortly, but now, please leave. I wish to be alone." Upon hearing Anna's polite, yet unmistakably dismissive request, Wang Ming's expression changed dramatically. Although the hidden task had been completed, another hidden task awaited him, and his primary goal was the final reward associated with it. If he could not secure that reward, what use would a mere D-grade hidden task be? Contemplating this, Wang Ming hurriedly stepped forward to console her. "Sister Anna, do not be disheartened. Though the church has expelled you, you still have us. Please leave. I wish to be alone." As the repeated pleas for her to leave bore no fruit, Anna, already overwhelmed with humiliation and sorrow, could no longer contain herself and erupted. Hearing her sharp cry, Wang Ming and the others were startled, hastily turning to exit. With the door shutting behind them, the room once again fell into silence. Besides Anna, who remained motionless on the bed, Wang Ming stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. After glancing around, he hesitantly raised a hand to point at himself and asked, "Does that include me as well?" Hearing Wang Ming's voice, Anna, who had been desperately suppressing her emotions, finally broke down, sobbing as she embraced her knees. "Why, Lord of the Underworld, why has it come to this? When I built this city with my companions, when we constructed the temple, the Holy Church was never like this. The tenets were certainly not like this." Upon hearing Anna's cries, Wang Ming's face contorted with distress. Consoling a woman, especially one in tears, was indeed a formidable challenge for him as a Sigma male. Well, perhaps it is a matter of changing times. Isn't it all about pursuing wealth nowadays? I have lost everything. My companions are gone. The temple we built is gone. The church has cast me aside. The elven race has forsaken me. I am utterly left with nothing. As he beheld Anna weeping uncontrollably, Wang Ming, stiff with tension, approached her gently and sat beside her, tenderly patting her back. With a smile, he offered what he believed to be the most appropriate consolation. Do not speak such nonsense. You are not entirely without possessions. At the very least, you still have this house. Huh. Anna, having not heard the answers she yearned for, raised her head while hugging her knees, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief as she gazed into Wang Ming's eyes. Upon noticing Anna's upward glance, Wang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with his response. Indeed, the other party had reacted and ceased her tears. Grasping Anna's shoulders with fervor, he began to shake her gently, determined to offer further encouragement. Anna, you must believe in yourself. At the very least, you possess family wealth. If all else fails, you can always strive anew. After all, the elven race lives long. You can return after that old bishop has passed. By then, no one will remember you. Gazing at Wang Ming's face, which was alarmingly close, and listening to his so-called encouragement, Anna momentarily forgot her sorrow, her heart filled solely with helplessness. Turning her head slightly to avoid witnessing Wang Ming's foolish demeanor, her eyes appeared weary. Ming Wang, I am beginning to doubt whether you, with your personality, can truly find a partner. We were discussing your future employment issues, and now you suddenly bring up partners? Wang Ming exclaimed. In such circumstances, shouldn't you say something like you are my friend, I still have you? Anna's words left Wang Ming wide-eyed in astonishment, pointing at his own nose, and then glancing at Anna, whose fondness for him had reached an intimate level. He stammered, No, am I not your friend? I have never left your side. Is it necessary to state such things explicitly? Wang Ming's response left Anna momentarily speechless. After exchanging a glance with him, she suddenly burst into laughter at his bewildered expression. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Anna gently nodded, her eyes still red. Yes, you are indeed my friend, and naturally, you would stand by my side. Just as you do now. Such matters need not be overly articulated. It is I who has been overly sentimental. A sudden notification rang in Wang Ming's mind, indicating an increase in Anna's fondness for him. As he observed Anna's mixed expressions of laughter and tears, his gaze grew increasingly peculiar. How could they be discussing future life plans while her fondness for him inexplicably rose? Could she truly be someone who only thought about romance? The sudden increase in fondness made him wonder if she was simply unable to bear the harshness of reality, contemplating a drastic change from a mourning nun to a housewife. But how could she choose him? He would be leaving in a month. Wouldn't marrying her be a hindrance to her life? Lost in his thoughts, Anna wiped her eyes and suddenly looked at Wang Ming with grave seriousness. Ming Wang, can I trust you? The kind of trust where I can open my heart. At her words, Wang Ming shuddered, his expression instantly turning solemn. I am sorry. You are a wonderful woman. But I feel we are not suited for each other. You will surely find someone better. Anna was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock at his repeated rejections. What are you talking about? Why are you rejecting me so skillfully? I was merely asking if I could trust you as a friend. Oh, trusting a friend? That is certainly no issue. Speak. When shall we confront that bishop face-eye? How about tonight? I shall prepare the bags. As he spoke, the action-oriented Wang Ming stood up, turning fiercely to retrieve the necessary tools. Come back. Anna's exclamation forced Wang Ming back before he could reach the door. After a brief explanation from Anna, Wang Ming finally understood that she had no intention of resorting to any malicious acts of revenge. Anna merely wished to confide in him about her identity and invite him to partake in a grand plan. Wang Ming, I am not a nun. I know. You were just dismissed. I mean, I am not merely a nun. I know, you are an elf. It's evident from your pointed ears. What I am trying to say is not that. Moreover, addressing an elf's ears directly is considered sexual harassment. One could be harmed for such remarks. Having mustered the courage to reveal her concealed identity to her closest friend, Anna was repeatedly interrupted by Wang Ming's responses, her face now flushed with embarrassment. I am also a necromancer. A necromancer who has secretly studied forbidden magic for many years, an evil being scorned by society. Upon realizing what she had just revealed, Anna quickly covered her mouth, her expression turning anxious as she looked at Wang Ming. Hearing her declaration, Wang Ming stared at her wide-eyed. And after a prolonged silence of several seconds, he hesitantly murmured, So, is necromancy difficult to learn? It is indeed quite challenging, primarily because it requires corpses. I do not want you to focus on that. Anna exclaimed, exasperated. Cradling her head in her hands, Anna felt her thoughts swirling chaotically. For years, she had concealed her identity, living in constant fear that revealing it would transform her from a respected nun into a reviled monster. Even when confiding in Wang Ming, she feared he would display disgust and distance himself from her. If that were to happen, she would truly have nothing left after losing her identity as a nun. Yet, To her surprise, upon learning this monumental secret, Wang Ming's first reaction was neither shock nor skepticism, but rather an inquiry about the difficulty of learning it. Did he believe they were discussing academic magic? I am studying forbidden magic. If discovered, I could be burned or hanged for practicing necromancy. Are you not even slightly shocked? Well, somewhat. So can I learn it? King of the underworld. Anna screamed. Her eyes widened as she stared at Wang Ming, confirming that he was not jesting. She sat back on the bed, her face cradled in her hands, utterly despondent. She realized she had been gravely mistaken. She should never have expected Wang Ming to respond to this matter like a normal person. Discussing matters with someone who disliked thinking and preferred to act according to his own whims was futile. It was best to be straightforward. Ming Wang, I need your assistance. Absolutely. I have yet to specify what I need help with. Oh, then please do. I wish to improve necromancy by reversing the magic to free souls trapped within the undead. For this, I require a substantial number of corpses. Please help me acquire as many as possible. Have you finished? Yes. Nothing else to add? No. Then it is settled. As Wang Ming's words concluded, a harsh notification suddenly resounded in his mind. Not only did Wang Ming receive the company prompt, but the other employees anxiously awaiting outside, unaware if Wang Ming could trigger the next phase of the hidden task, also heard the sound. Second phase hidden task successfully triggered. Congratulations on triggering the C-level hidden task, the Necromancer's magic to save the world. Will you accept? Hidden task name, the Necromancer's quest to save the world. Task difficulty, C-grade task requirements. Provide as many corpses as possible to fulfill the needs of Sister Anna. Aiding her in perfecting the necromantic spells she is developing. Current progress, 35. Task failure penalty. Affection level with Anna drops to stranger. Task synopsis. Dismissed by the Holy Church. Sister Anna, inspired by her friends, resolves to enhance the necromantic magic to save the souls of the deceased. Assist her in this endeavor to further the process of saving the world. Company Tip 1. The higher the quality and quantity of the corpses, the faster the magic development progress. Company Tip 2. This task is a continuation of the previous task, resting the departed. Upon accepting this task, the rewards from the preceding task will be accumulated and issued together. If the task is not accepted, the rewards from the previous task will be distributed directly. Please decide whether to accept this task based on your own situation. The sudden notification in their minds filled Long and the others with exhilaration. Hidden tasks are rare, far more valuable than ordinary side quests, and exceedingly difficult to trigger. Moreover, this chain task, which accumulates rewards, promises prizes that far surpass those of all other tasks. Naturally, with great rewards come significant risks. The company, How See You, always emphasizes the coexistence of opportunity and risk. Nothing comes without cost, and they strictly reject any form of freeloading. While the accumulation of rewards symbolizes an unprecedented richness, if any problems arise midway, leading to the failure of a task segment, all efforts will be in vain. Not only will the rewards from this task be forfeited, but all rewards from previous tasks will also be cancelled. It is a matter of knowing when to stop or taking a gamble. This decision must be made based on one's own strength. If one is ill-prepared, they might end up with nothing. For Long and his companions, this was their first time undertaking a chain-type hidden task, and the danger level was relatively low. Despite earlier encounters with arrests and encirclements, their lives had never been in jeopardy. After all, it was merely an internal issue of the Holy Church, not a grave matter. Faced with such a rare and not overly difficult chain hidden task, the group naturally had no reason to hesitate. Without a moment's doubt, they decided to accept the task. At the same time, Wang Ming in the room also chose to accept the task. The only difference was that while Long and his companions had a C-level hidden task, Wang Ming's hidden task was rated B-level. Hidden task name, the heartfelt wish of a friend. Task difficulty, B-grade. Task requirements. Assist Anna in completing the necromantic spells capable of saving souls. Current progress, 35. Task failure penalty, none. Task synopsis. Encouraged by you, Anna realizes she has not been abandoned by all, for she still has supporters and friends. She decides to enhance the necromantic spells ahead of time. Naturally, the issues you have caused must be resolved by you, correct? A B-level hidden task. Although the requirements are identical to those of Long and his group, the task level is significantly higher. This does not imply that Wang Ming's task is more difficult. Rather, it is due to the different roles they play in this endeavor. Long and his companions are mercenaries, hired hands, paid to assist. Their relationship with Anna is purely transactional. In contrast, Anna views Wang Ming as a dear friend who stood by her during her most desperate times, a like-minded partner, and an indispensable assistant in her experiments. One is a hired worker, while the other is a cherished friend. Thus, the rewards they receive will undoubtedly differ. It can be said that Wang Ming's ability to undertake a B-level hidden task is entirely due to the affinity of intimate friend. In other words, the prerequisite for accepting this B-level hidden task is to achieve an intimate level of affection with Anna. Chapter 16. Healing Magic with the acceptance of the task. Anna and her group, expelled from the Holy Temple, began to bustle once more. Having sold their final asset, their dwelling, Anna and her companions were now truly destitute. They purchased an abandoned garden in a wilderness outside the city. Wang Ming and the others continued to transport corpses to this site, assisting in repairing the house, cultivating the land, and creating a cemetery. Meanwhile, Anna stitched together the damaged corpses, performed rites for the souls of the deceased, and buried their bodies, granting them peace. Although Anna was knowledgeable about the Holy Church's rites, she clearly lacked the funds to procure the necessary tools for a large-scale ceremony. Yet, her methods for guiding the souls were not of conventional sanctity. She transitioned into a necromancer, diligently researching the forbidden art of necromancy, striving to reverse engineer the essence of necromantic magic to liberate the souls trapped within the corpses. This magic, rooted in the same origins, does not require elaborate rituals for guiding the spirits. It merely demands the consumption of magical energy. Anna's sole task now is to continue refining the incomplete necromantic spells until she can gain large-scale control over the undead while simultaneously releasing their souls. When that day arrives, it shall mark the birth of the redemptive heroine, Sister Anna. As time ticked away, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 24 days since Wang Ming became a probationary employee at Bu Hao CU, with only 6 days remaining until the assessment concluded. During this period, Wang Ming and his companions tirelessly gathered and buried corpses, dramatically advancing Anna's magical research progress. Today at noon, the hidden task finally crossed the threshold of 99, reaching a full 100 amidst the anxious gazes of all present. At that moment, as the progress bar filled completely, a jarring company notification echoed in their ears, announcing the completion of the hidden task. Ding! Congratulations to the probationary employee for successfully completing the B-level hidden task. The heartfelt wish of a friend. Upon inspection, you participated throughout the assistance, perfectly completing the preceding tasks, and provided significant help to the plot character Anna by recruiting numerous aides. Task completion rate, 63. Task evaluation, good. Task completion evaluations are categorized as exceptional, perfect, outstanding, good, average, poor. You have received 8,000 points. You have received 5 free attribute points. You have received 10 potential points. You have received 10 company contribution points. You have received a special prize. Please collect it from the plot character Anna. In the derelict courtyard, as Anna vigorously waved her staff, over 20 corpses resurrected as undead emitted a synchronized wail. As their bodies trembled, thick smoke billowed from their orifices, and translucent souls began to detach from their forms. Ascending into the sky, the mass exorcism spell had been successfully developed. Hooray! Hearing the notification of task completion, Long and his companions erupted in joyous cheers, roaring with excitement, witnessing the successful release of the necromantic magic they had longed for, with over 20 souls liberated simultaneously. A radiant smile blossomed on Anna's previously stoic face for the first time. Overwhelmed with joy, she could not contain her elation, turning to embrace Wang Ming, jumping around like an innocent child, gazing at the tall female elf before him, who, while undeniably statuesque among women, still stood a head shorter than himself. Wang Ming's face unexpectedly broke into a faint smile. He reached out and gently patted her head, only to be reflexively met with a sharp slap due to his inadvertent encounter with Anna's pointed ears. Rubbing his cheek and observing Anna, whose face had turned a deep shade of crimson as she swiftly distanced herself from him, glaring fiercely with an expression of indignation, Wang Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Apologies slipped from his lips, utterly involuntary. For different races, areas of privacy are distinctly varied. It is akin to the difference between cats and dogs. While a dog's belly can be freely rubbed, a cat will retaliate fiercely if one dares to touch its stomach. Clearly, for the elven Anna, her ears are also a matter of privacy. And Wang Ming's sudden touch during a moment of celebration was akin to a sudden grab of one's backside during an embrace. That Anna merely responded with a slap, rather than unleashing her wand in fury, indicated a remarkable restraint on her part. With a fierce glare directed at Wang Ming, who was repeatedly slapping his own palm with an awkward smile, Anna let out an exasperated snort. This is blatant harassment. Let it not happen again. Otherwise, even if we are close friends, I shall be furious. Nodding vigorously while patting his own offending hand, Wang Ming acknowledged her words. It was not entirely his fault. It was simply that seeing such elastic ears for the first time had overwhelmed his self-control. Could anyone truly resist the urge to touch a fluffy creature? To satisfy that innate curiosity? With another exasperated glare, Anna, now holding her wand, chose to disregard him, turning to approach Meng Long and the others. Her face adorned with a gentle smile as she bowed deeply, hands clasped around her wand. Thank you all for your assistance. I shall forever remember your kindness. Consider this as a reward for helping me perfect my magic, and I hope you do not find it lacking. As she spoke, Anna raised her hands, and pure white light began to swirl around her palms. As the radiance coalesced, it transformed into twinkling starlight that merged with the foreheads of Meng Long and the others, ultimately manifesting as a fragment of memory. Ding! Congratulations to the probationary employee. You have received a skill impartation from the character Anna. Do you wish to accept? Detected employee consent. You have learned D-grade skill, Holy Healing. Skill name, Holy Healing LV1. Skill level, D blue. Skill effect, consumes 10 mana points. Heals 25 health points. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Effectively stops bleeding, heals wounds, and restores internal organs. Ineffective for severed limbs. Skill description, one of the signature spells of the Holy Church, hailed as the source of all holiness. A blue-quality D-grade magic. While skills of this caliber are rare, they are not excessively precious. However, if this magic pertains to healing, its value becomes incalculable. Healers are always in high demand across any game, and in a perilous place like the Deadly Ventures Ltd., they are especially coveted. When Meng Long previously sought to recruit other newcomers, he boldly claimed that by accepting and completing Anna's hidden quest, many newcomers could join his brother's team. This was no exaggeration. Possessing a healing spell means that, even without Meng Long's recommendation, the others would undoubtedly secure a place in the team and become sought after. This is the intrinsic value of healing magic, and it underpins the worth of a series of hidden quests. Chapter 17. A choice of rewards. The crowd erupted in ecstatic joy upon receiving the D-grade healing magic as their ultimate reward, but Wang Ming stood awkwardly among them. For he had received no reward at all. As Anna prepared to depart, without so much as acknowledging him or presenting him with a reward, Wang Ming hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Hey, Anna, have you forgotten something? What about my reward?" Anna turned back, casting him an exasperated glare. "Did you not already claim it yourself?" Wang Ming was taken aback. "What? Just a pinch on the ear grants me a healing spell? What nonsense is this? Hades, what do you mean by that?" "No, I do not mean to belittle you." "Humph. Come inside. I have something to discuss with you." With a huff, Anna flicked her emerald hair and, clutching her wand, entered the room. Wang Ming quickly followed her inside, discovering Anna rummaging through a large chest. As he observed her upper body leaning into the box, her backside in the air, his heart raced, and his hand instinctively lifted. Panic-stricken, he seized his own wrist with his right hand, forcibly suppressing the urge to slap her. With the rapport of a confidant level, Wang Ming might have gotten away with a playful pinch on her ear, but if he dared to audaciously slap her backside, Anna would surely retaliate with her wand. Struggling against his conflicting impulses, Wang Ming watched as Anna finally unearthed the object she sought, rising while brandishing a piece of parchment. Approaching the table, she took up a quill and began to write, infusing her magic into the parchment. Completing her task, Anna, satisfied with her work, presented the parchment to Wang Ming with utmost seriousness. "Hades, you are the only friend who stood by me in my moment of despair, even willing to accept my pursuit of the forbidden art of necromancy. Now that I have perfected it, I offer you two choices." Holding out two scrolls, Anna's expression was grave. "I can impart to you the Holy Church's advanced magic, Divine Restoration, a spell with the power to regenerate severed limbs. Or you may choose to learn my newly developed, improved version of necromancy. However, this spell is still in its infancy and has much room for improvement. Thus, its level is not high, but its potential is boundless. Choose wisely." Wang Ming looked down at the two magic scrolls presented before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. The so-called Divine Restoration is a healing spell of B-grade, with a silver quality. The value of a silver B-grade skill, especially one of the healing variety, is immeasurable. In contrast, the other reward, while labeled as D-grade, bears the terrifying quality of red. The name reads Improved Necromancy. One is high in level but low in quality, while the other is low in level yet high in quality. Distinguishing between their merits proves challenging. After much deliberation, Wang Ming found himself at a standstill, unable to decide. "Could you not teach me both? My indecision is overwhelming." Anna gently shook her head. "No, it is not a matter of willingness, but rather your capacity. Not everyone can learn both light and death magic simultaneously. These energies are inherently adversarial. Without a special constitution, rash attempts to learn them will only lead to disastrous consequences. As Anna hesitated for a moment, she ultimately decided to remove the hood she had just adjusted to avoid further contact with someone's ears, revealing her cascading emerald tresses and her notably resilient pointed ears. Gazing into the wide eyes of Wang Ming, Anna's cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Yet her tone remained composed as she softly elucidated, "I am of the elven royal lineage, a natural wielder of magic, which is why I can enable the coexistence of dark and light forces within me. You, being merely human, cannot achieve such a feat. You can only master one of these magics." Upon hearing Anna's words, Wang Ming nodded in understanding. He lowered his gaze once more to the two magical scrolls before him, contemplating briefly before extending his arm. Between the healing magic and the death magic, Wang Ming resolutely opted for the latter. The sacred healing spell, classified as B-level, silver, requires a consumption of 10 mana points, capable of restoring up to 50 health points and healing any injury, even the regrowth of a severed arm. This skill is undeniably powerful, as the ability to regenerate a lost limb significantly enhances its strategic value, albeit it is classified as a supportive skill. To maximize the efficacy of such auxiliary capabilities, joining a team would be the optimal approach. However, the dilemma lies in Wang Ming's aversion to teamwork and his inability to join one. Given his unique talent, he would risk provoking conflicts with team members, possibly due to inadvertently attracting the affections of others' partners. Indeed, Wang Ming had already experienced such consequences. His personal talent could also affect company employees, and it was a passive trigger. It was nearly impossible for him to refrain from triggering it. Possessing healing magic is advantageous, but coupled with Wang Ming's exceptional talent and masculine appearance, it may not necessarily be a blessing. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a precarious situation during a company mission, suddenly succumbing to multiple gunshots. Therefore, between healing magic and death magic, Wang Ming decisively chose the latter, considering both his safety and the happiness of others' families, preparing to operate independently as a lone wolf, a solitary adventurer. In such circumstances, necromancy clearly proves to be more practical, especially given the high quality of this magic, rated at the red level. Skill name: Enhanced Death Magic LV1. Level: D level. Red. Learning requirements: None. Effect: Seals 20 points of mana capacity, resurrects a corpse, transforming it into a wraith to fight for you. This wraith soul is exorcised, thus lacking independent consciousness, allowing you to command it at will. Resurrected wraith attributes: Health 50, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Spirit 0, Intelligence 0. Skill overview: To defeat an opponent, the best approach is to understand it, learn from it, and even to become it, as the funeral nun Anna suggests. Chapter 18. The Rule Level Minotaur Talent at merely level 1, Wang Ming can, depending on his mana, create an almost limitless number of wraiths, each attribute not inferior to his current capabilities. As the level of this magic increases, the number and strength of summoned wraiths could become unimaginable. Wang Ming dared not even contemplate it. This skill undoubtedly lives up to its red quality, with remarkably potent effects. Most importantly, Wang Ming had not forgotten that during the introduction of this skill, Anna mentioned its considerable potential for improvement. By the time Wang Ming leaves this world and returns, it is plausible that a significant duration may have passed, and Anna could very well have fully refined this skill, unlocking its complete potential. The enhanced version of necromancy could potentially ascend to C level or even B level, with even greater efficacy. Given the deep bond between Wang Ming and Anna, seeking her guidance to master this skill upon their next meeting would surely be a simple endeavor. Thus, despite its current D-level classification, this skill embodies boundless potential, far surpassing the B-level sacred healing in value. Injecting mana into the scroll, Wang Ming thoroughly mastered the enhanced necromancy, and a radiant smile illuminated his previously stern visage. Witnessing Wang Ming's joy, a rarity to behold, Anna's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Observing the significance Wang Ming placed on her research brought her immense satisfaction. His willingness to learn enhanced necromancy indicated an unreserved trust in her, a willingness to share both the accolades and burdens that accompany such knowledge. This somewhat naive yet uniquely brilliant individual truly proved to be a reliable friend. Ding. The character Anna's affection for you has increased. Current affection level: Kindred Spirits, 100-100. The sudden chime resonating in his mind caused Wang Ming to pause momentarily, instinctively furrowing his brow. However, this time his frown was not due to Anna's romantic inclinations stirring again, but rather because he had received numerous similar notifications over the past fortnight. 10 days prior, Anna's affection for him had already reached kindred spirits, 100. Subsequent notifications indicated no change in this affection level. The unaltered nature of Anna's friendship was undoubtedly a positive aspect. Otherwise, as he was set to depart shortly, it would be rather inconsiderate to leave without resolution, especially given the possibility of a lengthy absence before his next return. Such behavior would hardly align with his self-image as a Sigma male. Yet the persistent stagnation of their affection level piqued Wang Ming's curiosity. He contemplated whether this impenetrable barrier of kindred spirits was universally challenging to breach or if it was uniquely attributable to Anna's circumstances. Looking at Anna, a thought occurred to him, prompting him to inquire, "Anna, there is something I have always wanted to ask you. Who is the person you like?" Wang Ming had already speculated on the reason behind the stagnation of their affection at kindred spirits 100. His recent confirmation of Anna's race reinforced his belief. The reason Anna's affection remained fixed could very well be that she already harbored feelings for someone else. The elven race is known for its deep loyalty. Their prolonged lifespans lead them to pursue genuine emotions rather than mere physical pleasures. Individuals capable of dedicating centuries to a single love find it exceedingly difficult to form attachments elsewhere. Wang Ming's stagnated affection level was likely due to Anna's existing affections. Using his unique talent to lower the defenses of those with whom he shares a connection, he had successfully befriended Anna. Yet now, due to her pre-existing attachment, they could only remain friends. Such is the nature of cause and effect, he mused with a wry smile, while Anna turned to him with a puzzled expression. "The person you like? You mean a partner, right? I have yet to find someone to share my life with." "None. Anna, there is no need for you to deceive me. Given the camaraderie we share, there is no reason for you to conceal the truth. I truly have no partner." Is this unrequited love? The love of the elven race is both devoted and fervent. If I genuinely liked someone, I would never silently endure it in the shadows. There are no elves who experience unrequited love, only those whose confessions have failed. Gazing at Anna, whose demeanor was exceedingly serious and devoid of deceit, Wang Ming found himself utterly bewildered. His innate talent could not be fabricated. The fact that it affected Anna indicated that she must have someone she cherished in her heart. However, Anna claimed she had neither a partner nor someone she liked. What could this mean? Just as Wang Ming was lost in thought, Anna seemed to recall something. Smiling as she turned to glance at him, "Ming Wang, if we must speak of partners, I do indeed have one. I am a nun of the Holy Church, having devoted my life to the omniscient and omnipotent light, Holy Spirit. Nuns are not permitted to marry or bear children. If we consider a partner, the light Holy Spirit could be regarded as my spiritual companion." The light Holy Spirit. Yes, that faceless entity whose exact appearance is unknown and whose gender remains unconfirmed? Ming Wang. Apologies, I tend to speak without thinking. Seeing Anna glare at him in anger, Wang Ming hastily fell silent. Observing Anna's stern expression, he suddenly recalled something and timidly inquired, "Anna, may I ask you a question?" "Ask away." "If the God of light is omniscient and omnipotent, can it create a stone so heavy that even it cannot lift it? Can it conjure an opponent that it cannot defeat? If it can create an opponent it cannot defeat, then it is not omnipotent. If it cannot create an opponent it cannot defeat, then it is not omniscient. Ming Wang, you are simply asking for a beating." As Wang Ming first annoyed her and then questioned her beliefs, a flustered Anna, angered and humiliated, forcefully dropped the scroll in her hands, seized her staff, and began to chase Wang Ming in a fit of rage, causing him to flee. After enduring several strikes from her staff, Wang Ming finally escaped the room and turned to see Anna still in hot pursuit. At that moment, he was convinced of one thing. It appeared that Anna truly had no one she liked. Thus, his talent could even affect the ethereal deities. This was indeed a talent of rule-level significance. It was astonishing that, despite her lack of a formally recognized affection, Anna's favorability toward him remained at an unwavering 100,100. Truly, elves are incredibly complex. It is worth pondering. While a typical human might endure a decade-long pursuit of love, elves can span centuries. If love were easily won, why would there be so many single individuals among the elves, including countless noble souls who remain unmarried for thousands of years? The elves indeed impose exceedingly stringent requirements on partners. The issue of being single has long been a persistent concern for their kind. Chapter 19. The Undead Siege. With the hidden task completed, everyone received the rewards they desired, and Anna perfected her necromancy, enabling her to exorcise souls trapped in the undead on a large scale. At this moment, it seemed that everyone envisioned a bright future. Thus, with aspirations of a promising tomorrow, they began to fight fiercely in a war between the undead and the living. The conflict erupted abruptly. Clearly, The corporation did not intend to allow the probationary employees to return leisurely. Just days before their return, they were unexpectedly greeted with chaos. The wandering undead outside the town erupted in rebellion, consciously gathering and launching an assault on the town under the cover of night. Fortunately, Wang Ming and his companions reacted swiftly, immediately sensing something amiss and hurriedly abandoning their courtyard to seek refuge within the city. Had they failed to recognize the impending doom, they would have been engulfed by the overwhelming tide of the undead, with none surviving. An endless surge of skeletons and corpses poured toward the town like a relentless wave. The bells within the town tolled loudly as countless soldiers and adventurers gripped their weapons, ascending the walls to defend their home. Arrows rained down like a torrential storm, while boulders and boiling oil were cast down with abandon. An unending sea of undead amassed outside the town, climbing atop one another to scale the walls. Even as their bodies were engulfed in flames, they continued to howl and advance. The chilling cries echoed incessantly, sending shivers down the spines of the defenders. In this land of glory, death was not the end. It could very well be the beginning of endless torment. Should a soul not be exorcised and laid to rest peacefully after death, it would merge with its corpse under the influence of necromantic magic, rising again as an undead. Their souls would be condemned to eternal suffering, unable to attain rebirth. Ordinary flames would not liberate them. Rather, they would subject their souls to the agony of being burned. This was also the primary reason why Anna had been secretly transporting corpses to be buried in the temple instead of directly cremating them. Burning would not save a soul. It would only exacerbate its torment. The soldiers guarding the town, witnessing the undead engulfed in flames, issuing piercing screams as they charged toward their brethren, could only feel their limbs grow cold. Should the city fall, they too would meet the same fate. No one would be there to exorcise them. No one to liberate them. They would endure perpetual suffering. Unwilling to accept such a fate, the defenders roared in fury, wielding their long spears and great swords. Desperately cleaving at the undead climbing the walls, slaying one after another. They fought valiantly, displaying remarkable courage, determined to fight to the death. Yet, the sheer number of undead was staggering, a terrifying multitude. The undead they felled amounted to but a drop in the ocean. Most alarmingly, as both sides engaged in a tug-of-war atop the walls, some special undead began to follow the horde, gradually approaching the city gates. It was a fusion beast, a flesh-and-blood amalgamation beast. Panicked cries erupted, causing the faces of countless soldiers to pale. Turning to the source of the sound, they beheld a colossal creature, over 5 meters tall, lumbering toward the city gates amid the throng of skeletons and corpses. Its massive form was forged from countless dissolved bodies, with grotesque faces still faintly discernible. Iron plates were embedded within its body, serving as armor. The enormous flesh-and-blood amalgamation beast roared in fury, randomly swinging its arms as it ran, effortlessly tossing its undead kin aside. Those unfortunate enough to stand in its path were trampled underfoot, their bones shattered and flesh reduced to a bloody pulp. As the flesh-and-blood amalgamation beast barreled toward the city gates, the defenders cried out in alarm, frantically turning the wheels of their ballistae to aim at the target. Fire quickly! Kill it! There are necromancers among the undead. Someone is controlling them from behind the scenes. We cannot let it approach the city gates. Otherwise, it will be our end. Stop it! Amid the chaotic shouts, several ballistae fired simultaneously, launching bolts over a meter long toward the approaching flesh-and-blood amalgamation beast. Hearing the commotion, the beast instinctively lifted its head, and in the next moment, it executed a drift and began to run in an S-shaped pattern. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed as bolts from crossbows whizzed past, striking the undead trailing behind with great force, pinning them to the ground at a slant. The flesh-and-blood amalgam beast, having narrowly evaded numerous bolts, was ultimately struck by one, causing its massive frame to stagger violently. Yet, even with its body pierced, it did not falter. It continued to sprint with the swiftness of the wind, heavy footsteps propelling it toward the city gates, a colossal crossbow bolt embedded within its form. Its target was clear. The siege must commence. With a resounding clash, as the flesh-and-blood amalgam beast drew nearer to the city gates, the expressions of the defending soldiers shifted dramatically. They hastily raised their bows and crossbows to fire at the approaching behemoth. However, while these weapons were effective against humans, relying on them to fell a giant standing over 5 meters tall was utterly foolish. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The amalgam beast burst through the sea of undead, arriving directly before the city gates, roaring as it lowered its head, ready to initiate a desperate charge, intending to breach the gates with its sheer momentum. Yet, before it could launch its final assault, a blinding beam of white light descended from the heavens. A colossal magical array unfolded in the sky, enveloping the flesh and blood amalgam beast within a brilliant column of light. As the creature howled in agony, its flesh visibly began to dissolve under the radiant illumination. This was a combined holy magic. Banish the evil spirits. Amidst the piercing roars, the amalgam beast, subjected to the prolonged exposure of the light, ultimately faltered, its legs giving way as it crashed to the ground. By the time it fell, its entire form had been reduced to a blurred mass of dissolved flesh, its original outline almost unrecognizable. With the siege monstrosity vanquished, the nuns and priests of the Holy Church, stationed upon the city walls, continued to wield their magic offensively. The magical array above shifted, and the immense beam of light swept across the battlefield. Any undead caught in its path were instantly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing the holy figures successfully curtailing the undead onslaught, the previously anxious soldiers erupted into cheers. However, while they celebrated, the expressions of the spellcasters remained grave. Anna, having retreated into the city, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the seemingly endless horde of undead outside, her demeanor starkly serious. This cannot continue. We will surely lose if this persists. Wang Ming, standing beside Anna, was momentarily taken aback. What makes you say that? He inquired. The flesh and blood amalgam beast is no ordinary undead. It is a creation of necromancers. Its presence indicates that a necromancer commands this undead siege. Unless we eliminate them, the amalgam beasts will keep coming, and we cannot afford that. Upon hearing Anna's words, Wang Ming and the others exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with concern. They glanced at the automatically accepted side quest, finally grasping why it was classified as a B-level difficulty. Chapter 20. Anna's Decision, Side Quest, The Fall of Luaga City, Quest Difficulty, B-level. Quest Requirement: protect Luaga City amidst dire circumstances and avert its impending doom. Final rewards will depend on individual participation in the quest. Failure penalty: none. Quest Overview. In the face of the undead calamity, everyone struggles for a glimmer of hope for survival. Will they endure? Company Hint 1. Without identifying the source, this undead calamity will never cease. Company Hint 2. If all else fails, you can choose to flee, provided you can escape. The moment they fled into the city, they automatically accepted this challenging B-level side quest. The good news was that failing the quest attracted no penalties. The bad news was that should the quest fail and the city fall, those remaining within would face immediate doom without any company repercussions. In a battle of legion proportions, a mere group of newcomers, even with enhanced attributes, could not make a significant impact. Furthermore, in the original narrative, Luaga City was destined to fall, rendering this a seemingly hopeless situation. However, according to the rules of the company, even in the most desperate situations, there would always be a sliver of hope left. It was merely a matter of whether one could seize it. Just as S-level quests offered a glimmer of opportunity, so too did B-level quests. The team was not devoid of intellect, and it wasn't long before someone analyzed the current predicament, uncovering a potential thread of hope to complete the quest. It was not by joining the noble armed forces currently gathering to break through the siege, while following them might offer a chance to escape. It would also mean forfeiting the completion of the B-level side quest. It was also not about rallying the military and civilians to make a desperate stand. As if they could truly hold the city, it would not have fallen in the original storyline. The slender possibility of completing the quest lay with Anna, the Redeemer Nun. Anna had already refined her necromantic magic and could now exert control over a certain quantity of undead forces. This meant that, should she choose to do so, she had a genuine chance to confront and defeat the necromancer orchestrating the undead calamity. Thus, the group sprang into action. Lady Anna, we implore you to act. Save Luaga City. Indeed, the city is on the brink. Are you not the nun who saves souls? This is your duty. Now we can only rely on you. In light of our previous assistance, we entreat you to take action. Naturally, the group was eager to accomplish this B-level side quest. Aside from a few timid souls who refused to risk their lives and opted to join the noble armed forces in their escape, the majority chose to remain within the city, pleading desperately with Anna. Seeing her allies, who had aided her in perfecting her necromantic magic, beseeching her so earnestly, Anna's expression shifted continuously as she hesitated to respond. Necromantic magic is a forbidden art on this continent. Even though Anna had learned it to save souls, it remained a taboo. Revealing her identity as a necromancer could lead to instant incineration, and unprepared to expose herself publicly, Anna found herself at a loss in the face of their fervent pleas. After much internal conflict, she suddenly turned to Wang Ming. Unsure of herself, She instinctively sought the opinion of her close friend who had assisted her multiple times. Ming Wang, what do you think I should do? Should I publicly wield necromantic magic? Upon hearing Anna's inquiry, Wang Ming, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, raised an eyebrow in surprise, pointing at himself. You're asking me? You know my intellect well enough. This is your decision. If you wish to help, then do so, but if not, that is your choice. Don't let their chatter sway you. With your abilities, escaping here should be a trivial matter, but remember to take me along. I lack such capabilities. Before Anna could respond, the expressions of the surrounding company staff shifted drastically. They had been counting on Anna, this narrative character, to fulfill the B-level side quest, which was why they had taken the risk to remain and defend the city. They had assumed that Wang Ming, having also accepted the B-level side quest, would assist in persuading Anna. To their astonishment, not only did Wang Ming refrain from encouraging her, but he also sought to placate her instead. If Anna were to be pacified and truly decided not to reveal the death magic, their plan of moral coercion would undoubtedly fail. Hades, what are you saying? There are so many innocent citizens in this city. How can you be so irresponsible? Indeed, you are only thinking of yourself. You are utterly selfish. We are your friends too. We have helped Lady Anna study magic together. Hades, we thought you were a good person. We never expected you to be so narrow-minded, only concerned about yourself. Do you have no sense of morality? As the situation began to deteriorate, the crowd launched a vehement verbal attack against Wang Ming. The moral coercion that had just been directed at Anna was now falling squarely upon him. However, Anna, as an elf and a devoted nun, possessed a strong sense of morality and was naturally left speechless in the face of such coercion, feeling an inner shame. Wang Ming, on the other hand, was merely a rough man with no understanding of moral coercion. He was uneducated and could not comprehend it. As long as he had no morality, he feared no one's coercion. Seeing the crowd berating Anna was one thing, but now they dared to direct their ire at him. Wang Ming's brow furrowed, and his expression turned menacing. He drew his short sword with force and strode towards them, raising his blade to strike. The glint of the sword blade terrified the crowd, causing them to scream and scatter. After driving away the dozen or so people, Wang Ming returned, grumbling. What is the matter? You want to play this game with me? If anyone has a problem, step forward and speak. If you keep talking nonsense, I will stab you. You. What do you mean, you? Not satisfied, huh? Step up for a duel. If you have morals, go kill the undead. Stop blabbering here. Get lost. All of you get out. Faced with Wang Ming's instinctual aggression, the others, including Long, stepped back in fear and finally fell silent. After spending these days together, they had come to realize one thing. While others might merely threaten you, this impetuous fellow truly meant to stab you. Wang Ming may not be the sharpest, but he certainly acted with ferocity. Often, before his brain had time to process, his body would already trigger its base instincts, just like when he had attacked the bullman or instinctively pinched Anna's ear while embracing her. After scaring off the bothersome crowd, Wang Ming returned, still grumbling. Pay them no mind, a bunch of self-righteous hypocrites. They lack ability, yet still wish to morally coerce others. With people like this, I would strike one down in the real world. Don't listen to their nonsense. You decide your own matters. Watching Wang Ming return, Anna smiled gently, her gaze soft. As an elf, she could clearly perceive that Wang Ming had no intention of deceiving her. Or rather, this man, who acted more than he thought, lacked the capacity for deceit. His intentions were written all over his face. What he said was straightforward, and he would help if there was a favor owed, or retaliate if there was a grudge. Anna's trust in him stemmed not only from the influence of her innate abilities, but also from being touched by his genuine character. All those employees who had surrounded her previously, with their hollow pleasantries and overt flattery, she had refrained from engaging with not due to an aloof nature, but because she could sense the greed emanating from them. It was a deep-seated, insatiable greed, filled with utilitarian motives, which she found repugnant. This man before her was different. He harbored no greed within, as he had openly displayed his desires. His expressions and actions made it seem as if he would reach into Anna's pockets without hesitation. Anna did not detest the greedy but had an aversion to the hypocritical. Now, sensing that the greedy one was genuinely comforting her and defending her autonomy, she found herself less bothered by him. Chapter 21. The charge belonging to the two of them. Hades. I wished to attempt to hunt down the hidden necromancer. Finally, Anna made up her mind. She had studied necromancy to save the world, and with the undead calamity attacking the city, she could not afford to shrink back. Even if the crowd refrained from moral coercion, Anna, fully equipped with her magic, would undoubtedly step forward. Even if it meant bearing the brunt of scorn and misunderstanding from others, Anna was prepared to face it. After all, she was the compassionate nun who would redeem all souls in the future. Rising with determination, Anna smiled solemnly at Wang Ming and extended her hand. So, my dear friend, do you wish to accompany me, this heinous necromancer, in bearing the scorn and taking this risk? Wang Ming grinned widely at this, lifting his hand without a second thought to give a hearty slap. At your service, my lady. I didn't mean for you to high-five me. I wanted to shake hands. Forget it. Let us get moving. All right. I will lead the way for you. You are not allowed to follow me. If you dare to follow, I will stab you. Get lost. As Wang Ming turned to see Long and the others trailing behind, he unsheathed his short sword and shouted, causing them to retreat in fear once more. A group of rabble without courage, wanting to benefit without offering assistance, would only bring endless trouble. Having been deceived by them once, Wang Ming would never trust this group again. Not to mention they liked to engage in moral coercion. Seeing them now only irritated him, making it impossible for him to take them along. Hearing Wang Ming's roar, Anna glanced back at the crowd with a slight frown, choosing silence to acknowledge Wang Ming's actions. She had never trusted these people either. Watching the two depart, Long and the others' expressions shifted, and one murmured, "What now?" "Boss Long, how should I know? I told you not to engage in moral coercion. Don't use the favor you've done as an excuse. It will easily backfire. You all wouldn't listen. We are a bunch of brainless fools, only capable of causing trouble." Fixated on the retreating figures of Wang Ming and Anna, Long clenched his fists, his forehead veins bulging, filled with resentment. He had clearly known the hidden information in advance, aware of Anna's true identity. He should have been the one standing beside Anna, assisting her in this B-level side quest. That position rightfully belonged to him. Why should that fool take it away? And as for the previous hidden quest, the highest tier designated reward, the skill of divine healing, had surely been acquired by that brat. That was a team skill. That skill should have been his. It was all because of that guy. If he hadn't disrupted everything, it would have all been his. Gritting his teeth, Long cast a deep glance at the two retreating figures, suddenly huffing coldly before turning away toward the barracks. Outside the city gates, the battle raged on, with several flesh amalgamations appearing, launching a simultaneous assault on the city gates. Faced with the coordinated charge of the flesh amalgamations, the clergy of the Holy Church found themselves overwhelmed, unable to intercept them all. After forcefully slaying two of them, one could only watch helplessly as the remaining one, a fish caught in the net, rushed towards the city gate and collided headlong against it. With a thunderous crash, the entire city wall trembled violently, causing numerous soldiers to topple over. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the massive gate was forcibly breached, and countless wraiths surged through the gap like a tidal wave into the city. Witnessing this scene, the guards turned pale, and the citizens screamed in terror as they fled. The units stationed at the forefront of the gate, armed with guns and shields, trembled in fear, their bodies quaking with cold sweat as they faced the oncoming tide of wraiths. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The distance between the two sides diminished rapidly, and the furious horde of wraiths appeared poised to crash upon the fragile line of defense. Just then, a resounding roar echoed through the skies. The brilliance of magic illuminated the heavens. O spirits of the departed, heed my command. Fight once more for the sake of all beings. A thick, dark mist descended from above, merging into the bodies of the charging wraiths. Those wraiths, now intertwined with the dark mist, abruptly halted their advance, their forms twisting as they howled in despair. One translucent soul after another drifted from their bodies, transforming into twinkling starlight that ascended to the heavens. This was an enhanced form of necromancy. Unlike Wang Ming, who had only mastered the rudimentary level of necromancy capable of controlling a mere handful of wraiths, Anna's invocation allowed her to command an astonishing number of wraiths in one fell swoop. Under her full might, controlling thousands of wraiths was undoubtedly within her grasp. After all, she belonged to the elven race, the most noble of pureblood elves, a natural master of magic. Not to mention, she had devoted countless years to the study of the arcane, placing her amongst the ranks of formidable sorcerers among humans. What? How old is Anna? Wang Ming did not know, nor did he dare to inquire. He only recalled that after he casually asked her once, the previously composed Anna had furiously raised her staff and chased after him, seemingly developing a peculiar technique with her staff from that moment on, taking delight in striking his head whenever they disagreed. Age, for any woman, was a taboo subject, and it was no different for the elven race. Before the city gate, the countless wraiths under Anna's command turned in rage and charged towards their former kin, engaging in a fierce battle. Clad in a black nun's habit, Anna approached the city gate with her staff radiating dark light, her expression grave, accompanied by Wang Ming. The soldiers guarding the gate, witnessing Anna unleash her necromantic magic, recoiled in terror, making way for her. Ignoring them, Anna turned to Wang Ming, exchanging a brief nod. In the next moment, she brandished her staff and summoned 2 skeletal warhorses, mounting one and leading the undead army into a charge against the sea of wraiths ahead. They initiated a charge led by just the 2 of them. Sensing the presence of the living, countless wraiths surged forth, yet Anna's undead held their ground, carving a path through the throngs of wraiths. The flesh and blood amalgam beasts, crafted specifically for siege warfare, were rapidly overtaken by the dark mist, their eyes turning pitch black as they turned to unleash their fury with massive tree trunks, clearing a path in a frenzy. With the amalgam beasts at the forefront, a multitude of wraiths acting as shields, the duo raced forward on horseback. Wang Ming, wielding a short sword, rode ahead, bellowing fiercely as he cleared the way for Anna, slicing through one wraith after another that breached their defenses. Amidst the chaos, Anna suddenly raised her hand and pointed towards the sky, shouting, "Lord of the underworld, look above. The dark raven guides our path." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming looked skyward, and indeed, a black raven radiating light circled above, cawing incessantly. Clearly, this creature, summoned by Anna through her death magic for reconnaissance, had found their target. Capture the leader first. Charge and take him down. Reining in his horse, Wang Ming seized a long spear from a nearby undead, wielding it with renewed vigor as they charged ahead. Anna closely followed, her staff glowing brightly, casting a series of holy spells upon him. C-level skill, strengthen, strength 20. C-level skill, defense boost, defense 20. B-level skill, sustained holy healing, restores 10 health points per second. A-level skill, sanctuary of holy light, weapon and body gain holy enhancement, dealing an extra 25 points of holy damage, doubled against dark entities, while the body becomes immune to damage below 10 points, also doubled against dark entities. Holy auxiliary skills, all activated. As a flurry of supportive magic was unleashed, Anna demonstrated through her actions the terrifying power of a healer on the battlefield, revealing the astonishing effects of her enhancements. Originally possessing only the capabilities of an ordinary human, Wang Ming underwent a monumental transformation under the various blessings of the holy magic. Each swing of his weapon while mounted became as effortless as slicing through tofu, cleaving the bodies of wraiths with ease. Each attack he faced was deflected by his golden-tinged form, as if a divine presence had descended upon him, charging at the forefront to pave the way for Anna. Wang Ming was enveloped in a halo of golden light, akin to a deity. After dispatching countless wraiths blocking their path, they finally laid eyes on their target, shielded by layers of wraiths. It was a gaunt man cloaked in black robes, clutching a skeletal staff, who was currently fleeing in panic. Upon hearing the thunderous sound of hooves behind him, he turned in terror, as he beheld Wang Ming charging out from the sea of wraiths. Mounted and intent on his destruction, he screamed and desperately brandished his staff. In that instant, dark knights clad in ebony armor, their eyes glowing green, surged forth beside him, raising their massive swords to confront Wang Ming. Dark knights, the core guardians of the necromancer. Beware, Lord of the underworld. Seeing this unfold, Anna gasped and raised her staff to unleash a spell. A blinding white light erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire night. All wraiths caught in the light revealed their true identities before Wang Ming's eyes. B-level magic, Eye of Light, reveals the true identity of the target. This was a reconnaissance spell, as rare as healing magic within the realm. With the Eye of Light illuminating their path, Wang Ming swiftly discerned the forms and detailed information of the advancing black-armored knights. Name, He Wuxia. Grade, Elite Creature. Creatures are classified as common creatures, elite creatures, boss creatures, semi-legendary creatures, 1-star legendary creatures, etc. Health, 200,200. Mana, 5,050. Strength, 15. Stamina, 10. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Wisdom, 1. Skill 1. Elite Undead Body, Health Cap, 100. Skill 2. He Wuxia Blade. Inflicts an additional 10 points of dark magic damage. Effects doubled against light creatures. Description, clad in black armor and concealed in darkness, wielding a massive two-handed sword with only a pair of eyes emanating green flames. Who could resist crafting such a striking guardian? At least the necromancers certainly cannot. Amidst the roar, 8 He Wuxia charged simultaneously towards Wang Ming, their weapons clashing as they met. Empowered by multiple light magic enhancements, Wang Ming struck a He Wuxia's helmet with his sword, cleaving it in two. The damage calculation was astounding. 10 points from the damage rune, 10 points from the short sword, a 20-point boost from strength, and 50 points from the blessing of holy light, culminating in a staggering 90 points of damage. The Hei Wuxia, along with its helmet, was sent flying. Yet, despite losing half its head, the Hei Wuxia did not fall but continued its assault. Swinging its ebony greatsword, it struck the battle steed's leg, while another Hei Wuxia joined in, severing the horse's foreleg. With a neigh, the steed collapsed, flinging Wang Ming uncontrollably to the ground. Before he could regain his bearings, the surrounding Hei Wuxia raised their swords, aiming blows at his head. Just as the attacks were about to land, a radiant sphere shot overhead, exploding with blinding light. The intense white glow enveloped Wang Ming, healing his wounds, while it wreaked havoc on the surrounding Hei Wuxia, causing them to erupt in explosions like hot oil splashed on cold water. The 8 encroaching Hei Wuxia were blasted away, rolling to the ground amidst plumes of white smoke. A B-grade light sphere, thrown by Anna, successfully rescued Wang Ming, and seeing him unharmed, she let out a relieved sigh. At this moment, Wang Ming sprang up from the ground, disregarding the approaching Hei Wuxia and charging after the fleeing necromancer. As he ran, he seized a spear stuck in the corpse of a fallen undead. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Wang Ming roared, legs spread, and with all his might, hurled the spear. Empowered by the blessing of holy light, the spear, gleaming with golden radiance, shot forward at high speed. The necromancer, hearing the sound, turned in terror, commanding the surrounding undead to intercept the spear with their bodies. Yet, his reaction was ultimately a fraction too slow, amidst the cacophony of roaring undead. The golden spear pierced through the gaps, and, right before the necromancer's horrified gaze, traversed several meters to strike him squarely in the chest. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze. With a crack, the magical shield enveloping him proved futile as the necromancer let out a wail, the spear penetrating his body, sending him flying from the sheer force. A terrifying damage figure appeared above him. 154, critical hit. At the instant the spear struck its target, an ear-piercing notification echoed in Wang Ming's ears. Ding. Congratulations, player, for breaking limits. Acquired basic skill, ranged mastery LV1, ranged shooting speed 5, ranged precision 5, ranged damage 5. Do not even think about escaping. There was no time to heed the notification in his mind. With the spear successfully hitting its mark, Wang Ming roared, his expression fierce. He brandished his rune short sword, cutting through the swarming undead while charging headlong into their ranks, akin to a lone warrior charging into flames. He first seized a decaying corpse biting at his shoulder, driving his sword through its throat and flinging it behind him. Next, he forcefully severed a leaping skeleton, shattering it to pieces. He then lowered his shoulder against an advancing Hei Wuxia, heaving it up and tossing it over his head, knocking down several pursuing foes. He seized another decaying corpse by the neck, decapitating it with a swift motion. Despite the combined assault of dozens of undead, they could not impede Wang Ming, who was bolstered by magic, in the slightest. Transforming into a berserker, he surged through the undead throng, charging directly at the necromancer. The necromancer, having just removed the spear from his chest, gazed in terror at the ferocious Wang Ming, his body trembling as he desperately hurled his spear in an attempt to deter him. Wang Ming, evading the spear with a deft sidestep, not only dodged the projectile but also seized the spear embedded in a nearby undead. Redirecting his aim, he once again pointed the spearhead at the necromancer. Whoosh. Thud. Chapter 23. The expanding Wang Ming name. Necromancer grew. Grade. Boss creature. Health. 234,500. Mana. 683, 1300. Stamina. 15. Agility. 9. Spirit. 30. Wisdom. 22. Skill 1. Boss body. Health cap. 350. Skill 2. Great Necromancer. Mana cap. 1000. Skill 3. Undead Rebirth Magic. Skill 4. Hei Wuxia Resurrection. Description: a master of necromancy capable of commanding countless undead, possessing the power to single-handedly bring about a calamity. However, once his ultimate technique is thwarted, his combat prowess is no greater than that of an ordinary individual. Under the illumination of the eye of holy light, the necromancer could not hide, his attributes laid bare. Capable of commanding innumerable undead in battle, he wielded the strength to raise a city alone. Yet, stripped of his necromantic powers, he was merely a boss creature. In truth, his individual combat capabilities paled in comparison to a normal boss creature, even falling short of elite creatures. Although the Hei Wuxia boasted inferior base attributes, their combat skills were exceptional. As for the necromancer despite his status as a boss creature, his habitual reliance on the protection of the undead left him with almost no melee combat skills. No, do not kill me. I can offer you. Thud. As Wang Ming charged ferociously towards him, the necromancer once again pierced by the spear, attempted to utter something. However, Wang Ming paid him no heed, leaping upon him, pinning him to the ground, and viciously stabbing his short sword into his chest repeatedly. In the frenzy of stabbing, he also placed a hand over Gru's mouth to prevent him from uttering spells or casting incantations. The necromancer Gru, firmly pinned to the ground, struggled desperately, his eyes bulging in terror. However, his strength was no match for Wang Ming, and with his mouth gagged, his efforts were futile. In the blink of an eye, his robe was soaked in blood. At that moment, Anna, mounted on her horse, had dealt with the dark warriors and arrived with the undead she commanded to provide assistance. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Ming's frenzied stabbing of the necromancer and the large hand covering the necromancer's mouth, alongside the convulsing body of Gru, Anna's initial worry morphed into a frozen expression. After casting a silent glance at the murderous Wang Ming, she instinctively tightened her collar and retreated on her horse, distancing herself from the scene. After plunging his sword into Gru over 20 times, the leader of the undead finally succumbed, leaving behind a faint silver key to a treasure chest, his eyes wide open and lifeless. Confirming his demise with several more stabs, Wang Ming exhaled in relief and stood up, drenched in blood. Turning to Anna, he suddenly flashed a broad smile and raised his thumb in her direction. Seeing his grin, Anna managed a stiff smile of her own while adjusting her collar nervously. Wang Ming's method of gagging the necromancer to prevent incantation while brutally stabbing him had clearly unsettled her. It was evident that no mage would remain unperturbed by such a rogue tactic. Anna, without a doubt, was a traditional mage. Anna vowed, no matter how excited she became in the future, she would never celebrate with Wang Ming again. Name, Anna. Grade, near legendary entity. Health points, 1250-1250. Magic points, 17683400. Strength, 29. Constitution, 25. Agility, 28. Mentality, 40. Wisdom, 40. Skill 1. Near legendary elven physique. Health points 1000. Magic points 1000. Skill 2. Necromancer, magic points 1000. Skill 3. High Priest of Light, magic points 1000. Skill 4. Complete Light Magic Compendium. Skill 5. Enhanced Necromancy. Skill 6. Complete Nature Magic Compendium. Description: a light mage who mistakenly selected the wrong skills, relying on the formidable combat instincts and physical prowess of the elven race. She ought to have focused solely on mastering a single spell, the flash spell, before honing her proficiency in one-handed swords, two-handed swords, one-handed hammers, and close combat, ensuring she would not be so frightened by a rogue like Wang Ming. In truth, based on her attributes, Anna had no reason to fear Wang Ming, although she preferred to delve into magic and lacked systematic training in melee combat. The innate combat talent of the elven race, combined with her near-legendary constitution, meant her health points far exceeded Wang Ming's. Should he dare to ambush her, attempting to stab her while mounted, Anna's basic attributes would allow her to easily seize him by the throat with one hand and lift him effortlessly. This was without any magical assistance. Were she to cast spells, Wang Ming would likely appear as nothing more than a mere chick before her. Nevertheless, mages instinctively fear close combat. After all, not every mage is like Gandalf. Thus, upon witnessing Wang Ming approach, bloodied and menacing, Anna jumped off her warhorse, instinctively clutching her staff to create distance. Observing her frightened demeanor, her usual aloofness vanished, replaced by a hint of panic. Wang Ming, momentarily taken aback, quickly recovered, and a wicked grin spread across his face. With his bloody dagger spinning in his hand, he raised both arms in a mock embrace, chasing after Anna in a playful attempt to hug her. They circled the warhorse several times. If only the Eye of Light did not conceal the attributes of its wielder, Wang Ming would have been unaware of Anna's true power, had he known she was a near-legendary entity. A mage with health points 13 times his own, and whose weakest attributes surpassed his by 5-fold, he might not have retained his smile. With the demise of the necromancer Gru, the sudden undead calamity finally came to an end. Rather than returning to the city to recuperate, Anna busied herself commanding the undead to release souls and bury the bodies in the estate outside the city. As for Wang Ming, he transitioned from walking to running, pursuing Anna in a playful attempt to scare her. Ultimately, in her panic, Anna spun around and struck him on the head with her staff, dealing a critical blow that drained half of his health points, finally bringing him back to his senses. In that moment of clarity, Wang Ming recognized the disheartening reality of his novice status. Even though Anna was merely a physically fragile mage, she was not someone he could easily intimidate. Wang Ming possessed numerous flaws, yet he had one commendable trait: he was receptive to advice. Thus, he decisively abandoned the reckless idea of continuing to frighten Anna, opting instead to wait until he had grown stronger before attempting to intimidate her again. After dealing with the undead calamity, all company employees who participated in the defense of the city received rewards. However, those who did not directly engage, like the fierce dragons, only received a participation prize, a single E-grade, white, weapon distributed by a member of the city defense force. Wang Ming's reward, however, was not issued by the city defense force. At that moment, the soldiers regarded Wang Ming and Anna with complex expressions, filled with gratitude, yet laced with wariness. Anna, seeing this, chose not to explain and simply led Wang Ming back to her estate outside the city. Given the current circumstances, Anna had mentally prepared herself the instant she decided to intervene. With her identity as a necromancer revealed, the city of Rog, which she and her companions had painstakingly built, could no longer accommodate her. Wang Ming's ultimate task reward was obtained directly from the company. The moment he defeated the necromancer, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the B-grade side quest, the downfall of Rog City. Upon assessment, you participated fully in the defense of the city, assisting the character Anna in penetrating the sea of undead and personally slaying the final target, the necromancer grew. Task completion rate, 100. Task evaluation, perfect. You may choose 3 rewards from the options below. Option 1, 5,000 points. Option 2, 3 basic attribute points. Option 3, 5 contribution points. Option 4, 5 potential points. Option 5, D-grade, black, equipment, rune short sword. Option 6, basic magic mastery LV4, chapter 24. Choose 3 from 6, unlike the rewards from hidden tasks, which were distributed entirely to company employees without the need for selection. Side quests required one to choose a few items as the final reward. Wang Ming's task completion rate reached an impressive 100, with an evaluation of perfection. Apart from the uncertainty of how to achieve an extraordinary level, it can be said that there is virtually no room for further advancement. Nonetheless, the reward for this task is merely a selection of 3 out of 6 options. This clearly illustrates the vast disparity between side quests and hidden tasks. It is no wonder that employees of the company are so fervently pursuing hidden tasks. Those who obtain insider information early on, like the fierce dragons, choose to forego other side quests and take the risk of potentially losing everything, fully dedicating themselves to the hidden task associated with Anna. The ultimate rewards of hidden tasks indeed far surpass those of ordinary side quests. Gazing at the options for this task's rewards, Wang Ming furrowed his brows, once again afflicted by the dilemma of choice. In desperation, he resorted to the simplest yet most practical method of decision-making, the process of elimination. Among the 6 options, the first is company points, which hold a value equivalent to money, making their worth readily apparent. After all, who would ever refuse more money? However, company points can be accumulated through various channels, and while valuable, they are not exceedingly rare. Even though Wang Ming was tempted by the impressive 5,000 company points, he resolved to eliminate this option for the time being, acknowledging that some things cannot be purchased, even with wealth. The second reward is basic attribute points, whose value speaks for itself. These points offer a direct enhancement to one's physical prowess, making them invaluable. Previously, when Wang Ming completed a series of hidden tasks, he was rewarded with 5 free attribute points, which he has yet to utilize. He refrained from doing so primarily because he was still unfamiliar with the company's internal workings and feared that indiscriminate allocation would waste these precious points, unless absolutely necessary. Wang Ming decided to wait until he returned to the company, where he could gather detailed information regarding attributes before distributing the points, ensuring a foolproof approach. Of course, if danger were to arise during this period, he would not hesitate to allocate all points to strength in a sudden burst of power to vanquish his foe. Thus, free attribute points are a must-have. Even the slightest amount is worth selecting. The third option is company contribution points. As a newcomer still in the probationary period, Wang Ming was entirely unaware of their purpose. However, the designation of internal high-grade currency attached to contribution points suggests their value, although not as precious as free attribute points. They are undoubtedly superior to ordinary points. The fourth option, potential points, shares a similar status as contribution points, being another form of internal high-grade currency that is valuable yet ambiguous in meaning. The fifth option is a familiar companion, the runic short sword that has stood by Wang Ming for nearly a month, assisting him in numerous victories. This sword is indeed a remarkable artifact, boasting 10 points of defense penetration, ensuring formidable output, and a speed of 15, guaranteeing explosive potential. Coupled with its high attack power and compact design, It can unleash devastating damage in close quarters if wielded effectively. Wang Ming estimates this D-grade, black, sword to be worth over 5,000 points. However, he has already mapped out his future enhancement path, opting for ranged output rather than engaging in perilous melee combat. Thus, despite the sword's excellence, it does not align with his chosen path. Moreover, the equipment's requirements are somewhat excessive, making it unfeasible for immediate use. Hence, he must reluctantly forego this precious reward option. Indeed, despite Wang Ming's robust and imposing appearance, often engaging in close combat with fervor akin to a rabid dog, he harbors a dream of ranged output. He has even mastered necromantic magic, capable of summoning undead allies to aid in battle. As a necromancer, it would be unwise to recklessly engage in melee combat. Instead, learning a few spells or acquiring firearms to allow the undead to hold the front line while he provides cover fire seems far more appealing. Excelling in close combat does not necessitate a commitment to it. Within the confines of the No Good Death Incorporated, life is singular. Having acquired necromantic magic, Wang Ming naturally prioritizes self-preservation. Therefore, opting for ranged output is the optimal choice, ensuring both combat effectiveness and safety. As for the sixth option, it offers a profoundly potent effect, allowing Wang Ming to directly learn a basic skill of up to LV4 proficiency. Basic Magic Mastery LV4. Basic skills, a new discovery within the company, do not occupy one of the 4 skill slots, but instead manifest as passive enhancements on the character panel. Previously, while pursuing the Necromancer Grew, Wang Ming inadvertently awakened a basic skill, namely Basic Ranged Mastery, which provides the following effects: a shooting speed of 5, shooting accuracy of 5, and shooting range of 5. This is merely the effect of LV1. The LV4 Basic Magic Mastery boasts effects several times more powerful than Wang Ming's self-awakened skill, complete with special attributes. Name: Basic Magic Mastery LV4. Category: Passive Skill. Effect: Magic Damage 20, Magic Range 20. Magic Casting Speed 20, LV4 Bonus Attribute. Formal Mage, additional magic damage 15. Skill Description: Congratulations on your graduation, Mage. Now go forth and obliterate everything with your fireball. Explosions are art. There are various categories of basic skills, including Melee Mastery, Ranged Mastery, Magic Mastery, Prayer Mastery, Endurance Mastery, and Step Mastery, among others. Beyond these conventional basic proficiencies, there are many upgraded versions of special masteries, such as Gun Mastery for enhancing firearm damage and Archer Mastery for boosting bow damage. Furthermore, each time a basic skill reaches levels 4, 8, or 12, a special attribute reward is granted. Typically, this attribute is chosen from various options by company employees, though task rewards that reach a certain skill level often come with fixed attributes. In truth, this LV4 Basic Magic Mastery is a capability possessed by Anna, a near-legendary mage, and is derived from her expertise. Anna's LV4 attribute is Formal Mage, which Wang Ming can only acquire. The effects of Basic Magic Mastery LV4 are undeniably powerful, increasing magic damage by 35, resulting in an explosive enhancement in output. Regrettably, the only magic Wang Ming has mastered is Summoning Magic, which does not benefit from damage augmentation. Additionally, magic damage is directly linked to intelligence attributes, and Wang Ming's intelligence attribute stands at a meager 3 points. After much deliberation, Wang Ming finally settled on his choice. He would forego the other flashy options and focus on strengthening the foundation, prioritizing a solid groundwork. Upon acquiring options 2, 3, and 4, Wang Ming's stored free attribute points surged to 8, while the company contribution points and potential points, whose specific uses remain unknown, reached a total of 15 points. With 8 free attribute points, if allocated to a single attribute, Wang Ming could more than double that particular attribute. Having confirmed his selections, he watched as the task framework that had appeared before him gradually faded from view. After adjusting his mindset, Wang Ming took out a key from his pocket, a key that emitted a faint silver glow. This key represented the most significant gain from this mission. Aside from the task rewards, the silver chest key belonging to the Necromancer Grew. Chapter 25. The Frustrated Grew. Name: Grew's Chest Key. Completeness 33. Grade: D level, silver plot. Effect: randomly acquire 2 items from the chest. Description: the Necromancer Grew despises barbaric warriors. He utterly loathes them. The D-level silver chest was the highest quality treasure Wang Ming had obtained thus far. Unfortunately, its completeness was only 33. The so-called chest completeness is, in essence, the proportion of damage you dealt to the chest. If you single-handedly defeated the boss, your chest completeness would be 100, ensuring the best loot. However, If others participated in the battle and shared the damage, the chest completeness would decline. The more participants in the battle, the more diluted the chest's value becomes. This was still the case when company employees joined the fight. The involvement of plot characters would severely diminish the chest's worth. The silver chest in Wang Ming's hand was a prime example. Despite Anna casting a few enhancement spells on him, merely providing auxiliary effects, the chest's completeness plummeted to a pitiful 33. This was the consequence of plot characters intervening. Of course, had Anna not enhanced Wang Ming, his meager attributes would not have fared well against Gru. Even with a doubling effect, it would be uncertain who would prevail in a duel, even without magic. Looking at the base attributes, Gru was not weaker than this novice Wang Ming. Furthermore, the necromancer Gru feared Anna, a near-legendary entity, rather than Wang Ming, an inexperienced novice. Without Anna's assistance, Wang Ming would have been swiftly dispatched by Gru's skeletal staff. One must remember, a mage's ultimate trump card is to roll up their sleeves and wield their staff against their foes. The skull atop the skeletal staff is not merely a decorative piece. It weighs several pounds. Although the silver chest in Wang Ming's possession was of dubious quality, it was still a silver chest. Even if it contained counterfeit gold, it remained gold, and one could not deny its worth. Thus, upon retrieving the chest, Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement. After a brief moment of anticipation, he meticulously prepared himself, cleansing his hands before approaching the chest to unlock it. As the chest opened, a silver light radiated forth, gazing into the dazzling brilliance. Wang Ming cautiously reached inside. After some exploration, he forcefully withdrew an item. Looking at the spoils in his hands, the excitement on Wang Ming's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a bewildered expression. Equipment name, Gru's Hatred. Category, necklace. Grade, D level, black. Equipment requirement, Spirit 5. Base effect, Spirit 1 attached attribute 1. Black Knight's Hatred contains the essence of a vengeful Black Knight, which can be summoned to assist in battle. The Black Knight requires a cooldown of 48 hours after death before it can be summoned again. Attached attribute 2. Gru's Hatred. The wearer experiences an amplification of hatred, gaining an additional 2 defense. Equipment description. When the necromancer Gru faced death, his heart was filled with resentment, which infused his eyes, ultimately leading to a mutation that regrettably did not evolve into a blood wheel eye. The so-called Gru's Hatred is, in fact, a necklace of peculiar design, even possessing a hint of madness. A blood-red cord adorned with a bloodshot eyeball. Strangely enough, it appeared almost alive, occasionally moving ever so slightly. As Wang Ming held this D-level, black, eyeball necklace, he couldn't help but grimace in disdain. What a pitiful trinket. If one loses, they should accept defeat without resorting to grievances. In Wang Ming's view, a man should stand tall and face reality. Winning means winning, losing means losing, if one is outmatched. There should be no excuses. Just like earlier, when Wang Ming charged into battle, if he succeeded, Gru would perish. If he failed, he would die. There was no retreat. Only fairness in a life-or-death struggle. It was a gamble of everything. What kind of battle is there without the courage to fight to the death? Gru initiated the conflict, yet ended up losing his head to Wang Ming amidst the chaos. After such a turnaround, he had the audacity to harbor resentment? It was clearly a matter of indulgence. Muttering to himself, Wang Ming reached for the second item from the chest. As he examined the newfound treasure, he suddenly understood why the necromancer Gru bore such resentment at his death. Perhaps it was indeed a tragic end for him. Item name, Resurrection Scroll. Grade, D level, red. Base effect, rebirth after death, upon death. The body resurrects in its prime state once and returns directly to the company. Item description, release me. Let me recite the incantation to activate the scroll. Let go of my mouth. Hurry up. This was the last cry of the necromancer Gru before his demise, and he had yet to utter it. Company notice. Due to the low completeness of the chest, this item has become a world-exclusive item, usable only within this world and cannot be taken out. After glancing at the resurrection scroll in his hand, and then at the glaring eyeball in the other, Wang Ming remained silent for a long while, his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, he abruptly no longer felt that Gru was being unreasonable. If he were in possession of a life-saving trump card yet unable to use it for some peculiar reason, leading to an unjust death, his resentment would likely surpass Gru's. What a pity, a world-exclusive item, unable to be taken out of the current realm. What a waste of this scroll. Observing the special mark beneath the resurrection scroll, Wang Ming shook his head in lamentation. An item capable of granting a second chance at life would undoubtedly be worth a fortune within the company. To say that this scroll was his greatest gain from the mission would not be an exaggeration. Alas, it could only be used within this world. rendering it a mere trinket in Wang Ming's hands. It could not be deemed entirely useless, but its utility was indeed limited. After all, Wang Ming could hardly be expected to die without cause. Shaking his head, he donned the necklace around his neck and stored the scroll in his inventory. Having examined all the spoils from this mission, Wang Ming rose with satisfaction, ready to assist Anna in continuing the burial of the corpses. With only a few days remaining until the one-month deadline, Wang Ming decided against further pursuit of mission completion or hunting the undead for points. After much effort, Wang Ming finally forged a friendship with someone who placed immense trust in him. In the final days they had together, he resolved to accompany Anna wholeheartedly. For someone as reclusive as Anna, Wang Ming might be her only true friend in this world. Having shared life and death experiences with Anna, Wang Ming wholeheartedly acknowledged her as his closest confidant. Thus, before parting ways, he wished to relish their time together in pure companionship. Even if such moments yielded no tangible rewards, Wang Ming remained indifferent, for he was not a mere automaton. If he were to toil daily merely for points and tasks, driven solely by self-interest, he would be no different from a machine. If life demanded such a calculative existence, where trust was met with ulterior motives, Wang Ming would rather embrace death. However, before succumbing to that fate, he needed to devise a plan to return to Buda House Yugongsi, confront the company, and seek revenge. Chapter 26. The firelight of night. Before he knew it, 3 days had slipped away, drawing closer the day of their return. With Wang Ming's encouragement, Anna bravely revealed her necromancy, successfully saving the city, yet she faced the townsfolk's growing distance and wariness. Her once melancholic demeanor slowly transformed as she found solace in her work. One evening, after several hours of diligent effort, Anna, satisfied with having guided numerous restless spirits to ascend and ensured their bodies rested peacefully, reclined in her chair. Across from her, Wang Ming, having roamed the town, retrieved the meals he had purchased, along with 2 masks from his cloak. Anna, look what I found. A super stylish mask. And the best part is, it was incredibly cheap. Upon hearing Wang Ming's exuberant voice, Anna glanced at the masks, and her brows instinctively furrowed. It looks awful. Hey, sorry. I accidentally spoke the truth again. How could it be ugly? This mask is undeniably stylish. Wang Ming picked up the black mask from the table and donned it. Instantly, his features were obscured, leaving only his eyes visible. After taking a few steps in the mask, he nodded in satisfaction and returned to his seat. Seeing him sit back down, Anna squinted her eyes, her expression playful as she softly inquired, "How does it feel to wear it?" "Quite splendid." "How splendid exactly?" "It makes my vision remarkably clear, my mind intensely focused, and my thoughts are racing into a void." "Do you know why that is?" "Why?" "Because there's no air to breathe through the nose holes." As she observed Wang Ming's bewildered expression, Anna could no longer contain her laughter, shaking her head with mirth. "You fool. This mask has no air holes in the nose. If you can breathe easily while wearing it, that would be a miracle." Anna's laughter grew louder as she beheld Wang Ming's crestfallen face. "Don't forget, I am an elf, the race that cherishes beauty above all. This mask, in terms of craftsmanship, structure, or design, is nothing short of a shoddy product. Even if it were given to us for free, we wouldn't bother wearing it. Only a fool like you would happily purchase it and treat it like a treasure." As she spoke, Anna picked up the white mask, tears of laughter almost spilling from her eyes. In response to this scene, Wang Ming straightened his face, drawing his short sword with determination. His expression dark as he strode toward the door. "Damn those swindlers. They claimed it was a masterpiece. What liars. I'm going to confront them. Come back. You bought it, so you can't blame anyone else." Though aware that Wang Ming was merely venting, Anna instinctively called out to him, but as she spoke, she suddenly froze. For before her, Wang Ming, who had opened the door and stepped outside, abruptly changed color and quickly returned, slamming the door shut behind him. "Something's wrong. We need to leave," he exclaimed, seizing Anna with urgency. "What?" Caught off guard, Anna found herself pulled to the back door before she could comprehend the situation. As Wang Ming swung open the back door, both of them were taken aback. In the night, as shadows, countless torches blazed around the manor, and figures crowded the estate, forming an impenetrable barrier. Those are the townsfolk, the citizens of Luoga City. Yet, the once amiable faces of the townspeople now bore expressions of fierce determination as they stood outside the manor, torches raised high. Observing the sea of people and the fully armed soldiers and clergy at the front, Wang Ming's expression shifted while Anna's face turned ashen. The manor fell into an eerie silence, and after a few moments, Anna trembled as she whispered, "They've come to kill me. The necromancer. Haven't they?" Wang Ming's gaze sharpened as he firmly grasped Anna and pulled her into the room, shutting the door behind them. "No, Perhaps they've discovered my flirtations with their wives and have come to kill me. Arriving at the cellar, he forcefully pulled aside the wooden planks, revealing an underground passage that Anna had instructed the undead to excavate. As he lit the oil lamp in his hand, he spoke in a low voice. Anna, we must escape through this tunnel. Ever since learning of Anna's identity as a necromancer, Wang Ming had discreetly instructed her to dig this tunnel. After all, one must always be wary of others. Wang Ming may not enjoy strategizing, but that did not mean he lacked a sense of caution. In fact, he and Anna shared a similar disposition. While he would unconditionally trust his closest friend, he would instinctively guard against all strangers. The identity of a necromancer, being a forbidden magic in this world, was too sensitive and perilous, necessitating a contingency plan. This secret passage, known only to Wang Ming and Anna, remained undisclosed even to Meng Long and the others. Anna, let us go. After ensuring the tunnel was clear with the lamp's light, Wang Ming prepared to enter, only to have Anna suddenly break free from his grasp, shaking her head vigorously. I'm not leaving. I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't harmed anyone. I have no reason to run. Gazing at Anna's stubborn countenance, Wang Ming rolled his eyes, realizing that this obstinate individual was once again being difficult. Elves were notoriously hard to deal with, a race that could pursue a single love for centuries, striving for a dream for millennia. If they were ever rational, it would be a miracle. Each one of them was a perfectionist, and Anna was a prime example, choosing to abandon her ancestral nature magic to become a nun, learning sacred magic to serve the gods. Later, in a moment of impulsiveness, she decided to save the world, spending her days among corpses, studying death magic. An elf, born of nature, dedicating herself to unraveling the mysteries of death for her dreams. If Anna's reasoning were sound, Wang Ming would willingly sever his own head. Even someone as stubborn as he, if tossed into the elf community, would be considered a bright and cheerful young man. Do not act foolishly. Leave first and speak later. Do you truly believe they wish to reason with you? At this moment, they only desire to discuss physics. I have done nothing wrong. I did not say you were at fault. If I am not in the wrong, then why should I flee? Because the flames do not concern themselves with right or wrong, my dear sister. You wish to negotiate with them, yet they only wish to discuss the laws of nature. Should you fail to escape, it would merely result in a barbecue. Wang Ming attempted to persuade, but alas, his efforts bore little fruit. The elven girl, Anna, whose logic only moved forward and backward, was unfazed by the prospect of becoming a barbecue. She merely sought to prove her innocence. Observing this scene, Wang Ming reluctantly set down the oil lamp in his hand. Gazing at the intensifying flames outside, he took a deep breath and suddenly grasped Anna's shoulders. Anna, do you believe in me? Do you trust your dear friend? Upon hearing this, Anna raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and nodded vigorously without hesitation. I do. Then listen closely. Anna, you are a hero. You shall save the world in the future. Alert. Detected that a probationary employee is revealing plot details to a character. First violation of company policy. A deduction of 100 points as a warning. You are the key to the world's salvation. You will become the most respected nun in existence. You are the nun of redemption, the hope for rescuing the lost. Alert. Detected that a probationary employee is revealing plot details to a character. Second violation of company policy. A deduction of 500 points as a warning. In the future, you will encounter other dear friends, and together, you shall defeat the evil necromancer, Andrew. You will put an end to this catastrophe and become a legendary figure. Alert. Detected that a probationary employee is revealing plot details to a character. Third violation of company policy. A deduction of 1,000 points as a warning. You are relentless in your deductions. What kind of company is this? Chapter 27. Negotiation. Wang Ming, already burdened with frustration, could no longer endure the incessant alerts from the company and cursed under his breath before looking down at Anna once more. Observing the confusion mingled with shock in her eyes, he forced a smile, shaking her shoulders as if she were a mere doll. He spoke earnestly once more. Therefore, you must leave this place first. Do not worry, I will negotiate on your behalf. Your straightforward nature makes it difficult for you to explain this situation to them. That responsibility lies with me. After we reach an agreement, you may return. But there are no buts. Trust me, I will always stand by your side. Having said that, before Anna could respond, Wang Ming had already pushed her into the cellar with force. He then nodded down at her, firmly closing the lid while raising his voice. A hero should not be humiliated. I will clarify the situation to them. And you, Anna, my friend, you need only trust your friend. Hearing Wang Ming's words and feeling his serious gaze, Anna nodded vigorously, choosing to believe in her dear friend's words. taking the oil lamp Wang Ming offered. She turned and walked deeper into the underground tunnel. As she departed, Wang Ming watched the light gradually fade into the darkness. At that moment, he resolutely closed the wooden panel, took a deep breath, and turned to face the door. With great effort, he tore open the wooden door and stood alone at the entrance, gazing at the crowd that had surrounded the estate. Observing the soldiers and clergy he had fought alongside, Wang Ming's expression remained stern and inscrutable. I believe we need to have a discussion. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, the leading officers and priests exchanged glances. Before they could respond, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Do not listen to his nonsense. That evil necromancer is inside the house. She has been secretly gathering corpses. For the past few days, she has been continuously collecting the undead. Clearly, she intends to initiate a second undead calamity. We must not give her this opportunity. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wang Ming's pupils constricted, and his gaze fixed intently on the speaker. Wang Ming. Stepping forward from the crowd, Wang Ming emerged into the light of the torches. He was now clad in a full suit of armor, no longer in the tattered attire of before. Wearing a steel helmet, wielding a long sword at his waist, and donning armor on his chest, he was completely equipped, resembling a proper soldier. Exchanging a glance with the astonished Wang Ming smirked disdainfully at him before turning to the officers beside him, raising his voice once more. I was previously deceived by that wicked necromancer. I helped her transport corpses. I witnessed her controlling the undead. She is secretly assembling an undead army. Gentlemen, do not hesitate any longer. Capture her at once, or it will be too late. Wang Ming's words caused the expressions of the town's leaders to shift, and ultimately, Bishop Faisai stepped forward to speak. Hades, please let Sister Anna come out. We have some questions for her. Wang Ming shifted his gaze from Wang Ming and scrutinized the crowd. However, your current demeanor does not seem to suggest you are here to make a request. When confronting the evil necromancer, one must exercise caution. Even if she saved your lives, a debt is a debt, even if she has saved lives. A necromancer is still a necromancer, an evil entity that cannot coexist with the world. Some matters must be clarified. Bishop Faisai's words prompted Wang Ming to nod. While we have fought together as comrades, if you wish to request Anna to enter the city for a conversation, it would be wise not to be overly rude. Send someone in to speak with Anna. It would be best if they are acquainted, as it would facilitate communication. With that, Wang Ming retreated back into the room, leaving the door wide open. Seeing this, Bishop Faisai and the officers exchanged glances before nodding in unison, directing their attention to Wang Ming standing nearby. You go and speak. Be cautious. The commander of the guard issued the order. Having reported the so-called secret intelligence and exposed the necromancer's plot, Wang Ming had successfully triggered a hidden mission in the barracks, becoming a low-ranking officer and receiving a complete set of D-grade, white, equipment as a reward. Wang Ming nodded vigorously at the command. Adjusting his helmet, a smile spread across his face as he stepped toward the door. If it had been before, he would not have dared to face Wang Ming, this fierce individual, alone. However, circumstances had changed. Now, the army surrounded the estate, leaving no escape route for the opponent. Wang Ming did not believe that they would still dare to confront him, completely severing any pretense of camaraderie. Moreover, even if they wished to resort to violence, the D-grade, white, equipment he received for reporting the secret information and inciting the forces of Rog City to encircle the necromancer Anna would be enough to ensure his victory. This entire set of equipment provided a substantial 10 points of defense, and Wang Ming was confident that with only a short sword, his opponent would not be able to defeat him. Not to mention, he also possessed healing skills. Stepping into the room, Wang Ming stood tall and proud in his new armor. Hades, did you ever expect this? The wheel of fortune has turned, and it is now my time. Before he could finish his boastful words, Wang Ming suddenly froze, his body trembling violently, and his eyes widened in shock. Gazing intently at the expressionless Wang Ming, who stood face to face with him, the fierce dragon slowly lowered his head, only to discover that a short sword had inexplicably pierced through his armor and embedded itself in his abdomen. Blood trickled down the blade, oozing forth with a languid grace. This strike served as a reminder to remain humble and composed. Wang Ming glared at the fierce dragon, his face stern and unyielding, and without a word, he delivered a powerful blow. Veins bulged on his forehead as he seized the dragon's shoulder with one hand while the other gripped the hilt of the sword, commencing a relentless assault. The once formidable armor crumbled before the might of the runic short sword, akin to paper in the face of its power, providing no semblance of defense. The horrifying effect of its 10-point defense was laid bare in that moment. In the midst of the frenzy, Wang Ming pushed the fierce dragon forward until he was pinned against the wall. There, he continued to stab, each thrust accompanied by a low, gritted growl. Talk. I demand you speak. Cough. The Underworld King. My brother is, your brother, your brother, your brother. What does he have to do with me? He is not my brother. After delivering a flurry of blows, Wang Ming watched as the fierce dragon slumped against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. With gritted teeth, he withdrew the runic short sword and plunged it sharply into the dragon's throat, ignoring the desperate hands reaching out to restrain him. Wang Ming's eyes widened with a fervor for vengeance, fixated on his opponent. You have offended me, betrayed me. How dare you show your face before me? Who gave you the audacity? Huh? Cough. Do you believe I would hesitate to kill you? Let me tell you, no one who betrays me and my friends lives to see the dawn. With a forceful flick of the blade, he severed flesh and bone. The fierce dragon's neck sliced open, his head lolling uselessly to the side, completely lifeless. Fierce dragon. Perish. Chapter 28. An eye for an eye with a creaking sound. The door swung open, revealing a blood-soaked Wang Ming standing at the threshold, holding the fierce dragon's severed head. He nonchalantly tossed the head into the crowd beyond, inciting a chorus of horrified screams. Observing the drastic change in the expressions of those around him, Wang Ming grinned menacingly, baring his teeth in a ghastly smile. Mistake? My friend was indeed mistaken. Her greatest error was in attempting to save you lot. You ungrateful wretches deserve to perish in the jaws of the undead. Your souls shall be eternally trapped in torment within your corpses. Clutching the dripping runic short sword in one hand, Wang Ming's gaze was filled with ferocity, exuding an aura of impending doom. You wish to capture someone? Very well. Step inside. Come forth, and I shall slay each one of you. The fierce dragon was the last of your kind to meet such a fate. From the outset, Wang Ming had no intention of negotiating with this crowd. As Anna had articulated, if one has done no wrong, why should they compromise? To compromise is to inherently admit fault. Allowing Anna to escape was a calculated decision, for she was merely a mage and would undoubtedly perish under such overwhelming assault. Yet Anna could leave. Wang Ming, however, could not. This matter required resolution. He must seek reparation for his friend. You madman. Kill him. The officers, witnessing the swift demise of their envoy, his head severed and returned in mere moments, now understood that the opposition had never intended to negotiate. In a fit of rage, they shouted, and the soldiers surged toward the door, led by those employees who had defected to the barracks. They had received a new task, a hidden mission of considerable rank. All crimes will be punished. The objective was to assist the soldiers in capturing Anna. With so many soldiers assembled, they felt confident in subduing a single mage, particularly one skilled primarily in necromancy and holy magic, lacking in direct combat prowess. They did not foresee defeat. However, not all employees had defected. Some were unwilling to betray their own and had declined to join the fierce dragon's scheme, opting instead to incite dissent and trigger an opposing hidden mission within the military. Consequently, only 5 employees charged forward. As the throng advanced upon him, Wang Ming's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated into the room. When the group followed him inside, preparing to attack, Wang Ming forcefully waved his hand, unleashing several reanimated corpses that surged forth from either side, lunging at them. Moreover, with a dark luminescence emanating from the eye pendant around his neck, a towering figure clad in black armor materialized amidst the swirling shadows. It was the Black Knight. Grudge of Gru, this elite undead creature, summoned by his gear, was formidable in combat, far surpassing the average novice employee. In a single encounter, the Black Knight sent one employee crashing aside and raised its great sword to strike another. Seizing the moment, Wang Ming stepped forward, plunging his short sword into the downed employee, delivering a vicious coup de grace. The once advantageous situation swiftly devolved into a chaotic melee as the battle erupted. Caught unawares by the unexpected turn of events, the crowd was paralyzed with fear. They had not anticipated Wang Ming's ability to summon the undead, according to the intelligence provided by the fierce dragon. Wang Ming's ultimate task reward was supposed to be a healing spell. Even as the primary quest taker, he was expected to receive only a more advanced healing magic. The fact that Anna would teach necromancy was unknown even to the fierce dragon. This had never occurred before. No one had ever managed to earn Anna's trust to such an extent. The sudden appearance of the skeletal minions caught everyone off guard. The Black Knight, a battle-hardened elite, inflicted severe injuries upon several individuals. Yet, in a direct confrontation, the invading team would not have been at a disadvantage against Wang Ming. The skeletal minions, despite their frightening appearance, possessed a mere 5 points in all attributes, posing little threat. Only the Black Knight could contend, but its prowess was only marginally superior to that of the company employees. Let us not forget that the team consisted not solely of company employees, but also several armed soldiers, whose attributes far exceeded those of the employees. The Black Knight would not intimidate them in a one-on-one duel. Once they counterattacked, the tide would surely turn. Unfortunately, they severely underestimated the pervasive fear of the undead in this world. The soldiers, witnessing the sudden emergence of the undead, were gripped by the terror of potentially joining their ranks in death, and their first instinct was not to retaliate, but to flee, scrambling toward the exit in panic. As he ran, he shouted that there were malevolent spirits within the house, causing the approaching soldiers to halt in panic. Deprived of their support, the remaining few company employees stood no chance against Wang Ming and his companions. Realizing the dire situation, they hastily turned to flee, but were swiftly blocked by the undead. Only one managed to escape the doorway, yet before she could distance herself, a thrown runic short sword struck her in the back of the head. The helmet was pierced as if it were mere tofu, and the female employee collapsed to the ground, dazed. Before she could struggle to rise, Wang Ming stepped forward, grasped her hair, and, amidst her anguished screams and the horrified gazes of numerous soldiers outside, forcibly dragged her back into the room. "Loose arrows. Kill him," came the frantic orders, but our people were still in there. "Loose arrows." At the command, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the dilapidated wooden structure, which had long succumbed to decay. The rotting boards could not withstand the onslaught of bow and crossbow fire. Countless arrows penetrated the wood, skewering the ground at sharp angles. Wang Ming, who was stabbing the female employee, let out a muffled grunt, feeling 2 arrows embed themselves in his back. Yet, he paid no heed to these assaults, continuing to pierce his target until he ensured her demise, before finally relenting. Riddled with arrows and drenched in blood, Wang Ming rose to his feet. Just as he intended to approach the doorway for further provocation, a horrifying rush of wind pierced his ears. Before he could react, a wooden board exploded, and a crossbow bolt, over a meter long, shot into the room like lightning, striking him squarely in the chest. It was a bed crossbow. Those fiends outside had brought such a formidable weapon. "You have been hit by a giant crossbow bolt and suffered 197 points of physical damage. Defense reduction failed." The giant crossbow bolt possesses an effect that ignores defense, resulting in a final damage of 197 points. Your body has been penetrated. You have received the negative buff, Severe Tier LV5, losing 10 health points per second, lasting 3 minutes. Your internal organs are damaged. You have received the negative buff, Internal Damage LV3, reducing strength and constitution by 5 points, lasting 1 hour. The piercing alert rang out, and Wang Ming was violently propelled backward by the crossbow bolt, crashing heavily to the ground. The massive projectile lodged itself into the wall behind him, embedding itself deep. With a gaping wound in his chest, Wang Ming lay on the floor, feeling as if his entire body were falling apart. Though he had invested all his attribute points into constitution prior to the battle, striving to enhance his defense and health capacity in the hopes of claiming more lives, such efforts proved futile against the terrifying crossbow fire. His enhanced health points, derived from his 15 constitution, which doubled to 300, were halved by a single bolt. The remaining health points swiftly dissipated under the relentless onslaught of the negative buff's damage. Chapter 29. S-Class Skill struggling to sit up, leaning against the wall. Wang Ming gazed at the arrows that continued to pierce the boards and enter the room, as well as the giant crossbow bolts that, having lost their original trajectory, now careened wildly within the confines. Observing his rapidly depleting health, Wang Ming leaned his head against the wall, gasping in agony. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed through the room, and to his astonishment, the wooden board covering the underground tunnel was forcefully pushed aside. The departed Anna emerged from beneath the planks, her expression shifting from tense to panic as she beheld the multitude of arrows randomly falling into the room. With all her might, she pushed aside the boards and crawled out of the tunnel. Anna frantically searched the room until she finally spotted Wang Ming's figure. However, he was seated against the wall, facing her, his health nearly extinguished. As she looked at Anna, who had returned, Wang Ming forced a bitter smile. He should have anticipated this. How could Anna leave him behind? Although temporarily deceived, Anna, who understood Wang Ming's character so well, would undoubtedly realize something was amiss. Given Wang Ming's temperament, did anyone expect him to admit fault and calmly explain himself after being wronged? That was utterly implausible. While Anna might sit down to explain herself after being falsely accused, Wang Ming, upon facing similar circumstances, would only think of how to tear his opponent to shreds. He had chosen to remain not for negotiation. Meeting Anna's wide-eyed, blank expression, Wang Ming squinted and chuckled softly. Haha, cough, cough, sorry my friend. I ultimately could not help you retrieve His voice gradually diminished until it was no more. The short sword he grasped fell from his hand, landing on the ground with a soft thud. Wang Ming, head tilted, slumped against the wall, entirely devoid of life, as blood poured from the gaping wound in his chest. Pulling on the floor. Noticing Wang Ming's stillness, Anna stood dazed on the cellar ladder, her pupils contracting sharply. An arrow pierced the wooden boards and struck her shoulder, violently knocking her off balance, yet she exhibited no reaction. After a few moments of stupor, Anna finally snapped back to reality, unleashing a piercing scream as she scrambled towards Wang Ming. A radiant light enveloped her palms as various healing holy spells cascaded over Wang Ming, while the wounds closed. His life could not be salvaged. Beholding Wang Ming, whose injuries had all healed yet remained silent, Anna trembled, shaking her head desperately. No, 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 no. Lord of the Underworld. Pull yourself together. You're fine. Wake up. You can't be gone. Lord of the Underworld. Please wake up. A pure white light illuminated the room, dispelling the darkness and radiating outside. As the familiar sacred magic glowed within, the soldiers outside gradually ceased their fire. Officers and clergy exchanged glances, cautiously approaching the battered wooden structure. As the door creaked open, numerous soldiers streamed inside, weapons raised warily towards Anna, who sat against the wall in a corner, cradling the lifeless body and gazing down in silence, tears streaming from her eyes. Gazing upon Wang Ming's lifeless form, and then at the silent Anna, Bishop Faisai's expression shifted tumultuously, and all his unuttered words ultimately coalesced into a heavy sigh. Sister Anna, let us depart. We must head to the headquarters of the Holy Church. The matter of your forbidden magic will be judged by the higher authorities. Bishop Faisai's familiar voice caused Anna to shudder, tightening her grip on the body in her arms, murmuring softly to herself. Bishop, did I truly err? Regardless of the reasons. Learning forbidden magic is wrong. But my friend told me I would become the hope that saves the world, a nun representing redemption, a hero sung by all. Looking down at the body she held, Anna's voice was tinged with sorrow. Is this the price of becoming a hero? Why must my wrongdoings cost my friend so dearly? Bowing her head deeply, burying her face in the lifeless body, Anna's cries resonated in the room. Hearing her lament, Bishop Faisai, too, bowed his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Sister Anna, the Holy Church will not concern itself with your reasons for studying necromancy. Come with me to the headquarters. I shall advocate for you, recounting your deeds of saving the town, thus presenting a glimmer of hope. What of my friend? According to the regulations, his body must be cremated. Cremation? He saved the town. Does he not even deserve the right to rest within the sacred grounds? With a sudden lift of her head, Anna's eyes blazed crimson. Bishop Faz shook his head gravely. To harbor a necromancer is a sin, a transgression unworthy of burial in the sacred temple. I see then. Boom. In that instant, the ground erupted. From Anna's center, countless hardened vines erupted from the earth like spears. The unsuspecting townsfolk within the house were instantaneously pierced by these vine spears, hurled through the roof, and flung outside. Outside, a multitude of vines spread, their tips hardened and madly thrusting towards all living things, launching indiscriminate attacks on every being. No, this is no mere attack. This is an outright massacre, an indiscriminate slaughter. The forbidden spell that had been prepared from the outset was finally ready at this moment. S-Class Nature Magic. Thorny Forest. Consuming 3,000 mana points. It allows control of thorny vines to launch an unending, indiscriminate assault on all within the area. Until death do us part. The spell's range. 3 kilometers. Let us not forget that before Anna became a holy archmage and a necromancer, she was primarily an elven mage. For her, holy magic and death magic are merely side pursuits. Nature magic is her true calling. It is her innate ability. This means Anna's greatest strength will always be nature magic. The cries of terror and wails of despair filled the air. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 who had come to besiege the necromancer lay dead or wounded, and those fortunate enough to survive were pierced by the vines, barely clinging to life. With a silent incantation, a lengthy forbidden spell was unleashed, instantly clearing the scene. Anna, cautiously setting down the body she held, slowly rose. She gazed at the Bishop Faz and others suspended in the air, ensnared by vines, yet momentarily still alive. Her expression remained stoic, her gaze indifferent. At this juncture, I have no heart to explain the rights and wrongs of the matter. Whether your actions are righteous or evil, deserving of punishment or reward, that is for the God of light to determine. My duty is solely to escort you to meet him. She raised her hand, retrieving a mask that did not conform to the human facial structure, slowly placing it upon her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Anna's voice, now muted, resonated hauntingly. I am the Redeemer sister, the hero of souls. As my dear friend has said, I shall save the souls of you all, guiding you to meet the divine and face divine judgment. Thus, you shall all perish. Amidst the screams, countless vines coiled and constricted, ruthlessly slaughtering the last remnants of the crowd. Blood rained down, some droplets staining the pristine mask, rendering it horrifyingly macabre. Gazing up at the crimson rain, Anna observed the multitude of souls, once living, now transformed into undead by necromantic magic, escaping their bodies and soaring towards the heavens. Standing solitary in the rain, Anna murmured softly, "You are not worth saving. This church, this world, are not worth saving. From this day forth, I shall be known as Andrew. Necromancer Andrew." Chapter 30, S-Class Rating Ding. The probationary employee has perished. They carried a revival item. It has been automatically used. Consumed 1 revival scroll. Congratulations. The probationary employee has been resurrected within the company. Detected that the employee has been transported out of the project world. This assessment task has concluded prematurely. Final settlement of the task is underway. This world, origin of the necromantic cataclysm. Main task, survive, completed. 100. Task evaluation elevated to D. D-class hidden task, lay the dead to rest, completed. 100. Task evaluation elevated to C. B-class subsequent hidden task, the savior's wish of a close friend, completed. 63. Task evaluation elevated to B. B-class optional side task, the fall of Rog City, completed. 100. Task evaluation elevated to A. Detected. The probationary employee has caused a significant alteration in the world line. Achieved a special legendary accomplishment, second cataclysm. Gained a world legendary point of 1. Task evaluation elevated to S. Your final task evaluation is S-Class. You have received the following rewards. Reward 115. 000 points. Reward 2. 5. 1. Free attribute points. Reward 3. 10 contribution points. Reward 4. 10 potential points. Reward 5. 1 S-Class treasure chest. The voice resonating in his mind jolted Wang Ming awake. Gazing at the breathtaking meteor shower streaking past him while standing beneath a dazzling starry sky, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his aching forehead. This is bad. Anna, that woman, has returned at the last moment. I dared to risk my life to seek an explanation from the others because I had a revival scroll and feared not death. But Anna is merely a fragile mage. Once she dies, she cannot return. I hope she does not do anything foolish. Speaking of which, what is this legendary accomplishment named Second Cataclysm? What in the world is world legendary status? When did I complete this achievement? I have merely accomplished 1 milestone. And that is the most trivial of them all, killing 100 undead. The effect of the reward title is also pitiful, allowing me to ignore 2 points of defense when attacking undead. Wang Ming, bewildered by the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, looked at the settlement screen before him, momentarily at a loss. The company's display merely summarized the various tasks without elaboration or explanation. Therefore, Wang Ming only knew that he had inadvertently completed a legendary achievement. Yet he was entirely unaware of how it was accomplished or from whom it originated. Fortunately, the company, dying a worthless death limited, did not make matters too dire. Although there was no detailed explanation of this achievement, they did provide a free briefing on legendary status. The so-called world legendary status is essentially reputation. Normal employees entering the project world to execute tasks are akin to blank slates, mere ordinary individuals. However, employees possessing world legendary status bear a special renown. 1 point of world legendary status, while modest, is sufficient to elevate an employee from obscurity to a character that seems somewhat recognizable. Should one achieve 5 or even 10 points of legendary status, they may automatically become a legendary figure, earning respect upon mere mention. Thus, accomplishing tasks becomes significantly easier. Moreover, the utility of world legendary status extends beyond mere reputation. Each point also grants the company employee an additional free attribute point upon final settlement. Under normal circumstances, a D-class evaluation yields only 1 attribute point, a C-class 2 points, a B-class 3 points, an A-class 4 points, and an S-class 5 points. Possessing a single point of legendary status is tantamount to a significant elevation in one's appraisal. The value of such an enhancement is self-evident. This time, Wang Ming, due to his possession of 1 point of world legendary status, transformed his originally modest 5-point attribute reward into 6. Standing beneath the resplendent starry sky, Wang Ming meticulously calculated all the rewards he had garnered. He amassed a total of 14 attribute points, 25 contribution points, 25 potential points, and 1 point of world legendary status, including the rewards from the task, which encompassed the bounty from slaying the undead and the reduction in narrative disclosure. He accumulated a grand total of 24,535 points. Additionally, he received a D rank, black, necklace, an assortment of miscellaneous equipment and items, as well as an S rank task evaluation treasure chest. This haul could only be described as a windfall. The sole blemish on this fortune was his concern for Anna. He feared for her safety. However, she was destined to be one of the future protagonists, indeed the most pivotal one, and he hoped she would be shielded by the world, immune to harm. With a sigh and a resigned shake of his head, Wang Ming recognized the futility of his unwarranted worry and opted to cease his calculations. As he issued the command, the starry expanse ahead abruptly closed the distance, transforming into a vibrant, colorful corridor. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ming vanished into the cosmic river, arriving in a square chamber of approximately 100 square meters. The room's interior was akin to that of a luxurious hotel. A colossal television screen adorned the wall, currently operational, projecting the ghostly logo of the company, Buddha House Limited. Beneath the emblem, a plethora of selectable options were displayed: item auction room, equipment auction room, special items auction room, employee living platform, equipment enhancement room, skill enhancement room, and employee internal shopping room. From acquiring equipment and items to obtaining living necessities, all operations could be effortlessly conducted via the screen. Although Buddha House Limited could be deemed ruthless, forcing individuals to sign servitude contracts, compelling them to undertake tasks, and frequently threatening to deduct employees' wages, Wang Ming could not deny that the company's provisions for daily life were considerably generous. Within the employee living platform, he could freely select whatever he desired. From gourmet food and fine wine to paper and rags, all could be obtained without limit, entirely free of charge. Indeed, it was unlimited and complimentary. If he wished, he could even bathe in 82 La Fight, provided his body could withstand such indulgence. The company allowed for the whimsical addition of furniture, the alteration of the room, and the unrestrained acquisition of sustenance, fulfilling all aspects of life to the fullest. However, all items were bound to the confines of this chamber. Once he stepped outside its boundaries, everything would vanish without a trace. Beyond this life-enhancing welfare, Wang Ming's primary interest lay in another selectable feature, the employee internal shopping room. Curiosity piqued, he instinctively clicked on it. The next moment, a jarring company notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Current employee status. Intern. No company privileges. Unable to access the internal shopping room. To gain internal shopping qualifications, you must submit 10 contribution points to upgrade to a formal employee. Would you like to spend 10 contribution points to upgrade? Yes? No? As he gazed at the notification before him, Wang Ming finally grasped the purpose of those enigmatic company contribution points. Chapter 31. Internal Company Channels. Intern employees represent the lowest tier of workers within Buddha House Limited, having completed the assessment tasks. They possess no rights whatsoever. After completing a task, they may return for a half-month break, during which they can reside in the company for a maximum of 24 hours. Should they exceed this time limit, they will be forcibly ejected from the company. By spending 10 contribution points, one can ascend to the status of a formal employee. Formal employees begin to enjoy the company's standard benefits, including an extended vacation period of 1 month, increased internal rest time of 48 hours, and an expanded inventory from 20 slots to 30. Most importantly, formal employees are granted the privilege of receiving advance notice, 1 hour prior, regarding the general type of the next world, enabling them to prepare accordingly. Do not underestimate this privilege. It is crucial and can decisively influence an employee's fate. In project worlds, depending on the type, special restrictions may apply. For instance, in an ancient project world where the World S will forbids the presence of firearms, employees entering would find their weapons significantly weakened or rendered entirely unusable. An employee whose expertise lies in firearms, unaware of such circumstances, might foolishly enter the task world with their weapons, oblivious to the peril they face, resulting in a drastic reduction of combat effectiveness. The company's advance notification serves as a safeguard against such situations. Knowing the world type 1 hour in advance, albeit somewhat rushed, allows for the purchase of emergency supplies, thereby enhancing survival odds. In addition to this vital company intelligence, formal employees are bestowed with a unique privilege, access to the company's primary purchasing channel. Only by becoming a formal employee can one unlock this channel and purchase exclusive company items within the internal shopping room. With his contribution points already amounting to 25, Wang Ming certainly did not lack the funds. Upon submitting 10 contribution points, the primary purchasing channel was fully open to him. A scant few exclusive company items appeared before Wang Ming's eyes. Although the selection from the primary channel was limited, each item left him astonished. Item name: Type 1 Life Potion. Category: C-grade consumable, silver. Usage count: 11. Effect: instantly restores 50 health points, capable of healing severed limbs and other severe injuries. Cooldown time: 1 minute. Does not share cooldown with regular restorative items. Item description: 1 bottle of vitality. 2 bottles for instant recovery. Exclusive potion for internal employees. You deserve it. Purchase price: 5 contribution points. Item name: Type 1 mental potion. Category: C-grade consumable, silver. Usage count: 11. Effect: instantly restores 50 mana points and can heal negative mental trauma. Cooldown time: 1 minute. Does not share cooldown with regular restorative items. Item description: rejuvenation. Mental revitalization. The company's special drink. Truly remarkable. Company notice: employees may carry a maximum of 2 bottles of potions at a time. Please allocate as needed. Upon opening the primary exchange channel, the first items to catch his eye were 2 types of potions. One restored health, while the other replenished mana. One could regenerate severed limbs, while the other healed mental wounds. These potions were nothing short of miraculous, capable of reversing dire situations and turning the tide in critical moments. The only limitation was that one could carry no more than 2 bottles, prohibiting the hoarding of life-saving supplies. Moreover, each bottle commanded a hefty price of 5 contribution points, rendering them quite expensive. Beyond these 2 life-saving potions, the attributes of the other items listed below were even more astonishing than those of the potions in the primary channel. The third type of potion being sold, and indeed the last vial, astonishingly provides a permanent enhancement to attributes. Item name: Type 1 Evolution Potion. Category: D-grade consumable, gold. Usage count: 11. Effect: after use, enhances the 5 fundamental attributes. Each individual may only inject once. Item description: want to become strong? Then indulge in some medicine. Within a month, you can transform from a scrawny monkey into a muscular behemoth. What is the cost? The price is exceedingly minimal. Just be cautious not to die. Purchase price: 10 contribution points. The value of this potion that enhances all 5 attributes is extraordinarily high. It is noteworthy that even with an S-grade evaluation, employees in a D-grade world can only attain a maximum of 5 free attribute points. The enhancement effect of a single potion is equivalent to the rewards of an entire world. Wang Ming had a total of 25 contribution points. Upgrading his status to a formal employee cost him 10 points, leaving him with 15 points, just enough to purchase 1 evolution potion and 1 life potion, the former for self-enhancement, the latter for survival. In the blink of an eye, all the contribution points Wang Ming had painstakingly earned were entirely consumed. Holding the 2 exclusive potions, company potions cannot be traded, Wang Ming unhesitatingly imbibed the evolution potion. He felt a warm surge within him and, in an instant, experienced a comprehensive enhancement. His current attributes were Strength 6, Constitution 16, Agility 7, Precision 5, Intelligence 4. Wang Ming's mental capacity finally reached a normal level. However, he was still 1 point short in wisdom. Observing his rather peculiar foundational attributes, he could not help but tremble slightly. Who would have anticipated that his aspiration to become a long-range summoner would result in his most formidable attribute being his physical prowess rather than his mental strength? What does that even mean? A blood tank mage? As the enemy, having painstakingly breached the undead defenses, advanced towards Wang Ming, preparing to seize him first. Wang Ming suddenly burst into laughter, dramatically discarding his staff and tearing open his robe to reveal his muscular physique. Then, amidst the opponent's bewilderment, he struck a bodybuilder pose and bellowed, "You are quite impressive to have reached my presence. Thus you are worthy of facing my second form. Activate muscle mode." This seemed like a feasible approach. Shifting his gaze from the attributes, Wang Ming contemplated his remaining 6 free attribute points. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against immediate allocation. He intended to first engage with other employees in the plaza to inquire about any special effects of attribute points before making a judicious distribution. Hence, no longer inspecting his attributes, Wang Ming retrieved his final spoils, the most significant highlight, an S-grade evaluation treasure chest. Although he was still muddling through D-grade tasks, he had now acquired an S-grade chest. This was akin to a novice still in the beginner village obtaining a top-tier divine item by sheer luck. The equipment obtained from such a chest would likely be capable of annihilating everything. The only uncertainty was whether his attributes would suffice to equip it. If he were to uncover an S-grade item with a requirement of 100 attribute points, he would surely be left aghast. Chapter 32. the powerful red equipment with a sense of trepidation, Wang Ming slowly opened the chest. In truth, there was no need for such concern. This so-called S-grade chest differed fundamentally from standard chests. The S designation referred to task ratings rather than chest grade. Therefore, the items procured from it would generally align with the current task's world level, and there was little worry of being unable to equip them. At least the requirements would not be excessively unreasonable. As the chest opened, Wang Ming reached inside. A dazzling light erupted, the chest rapidly vanished, and an item materialized in Wang Ming's hand. Equipment name, Knight's Boots, grade, D grade, red. Category, footwear. Equipment requirement, Constitution 10 points, base effect, defense 3. Movement speed 10, attached trait 1, Knight's Nuke Kick, B grade active skill, requires a running start and a leap into the air. Delivering a flying kick to the target can inflict physical damage equal to 10 times 1's Constitution with no cost. Cooldown time of 72 hours. Equipment description, take that. Here comes a Leo flying kick. Oops, wrong script. Red quality equipment. The strongest gear at the current level. No longer characterized by an abundance of traits. Often only possessing 1 or 2, but each trait's effect is incredibly formidable. The boots Wang Ming had just acquired were no exception. What does 10 times Constitution damage entail? It is crucial to recognize that Constitution-focused employees typically serve as frontline tanks, often lacking in offensive capabilities, embodying the classic sandbag role. Yet, these boots could grant Constitution-oriented employees an instantaneous surge in explosive power. For instance, with Wang Ming's current 16 points in Constitution, that translates to a staggering 160 points of damage. This means that by executing the Knight's Nuke Kick, he could potentially obliterate a fellow employee with equivalent Constitution. Imagine, during a battle, as the opposing tank suddenly loses composure and, in a moment of rage, executes a flying kick that annihilates your team's most resilient tank. Then charges at you with ferocity. Would you not be terrified? Would you not flee? It would be a miracle if one did not suffer a heart attack from such a scene. After donning the newly acquired boots, Wang Ming performed a couple of experimental jumps on the spot. Discovering that the boots adjusted to fit comfortably, he nodded in satisfaction and stepped outside. Making his choice, he passed through the light curtain, and as Wang Ming exited the room, he was greeted by a colossal plaza. In the vast center of the square floated an enormous ghostly logo, while stalls surrounded the plaza. These stalls served as a marketplace for employees to trade, buy, and sell items amongst themselves. For just 10 points, one could activate a stall for 12 hours, displaying goods for sale. During this time, there was no need to stand watch. Simply arrange the items, set the prices, and one could leave. If someone found the price agreeable and purchased the item using points, the points would naturally be credited. Should the time elapse without a sale, the items would automatically reappear in one's inventory or room, a remarkably user-friendly system. This form of marketplace trading, however, is significantly inferior to selling items in the auction area. After all, one caters to passers-by, while the other is accessible to all. One sets a fixed price, while the other operates on the highest bidder principle, making the latter far more likely to yield higher prices. The catch, however, is that selling in the auction area requires a deposit. Moreover, the deposit amount is contingent upon the item's grade. A D-grade item necessitates a deposit of 1,000 points. Whether an ordinary D-grade item even possesses a value of 1,000 points is debatable. Paying such a deposit would render selling pointless. Thus, items in the auction area are typically of high quality, each worth a fortune. Conversely, items of lesser value are generally traded at the stalls. Amidst the bustling array of street vendors, those stalls manned by individuals exuded an unparalleled vibrancy. The reason was quite simple. The presence of a vendor implied the possibility of interaction, which in turn signified the opportunity for haggling. With the ability to negotiate, the potential for acquisition became a tangible reality. If one could not afford an item, bartering with goods remained a viable alternative. As Wang Ming stepped out of his abode, he glanced back at the swiftly vanishing portal against the wall, reassured that as long as he wished, he could open a door at any wall. He then embarked on his leisurely exploration of the plaza. Navigating through the myriad of stalls, he beheld a dazzling array of merchandise on either side. With over 20,000 points at his disposal, Wang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to purchase everything in sight, yet he was wary of being swindled. Even in the real world, there were individuals who, for monetary gain, would willingly compromise their integrity to deceive others. Within the precarious confines of the not-so-good Death Limited Company, the employees, fighting for survival, were hardly paragons of virtue. Should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to exploit it to the fullest. For the mantra "a friend's demise does not hinder a poor man's path" rang true. After traversing several streets and gaining a general understanding of the prices, Wang Ming suddenly crouched before a stall, picking up a scroll to examine. Gazing at the basic endurance mastery scroll in his hands, he raised an eyebrow. "Boss, how much for this?" Leaning back in his chair, shrouded in an enigmatic black mist that obscured his features, the vendor glanced up. The basic endurance skill scroll is a uniform price of 2,000 points. And what about the basic prayer mastery scroll? Also the same, 2,000 points. Oh, identical pricing. If I were to purchase both scrolls, could you provide me with some general information about the company? Upon hearing Wang Ming's inquiry, the vendor abruptly set aside his yellowed book and sat up sharply. He scrutinized Wang Ming, noting the dark mist that surrounded him, and a grin spread across his face. "Oh, a newcomer? Quite impressive, securing 4,000 points in your first trial world? Just luck, really. Indeed, you are quite astute to consider buying items for information. It's not exactly a secret. You can acquire it for a few points, so sharing it is no trouble. Consider it a gift." Following their transaction and the signing of a company contract, the 4,000 points were successfully credited. The satisfied vendor nodded approvingly, cleared his throat, and began his explanation. "You wish to hear about attributes, correct? As a newcomer, there's no rush to understand these. Knowing them 1 TB of much immediate use. Attributes are categorized into two types. The foundational 5 attributes, which you should be familiar with, and hidden attributes. Hidden attributes? Yes. These are special properties that do not appear on your panel and require a certain internal company rank to unlock. They include luck, charm, and perception. Luck pertains to loot drop rates. Charm influences the speed of rapport building, and perception corresponds to one's sixth sense, specifically, the ability to detect danger. Generally, most individuals possess these 3 attributes at 0. Only exceptionally unique beings start with 1 or 2 points. Oh, the 3 special attributes. By the way, every time a basic attribute exceeds 20 points, a growth opportunity arises, allowing one to acquire a corresponding trait. However, with each breakthrough, the difficulty of enhancing the basic attributes increases significantly. As the vendor retrieved a sheet of paper, he explained while writing. The first breakthrough occurs when a basic attribute reaches 20 points, and from there, the difficulty ramps up. Initially, 1 point can be increased by 1 point, but after reaching 40 points, it becomes 2 points for 1 point, and so forth, making the upgrade process increasingly challenging. The vendor provided a detailed explanation. Knowing he had a contract to uphold and fearing deductions, Wang Ming listened intently, even taking out paper and pen to jot down notes. After the vendor elucidated the general information about the space, Wang Ming finally gained a clear understanding of the attributes, solidifying his enhancement direction. Bidding farewell to the vendor, he hurried back to his room and accessed the skill enhancement chamber, ready to formally begin enhancing his skills. Chapter 33. The terrifying 5th trait. Upon entering the technologically advanced small room, Wang Ming sat in a metallic chair and unfurled the 2 newly acquired basic skills, opting to learn them. In the next moment, an alarming prompt echoed in his ears. Detected basic endurance skill, LV1. Would you like to learn? Learning requires 1,000 points and 1 potential point. As anticipated, Wang Ming rolled his eyes at the company's stinginess, realizing that even learning skills incurred a cost. The purchase of skills consumed points, as did the learning of those skills. Furthermore, acquiring internal company items and upgrading 1's rank necessitated contribution points, while enhancing various active and basic skills required potential points. This not-so-good death-limited company truly epitomized the capitalist nature, clearly delineating the roles of its employees. Dividing a single payment into 3 distinct expenditures, truly unscrupulous. Though frustrated with the company's moral shortcomings, Wang Ming found himself at their mercy, especially since his very existence was a gift from them. What choice did he have but to acquiesce? Upon gritting his teeth in agreement to enhance, a brilliant white light cascaded down from above, enveloping Wang Ming. The 2 basic skills merged within him, and his personal panel swiftly displayed 2 new foundational traits, Basic Endurance Mastery LV1 and Basic Prayer Mastery LV1, including his self-awakened Basic Ranged Mastery. He now possessed 3 foundational proficiencies along with 1 active skill. After contemplating, Wang Ming decided to enhance these 4 skills, prioritizing his sole active skill, the improved necromancy. To elevate it from LV1 to LV2 required a substantial investment of 2,000 points and 2 potential points. The same costs applied for leveling it to LV3 and LV4. Upon reaching LV4, this D-grade skill underwent its first qualitative transformation. A skill trait was born. D-grade, red, skill, improved necromancy has been upgraded to LV4. Please select one of the following traits to enhance the skill. Trait 1, Sturdy Body. All undead gain an additional 100 health. Trait 2. Dark Armor. All undead gain an additional 5 defense. Trait 3. Blade of Death. All undead gain an additional 10 attack. Trait 4. Evil Blessing. All undead gain 2 to all attributes. Trait 5. Enslaved Soul. Can trap the soul of a specified deceased within the undead body, preventing rebirth forever. With the improved necromancy elevated to LV4, each further level would grant an enhancement of 1 to all attributes of the undead. After reaching LV4, Wang Ming was presented with 5 potent traits to choose from, each effect remarkably formidable. The first 4 traits offered substantial boosts to offense, defense, health, or overall enhancement, certainly worthy of the red skill S quality. Yet, at that moment, what captivated Wang Ming's attention the most was the seemingly inconspicuous 5th trait. Despite not augmenting any attributes, it stood among the enhancement traits, indicating that within the realm of the space, this trait was deemed comparable to the preceding 4. The absence of enhanced attributes does not diminish the remarkable nature of this particular entry, especially considering its extraordinary effect. It possesses the ability to entrap the souls of the deceased, integrating them into the bodies of the undead. Is this not reminiscent of the original necromantic magic? How curious that after numerous modifications, it has returned to its essence. No, that is incorrect. The original necromantic magic merges the existing soul within the corpse with the body itself, rendering the soul irreplaceable. Yet, this entry allows for the seamless fusion of souls, imprisoning them within the corpse, thereby resurrecting them as undead. Most notably, it is explicitly stated that this soul shall never attain rebirth. Conversely, does this not imply that this soul is now granted eternal life? With wide eyes, Wang Ming suddenly recognized the brilliance of Huadian, his expression shifting with uncertainty as he spoke in a low voice. Company, what happens to the soul if the undead it inhabits perishes? No sooner had his question left his lips than the company's jarring voice echoed in Wang Ming's mind. Inquiring about skill issues requires a cost of 100 points. Will you submit? Oh, fine. Here you go. Points submitted. The company responds. The soul imprisoned by magic is not confined within the corpse, but rather ensnared in the soul sea of the magician. The physical death does not affect it in the slightest, and after that, one may spend 1,000 points to resurrect it as undead once more. I knew it. It merely confines the soul. It does not enhance attributes. How could it possibly compare with the 4 entries above? Indeed, it provides the effect of eternal life. Suddenly standing up, Wang Ming's face flushed with excitement as he discovered the greatest secret of this entry through the information provided by the company. Indeed, this entry does not directly enhance the combat prowess of the undead. It merely confines the soul. While this may seem rather lackluster, the essence of the soul embodies strength. The undead lack consciousness, yet the soul possesses it. The undead are oblivious to combat techniques, but the soul can learn. The undead cannot cooperate in battle, requiring the magician's direct command, while the soul can perfectly obey instructions, complete tasks independently, and make its own judgments. Most importantly, the soul can flawlessly inherit the combat memories from its previous life. Imprisoning the soul of a marksman and providing it with a firearm allows it to function as a long-range shooter. Imprisoning the soul of a warrior and equipping him with a sword transforms him into a master of battle. This 5th entry does not lack attribute enhancement. On the contrary, its enhancement is the most terrifying, for it enhances a quality known as skill. Under identical values, a combat master can easily overpower 5 novices. Currently, the death magic at level 4 can create undead with 3 primary attributes at 8 points each, with base values not lower than those of the company's new employees, and indeed somewhat superior. Provided one finds sufficiently suitable souls, this can form a tactical team comparable to new employees. Truly, one person becomes a team. One individual becomes a squad. This 5th entry does not merely imprison souls. It effectively recruits a group of allies who solely obey Wang Ming's command. Company, I choose the 5th entry. Selection completed. Entry loading complete. As the data fused, a brand new skill appeared in Wang Ming's view. Skill name: Improved Necromantic Magic LV4. Quality: D grade, red. Skill effect 1. Consumes 20 points of maximum mana. Creates an undead from a corpse to assist in combat. Current mana 60-60. Can create up to 3 undead. Skill effect 2. Perfect resurrection technique. The exceptional quality of the skill provides additional effects. The created undead can equip 1 weapon and 1 piece of armor, unleashing their full potential. Attributes of created undead: Health 80-80, Strength 8, Constitution 8, Agility 8, Spirit 0, Wisdom 0. Entry 1. Imprisoned soul can integrate a specified soul into the undead, ensuring it never attains rebirth. Skill summary. Thus, what is the significance of improving this magic? Chapter 34. Continuous enhancement. After leveling the skill to 4, the resources required for further advancement would double. From the original 2,000 points and 2 potential points, it skyrocketed to 4,000 points and 4 potential points. Wang Ming was not incapable of gathering such resources. However, the merit of forcibly enhancing it was minimal. After all, without awakening new entries to trigger a qualitative change in the skill, an increase of 1 or 2 levels would not yield substantial effects. Adhering to the principle of maximizing benefits, Wang Ming decisively abandoned the notion of continuing to enhance this skill and instead focused on strengthening his foundational skills. Naturally, the first skill to enhance was the basic prayer mastery. This basic prayer mastery is essentially a foundational passive skill corresponding to the spirit attribute, and its enhancement effect is straightforward. It increases the maximum mana limit. The maximum mana limit is precisely what Wang Ming needs most at present, as his only skill relies on this attribute. Spending 6,000 points and 6 potential points, basic prayer mastery successfully advanced to LV4, and he received his first entry. Again, he faced a choice of 5. Entry 1. Mental focus, maximum mana limit 50. Entry 2. Tenacious will, spell resistance 5. Entry 3. Endless flow, mana recovery speed 2 per minute. Entry 4. Iron-willed, when subjected to mental attacks. During a mental value contest, the mental value gains an additional 10 points of virtual mental value limit. Entry 5. Silence is golden, and silence. Mana recovery speed is 5 per minute. Once one speaks, they must remain silent for half an hour to reactivate. 5 entries, each with distinct effects, can even be described as bizarre, particularly the last one, which forces individuals to become passive, aloof figures. Among these 5 entries, there are certainly powerful effects. However, compared to the diverse abilities of the flamboyant options, Wang Ming preferred to pursue straightforward numerical enhancements. Upon selecting the first entry, Wang Ming thus acquired his second LV4 skill. Skill name: Basic Prayer Mastery, LV4. Skill category: Passive skill. Skill effect: Maximum mana limit 40. Mana recovery speed 2 per minute. Magic resistance 4. Entry 1. Mental focus, maximum mana limit 50. Skill summary: A true strong individual emerges from the accumulation of countless small gains. After enhancing these 2 skills and leveling up basic endurance by 1 level, Wang Ming's points were nearly exhausted, leaving him with a meager 2,435 points. However, he still had a considerable amount of potential points, totaling 7. After allocating all 6 of his stored free attribute points to spirit, Wang Ming's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. He had initially intended to raise his constitution to its first stage limit of 20 points. However, considering that merely increasing physical bulk would not enhance combat power, he realized that even the thickest armor is merely a sandbag. His current 16 points of constitution were sufficient. Wang Ming decided it was better to enhance his combat strength. Only under sufficient output conditions can one better accomplish tasks, earn points, and initiate the snowball effect. Otherwise, accumulating more wealth is futile. Mere resilience serves little purpose. At this moment, Wang Ming's data reads as follows. Codename: Ming Wang, full-time employee. Personal talent: Gobai Lao Wang. E-grade. Health points: 180180. Base 160. Stamina mastery 20. Mana points: 200,200. Base 110. Prayer mastery 90. Attack: 16. Magic: 14. Defense: 15. Base 8. Necklace 2. Night boots 3. Stamina mastery 2. Magic resistance: 95. Base 55. Prayer mastery 4. Movement speed: 17. Base 7. Night boots 10. Strength: 6. Physique: 16. Agility: 7. Spirit: 11. 1. Wisdom: 4. Active skill: Enhanced Undead Magic LV4, D-grade red. Passive skill 1. Basic Prayer Mastery LV4, mana limit 90. Magic resistance 4. Mana recovery rate 2 per minute. Passive skill 2. Basic Stamina Mastery LV2, health limit 20, defense 2. Health recovery rate 1 per minute. Passive skill 3. Basic Ranged Mastery LV1, ranged shooting speed 5, ranged accuracy 5. Ranged damage 5. Equipped items: Night boots, D-grade red. Gru's hatred, D-grade black. Points held: 2,435. Potential points held: 7. Upon examining his newly acquired attributes, Wang Ming was astonished to discover that his stats had seemingly become more unconventional. Wasn't he meant to pursue an output-focused path? How had his defense reached its zenith instead? With such formidable resistance and health, if Wang Ming were to turn against himself, it would likely take an entire day to succeed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sensed he was heading irretrievably towards becoming a mere tank. The objective of having the undead bear the brunt of the battle while he dealt damage from the backline felt increasingly distant. Alarmed, Wang Ming urgently sought a remedy. Devising a rather straightforward solution. Since his output was insufficient, he would endeavor to enhance it directly. For a new employee, what equipment is most coveted? Which gear significantly amplifies combat prowess? Indeed, firearms. Unlike the myriad of bows, staffs, swords, and assorted weapons, firearms are brutally effective. This weapon deals fixed damage. With 1 point in strength, it inflicts 5 points of damage. With 1,000 points in strength, it still inflicts only 5 points of damage. The damage indicated is precisely what one will inflict, and firearms are the ancestors of new employees, the most vital lifeline. Now, Wang Ming resolved to invest his meager savings to procure one of these ancestral weapons. Once again, he ventured to the plaza, bustling about, and after an exhaustive search, he finally laid eyes on a firearm that caught his fancy. After spending a staggering 2,000 points and 2 potential points, he successfully acquired it. In the marketplace, 1 potential point is essentially equivalent to 1,000 points, meaning that Wang Ming expended a total of 4,000 points to obtain this firearm. Yet, it was undeniably worth every penny. Equipment name: Minotaur Slayer. Quality: D grade, blue. Equipment requirement: Strength 5. Physique 5. Base effect: each bullet inflicts 20 points of physical damage. Magazine capacity: 66. Unique attribute 1. Pure Love War God. When within 50 meters of 3 or more entities, this firearm's damage increases by 10. Equipment description: I will eliminate all minotaurs, especially the one living next door. At the moment he beheld this equipment, Wang Ming was resolute. He would spare no expense to possess it. This was not due to a particular fondness for the revolver, but rather an inexplicable feeling that this gun was meant to be his, and he could not bear the thought of it being wielded by another. Chapter 36. Return to reality. As his surroundings blurred, he chose to return to the real world. Having swiftly exhausted all resources within the company, Wang Ming vanished from sight. When clarity returned, he found himself standing before a window on a high floor of a skyscraper. Shattered glass lay strewn about, and the fierce wind surged through the broken window into the dining area, rustling Wang Ming's clothes. Gazing vacantly out the floor-to-ceiling window, he was momentarily taken aback. Amidst the cacophony of cries, screams, and wails coming from behind him, he leaned out to observe the scene below, where a crowd of onlookers had gathered. In the center lay a body, grotesquely mangled from the fall, and Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He was certain he had undoubtedly jumped from the building alongside that maniac, who was most likely a company employee, and had plummeted to the ground. Yet, now, upon completing the task, he found himself back indoors. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion, and he had not leapt alongside the madman, but had instead cast him out alone as planned. Was this a reversal of causality or a distortion of reality? Such was the power of the company. As the police arrived and began taking statements, the sudden shooting incident reached its conclusion. The distraught victims, trembling with fear, were questioned by the officers, and Wang Ming, who had bravely subdued the assailant, was no exception. Strangely, however, it seemed that everyone present had forgotten the madman's nonsensical ramblings. During the inquiries, no one mentioned them. After providing his statement, Wang Ming attempted to broach the subject with one of the victims, but found that the individual was not reluctant to discuss it. Rather, they genuinely had no recollection. They had lost all memory of the company. In the eyes of all, the man who had suddenly emerged to commit murder was nothing more than a lunatic, spouting gibberish devoid of logic. Dazed, Wang Ming returned to his residence and collapsed onto his bed, struggling to acclimate to the current reality. The sudden appearance of a madman, the desperate mutual demise, followed by death and rebirth, and the confrontation with the undead. After finally completing the task and returning to reality, he was astonished to discover that only a few minutes had elapsed. Everything that had happened felt like a fleeting dream, with only his memories remaining, imbued with an unsettling sense of unreality. If not for the fact that Wang Ming could still access his panel to review his status and attributes, he might have truly been unable to discern the veracity of his previous experiences. As he perused the previous company notifications, he lay in bed, lost in thought. Ding! Congratulations on returning to the real world. Company Notice 1. In the real world, you cannot summon or use any equipment or items. Company Notice 2. In the real world, you may utilize all active or passive skills, but do not allow any non-company members to witness them. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Company Notice 3. According to the internal contract of the company, employees must not disclose any information regarding the company to non-company members, or they will face the consequences. Company Notice 4. You have 29 days, 12 hours, 43 minutes, and 2 seconds until your next company task. One must not reveal their skills to others, nor disclose company secrets. Although the company has not explicitly stated the consequences of violating these rules, Wang Ming can surmise that it would invariably lead to monetary deductions. In this miserly company, whenever an opportunity arises, they are relentless in deducting points from you. The deduction rate escalates exponentially. The first offense costs 100 points, the second 500 points, and the third a staggering 1,000 points. With such cumulative penalties, it won't take long for the deductions to surpass 10,000 points, an unbearable loss for anyone. This company, aptly named Buddha House C, is both stingy and parsimonious, compelling employees to sign draconian contracts, treating them as mere expendables. However, Wang Ming harbors little animosity towards it. In fact, he feels a tinge of gratitude. Had he not been selected by this company, he might have ended up as mere fodder. Conversely, without Buddha House C, would there not be a madman emerging from emotional despair to wreak havoc on society? Shaking his head, he dismissed these convoluted thoughts of causality and lay quietly in bed, contemplating his next steps. During this month-long vacation, Wang Ming was determined not to squander his time idly. He resolved to seize the moment and strengthen himself. If he could forcibly activate the passive skill, Basic Ranged Mastery LV1, in the world of undead calamities, does that not imply that such passive skills could be cultivated through diligent effort? Being an ordinary person, Wang Ming had started with a blank slate upon entering the company, possessing no skills other than decent physical fitness. In contrast, those with military backgrounds or other specialized professions likely began with several foundational passive skills, perhaps even at a higher level. Skills such as firearms training, combat techniques, physical conditioning, and meditation could all contribute to the growth of employees in the real world. However, the growth rate from such training pales in comparison to the direct skill enhancements offered within the company. After reviewing his character panel, Wang Ming's gaze settled resolutely on the passive skill of basic firearm proficiency. The following dawn, after completing his rest, he rose and left his room, promptly contacting an agent to list his residence for quick sale. Simultaneously, he withdrew his savings and, armed with information, headed to a nearby renowned shooting club. Wang Ming had made a decision. He would train his firearm skills in the real world. Selling off his possessions was necessary to gather funds to support his training expenses. In Longhua, engaging in shooting is an expensive endeavor. A single bullet costs no less than 10 yuan, with no upper limit. A day of shooting easily incurs expenses in the thousands. Even the most talented marksmen must feed their skills with ammunition through prolonged practice. Wang Ming's decision to sell his house stemmed from this necessity. Without financial means, he could not afford the shooting club's costs. Upon arriving at the shooting club, Wang Ming purchased a membership and entered the shooting range under the guidance of a professional. As he observed his companion, who was fully armed and attentively poised beside him, Wang Ming felt a twinge of apprehension. He was acutely aware that any misstep on his part, such as pointing the gun at someone, would prompt this imposing figure to subdue him immediately. Indeed, firearm regulations in Longhua are stringent. It was not just Wang Ming who felt tension. The heavily armored staff member, equipped with firearms and wearing a bulletproof vest, was equally on edge. This situation was unusual. Though members typically have a companion during training for safety, the level of vigilance displayed was excessive. Wang Ming's stature, nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular build and a somewhat fierce countenance, added to the unease. The accompanying personnel had been specifically selected for their strength, yet they appeared dwarfed beside Wang Ming. As the first gunshot echoed, Wang Ming was immersed in the practice of shooting, holding a revolver firmly. He squinted one eye, carefully aiming while searching for the right feel, and squeezed the trigger. With each shot, the thunderous noise resonated, and bullets erupted from the barrel, striking the target and leaving gaping holes. 50 meters, 6 shots, 1 missed, 5 hit, totaling 32 points, unsatisfactory. As the shooting concluded, the target automatically approached, and the armed staff member retrieved it, shaking his head in disappointment. Wang Ming, having emptied the spent cartridges from his revolver, sighed as he toyed with the weapon. After nearly 15 days of persistent training, Wang Ming's savings from selling his possessions began to dwindle rapidly, paralleling his improvement in shooting skills. Transitioning from a novice to a proficient shooter, he had gained a solid understanding of various firearms. Although he could not yet be deemed a master marksman, he had achieved a commendable level of skill in aiming and shooting. Thanks to the basic ranged mastery LV1 passive skill, his grasp of firearm mechanics was notably superior. While ordinary individuals might require a month or longer, utilizing vast quantities of ammunition to reach his level of proficiency, Wang Ming had accomplished this in less than 2 days. Yet, upon reaching a certain threshold, his innate talent seemed to wane, and he found it increasingly difficult to progress further, falling behind even ordinary individuals. Clearly, the enhancement limit bestowed by Basic Ranged Mastery LV1 had been reached. It merely allowed him to attain the competency of an average marksman. After another day of training had concluded, having spent several thousand yuan and fired hundreds of bullets, Wang Ming changed his clothes and departed the shooting club. Returning to his rented accommodation, he reclined on the sofa, opened a bottle of beer, and relaxed languidly. Gazing upward, he closed his eyes, remaining still. After dedicating a fortnight to honing his shooting skills, he realized that despite lacking the advantage of skill enhancements, he had developed a certain feel for it through consistent practice. In fact, he sensed intuitively that if he continued training diligently for another half-month, he might elevate Basic Ranged Mastery to LV2 before his next mission. It has been proven that Wang Ming's previous conjectures were correct, as he was able to master Basic Long-Distance Proficiency LV1 through his own diligence without any formal instruction. This skill can indeed be upgraded through personal effort, and remarkably, such advancements do not require any expenditure of points or potential. However, relying solely on one's own endeavors to elevate skill levels presents a formidable challenge. Particularly upon reaching higher skill levels, the difficulty of further advancement escalates significantly. A skill at level 4 is tantamount to the pinnacle of an ordinary person's capabilities, akin to being among the world's elite warriors. Even with prodigious talent, could one achieve such a status without years of rigorous training? Reflecting on the shooting techniques he had honed and the shooting sensitivity he had cultivated during this period, Wang Ming could not help but smile wryly, lamenting the limits of LV4. He could only ponder what monstrous abilities lay within levels 8 and 12. After a day of exertion, Wang Ming relaxed completely, lying on the sofa with closed eyes, gradually succumbing to slumber. Outside his rented room, a shadow stealthily approached the door, unnoticed by the world around it. With a soft creak, the door gently opened. The figure, equipped with lock-picking tools, stealthily crept inside. In the dimly lit room, the television continued to play, casting flickering lights upon the figure of Wang Ming, who lay deeply asleep on the sofa, oblivious to the impending danger. Clad in dark clothing with a mask obscuring his features, the intruder's eyes glimmered with a cruel excitement. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he cautiously advanced towards Wang Ming, the murderous intent in his eyes simmering. This individual was an employee of the company, who had somehow discovered Wang Ming's identity and traced him to his residence. His objective was crystal clear: to kill and loot the treasure chest. In the realm of reality, company employees are unable to carry any gear or utilize any items, relying solely on basic attributes for combat, which significantly diminishes their fighting prowess. Should an employee perish in the real world, their death would leave behind an employee treasure chest, which any other employee could open to claim a portion of the deceased's possessions. This resulted in an environment where the secrecy of an employee's identity was of utmost importance. Revealing it carelessly could lead to fatal consequences at the hands of other employees. At this moment, it was evident that due to some unknown reason, Wang Ming had inadvertently exposed his identity, drawing the attention of a hunter. Most critically, as a newly minted employee, Wang Ming lacked any sense of vigilance, remaining blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. Even as the intruder entered his home, he continued to sleep soundly, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 38. The unfortunate assassin on tiptoe, with dagger in hand. The assassin inched closer to the slumbering Wang Ming, a sinister grin spreading across his face, eyes gleaming with malice. Yet, as he moved, his steps abruptly halted, his brow furrowing in alarm. Tilting his head slightly, he seemed to hear a sound, and tentatively took a step forward. With each subtle sound of his footfalls, several nearly synchronized steps echoed in response, reaching his ears. The sounds continued, resonating behind him. Listening to the footsteps that mirrored his own, the once excited assassin felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. His body froze, maintaining the pose of holding the dagger aloft, afraid to look back. In a panicked glance at a nearby floor-length mirror, he caught sight of 5 figures, similarly clad in black and masked, each wielding a dagger, closely trailing behind him. Realizing the proximity of the nearest figure, now less than half a meter away, the assassin trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his brow like a leaky faucet. Nervously swallowing, he found his raised dagger quivering, paralyzed in place, unsure of how to react. He was a service member at a firearms club and also an employee of the company, having navigated 2 worlds more than Wang Ming, thus considered a veteran. As a seasoned survivor in this realm, he had quickly deduced the significance of firearms for company employees after grasping the internal information. It was evident that any employee with a modicum of intelligence would seek to acquire an effective weapon for self-defense. However, possessing a firearm alone does not make one a sharpshooter. One must find ways to practice shooting. Without extensive training and systematic instruction, even the most talented individual could not become a marksman. Thus, this employee conceived an elaborate scheme to clandestinely infiltrate the Firearms Association in the real world, identifying potential company employees and hunting them down. Those who suddenly developed an interest in firearms, practicing incessantly, and exhibiting odd behaviors such as wanting to learn about grenades or disassembling and reassembling firearms were likely new employees. After confirming such signs and checking if they had recently encountered life-threatening situations, the hunt would commence. Once successful, he would secure an employee treasure chest, reaping the rewards of another's hard-earned possessions. This employee's plan had proven effective, as he had already assassinated no fewer than 4 new company employees in a matter of months, amassing considerable gains. However, as the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. This time, having confirmed that Wang Ming matched his criteria, the assassin prepared for the kill late at night, only to encounter a formidable obstacle. As a newcomer, Wang Ming was indeed lacking in vigilance and carelessly engaged in shooting practice. Yet, while he may have been unguarded, his spectral protectors were not. Within the confines of the room, 7 specters stood silently in the corners, akin to statues, dutifully fulfilling their role as guardians. As soon as the assassin entered, their attention was captured. In the quiet room, time trickled by. The assassin, frozen with his dagger held aloft, dared not move, and neither did the lurking specters behind him. They remained in a tense standoff until, after what felt like an eternity, the assassin could no longer endure the silence and was compelled to strike first. Understanding the necessity to devise a means of escape, lest he meet an untimely demise, he suddenly pivoted, his countenance twisted in rage, and thrust a dagger with tremendous force into the chest of the looming undead behind him. The dagger penetrated completely, inflicting a lethal wound upon the heart, a swift and brutal strike, epitomizing a seasoned prowess. Regrettably, the undead were devoid of vital points, rendering the attack incapable of delivering critical damage. The notification chimed in his ears. You have inflicted 8 points of physical damage on the undead. Using a stab. Defense attributes activated, damage reduction complete. The opponent's defense is 4 points, resulting in a total of 4 points of damage to the undead. Hearing this announcement, the assassin's expression morphed into one of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. For points of defense? Does this imply that the summoned entity possesses 8 points of physique? 80 points of health? What kind of absurdity is this? Just a new hire. Why is the summoned creature so formidable? Before the flabbergasted assassin could regain his composure, the undead he had attacked retaliated. With a swift motion, it seized the assassin's throat, denying him the chance to scream or speak, lifting him off the ground. Despite the assassin's attempts to strike back, the lifeless creature stood resolutely, its hollow gaze fixated on its prey, resembling a harbinger of death. At that very moment, several other approaching corpses also sprang into action, wielding the inexpensive fruit knives that Wang Ming had carelessly procured for them as makeshift weapons. With a terrifying precision, they raised the fruit knives, aiming them at the immobilized assassin before plunging them forward. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, exhausted after hours of physical training and firearms practice, was evidently fatigued. He succumbed to slumber until the sun reached its zenith, awakening to the sound of an alarm. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, he took a swig from the half-finished beer on his table. As he prepared to wash his face and brush his teeth, he turned and was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. A lifeless body lay behind his sofa, its eyes wide in terror. An expression of utter despair etched upon its face, its clothing soaked in blood. The body, riddled with puncture wounds and contorted grotesquely, bore the marks of a tragic demise. Gazing down at the corpse, Wang Ming's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape as the half-empty beer can slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Who on earth is so wicked to kill someone and discard the body in my room? Chapter 39. The second mission. Wang Ming quickly confirmed the assassin's identity as a company employee. After all, the key to the treasure chest lay conspicuously nearby, making denial impossible. The realization that his identity in the real world had been exposed, and that someone had promptly arrived to assassinate him, sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his spine. Wang Ming was ill-equipped for the intricacies of intrigue. He was more inclined toward action than strategy. He had no inkling of the shadows lurking around him, nor any knowledge of his adversary's background or how his identity had been compromised. All he knew was that remaining in this place would likely seal his fate. Because while one may not fear the thief, one must dread the thief's intentions. There are countless days spent as a thief, yet only a few dedicated to preventing thievery. Therefore, after converting the corpse on the floor into an undead and meticulously cleansing the scene, Wang Ming boarded a plane bound for Neon City that afternoon. Wang Ming possessed numerous flaws. His personality was brash, his thoughts often whimsical, and his intellect lacking. Yet he also possessed one remarkable quality: his extraordinary capacity for action. He was a quintessential doer, especially when it came to revenge, driven by an insatiable fervor. His perspective on matters was always refreshingly unique. The domestic environment felt perilous. His identity as an employee was compromised. That was simple. He would leave the country. Now, he would blend into Neon City, daring anyone to pursue him there. In an unfamiliar land where authority was distant, who could claim local backing? When conflict arose, the outcome was uncertain. After arriving in this island nation, Wang Ming quickly adapted, utilizing a smattering of local language gleaned from films to integrate himself into the throng of people. He rented a modest dwelling in a remote suburb and began seeking out local firearms associations to continue honing his marksmanship. Firearm regulations here were comparatively lenient, particularly concerning various underground organizations that operated with official permits. As long as one was willing to spend, securing a place for shooting practice or even acquiring a firearm was feasible. With money paving the way, Wang Ming swiftly found his footing, training his shooting skills in a small illicit gun shop. This training spanned half a month, during which he consumed copious amounts of miso soup and carbohydrates. Finally, his leave came to an end, heralding the commencement of his second mission, his first legitimate task in earnest. Upon returning to the company, Wang Ming sat in his room, refraining from rushing into the mission world, and instead opened the treasure chest left behind by the assassin. Ding! Employee treasure chest opened. Please select one item from the following inheritance options. Option 1, 50 points. Option 2, an equipment item worn on the body. Option 3, 3 items from the inventory. Option 4, 20 contribution points. Option 5, 20 potential points. Once again, he faced a standard 5-choice scenario. The 5 options presented were all vital resources belonging to the employee. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ming made his decision. Points were out of the question. A mere rookie who had been silently dispatched by his own undead would hardly possess any savings. Opting for points would surely result in a loss. The same applied to potential and contribution points. With no points to his name, the two currencies were equally unattainable. Thus, Wang Ming was left to choose between equipment and items. The items in his inventory felt uncertain. There was no telling what he might draw, and the possibility of receiving something worthless loomed. If he were to pull out a woman's underwear due to some peculiar preference of the previous owner, it would be utterly mortifying. Therefore, he decided, ding. Selection complete. Equipment extraction in progress. Congratulations to the formal employee, Ming Wang, for acquiring D-grade, blue, equipment, assassination dagger. Equipment name, assassination dagger. Grade, D-grade, blue. Equipment requirement, none. Base effect, attack power limit 10, additional attribute 1. Vital cut, when striking vital areas such as the heart, throat, or eyes, maximum damage is guaranteed. Equipment description, standard dagger of the Assassins Association, achieving optimal effect only when targeting vital areas. The black dagger was coated with light-absorbing material, rendering it entirely non-reflective. The overall length is just slightly longer than a palm, with the blade measuring around 20 centimeters, exuding an air of delicacy and finesse. Given its dimensions and design, it is evidently not crafted for frontal combat. Rather, it serves purely as an instrument of assassination. Wang Ming, having drawn out the dagger, tentatively grazed it against his skin to gauge its sharpness. After testing it, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as he anticipated, it remained unyielding. He secured the dagger, sheath included, to a position at his waist for easy access, while also holstering a revolver on the opposite side. After ensuring that his ammunition and life-saving potions were in order, he took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and chose to embark on his mission. The world before him instantly disintegrated, transforming into the familiar brilliance of the starry expanse. As he traversed the vibrant tunnel, Wang Ming's second company assignment officially commenced. Half an hour prior, utilizing his status as a formal employee, he had already been apprised of the specifics of this mission. The mission type was classified as modern firearms. In the building, Wang Ming shook his head as he rose, quickly regaining his vision. To his astonishment, he discovered the room was filled with people. A multitude of individuals, each with distinct appearances, were shaking their heads and standing up. Some wielded blades, others held firearms, and there were even a few donned in robes and helmets. Clearly, these were all company employees. Moreover, this time, those who had passed the company's assessment no longer possessed the attribute-doubling buffs, nor could they avail themselves of the company's camouflage benefits, instead showcasing their own unique gear. Strangely, these employees found themselves inexplicably gathered in the same location. As they rapidly regained their senses and drew their weapons, pointing them at one another while retreating to create distance, a sudden flicker from the large screen drew their attention. Amidst a series of intermittent sparks from a short-circuiting wire, the screen abruptly illuminated, displaying a blindingly white scene where a plethora of data began to materialize. This world marks your second task. The current mission type is Faction Confrontation. Employees must join one of the factions and engage in combat with the opposing faction to earn rewards. This task is a confrontation mission. Eliminating opposing employees grants 100 points towards an employee treasure chest. Project World Intelligence is being collected and has been completed. Current Project World, Jisha, Chapter 40. Jisha, Project World. Jisha, Task Difficulty, D Grade, Easy. Task Type, Team Confrontation. Eliminating opposing company employees yields 100 points for an employee treasure chest, while attacking allied employees reduces damage by 50. And no loot can be acquired. Main task, make a name for yourself. Task requirements, find a way to join either the Zoological Garden or Botanical Garden factions and obtain a silver medal certification. Failure penalty, deduction of 1,000 points. Those with insufficient points will be eliminated. Background story synopsis. The slaughter in this city has never ceased and will never cease. Those attempting to integrate must choose to follow the organization in its carnage or be slaughtered themselves. Company Prompt 1. Current world language has been loaded for you. Company Prompt 2. Seize the opportunity at the beginning. Company Prompt 3. Once you join a faction, it is advisable not to switch factions casually, as this will incite the full wrath of your original faction. Company Prompt 4. Your current identity is a newcomer trained in Freedom Island. Finally, the Undying Company wishes you a good death on behalf of all employees. Gazing at the data on the screen, Wang Ming's pupils constricted and his brow furrowed, momentarily engulfed in confusion. What on earth is this mission? What does it mean to join the Zoological Garden or Botanical Garden? What sort of bizarre names are these? Are the zoological and botanical sectors embroiled in a commercial rivalry? Or is it a fierce conflict between animal rights activists and vegetarians? There has never been any mention of animosity between these two parties. And why is there a requirement for a silver medal certification? How can animal protection and vegetarianism even be categorized in levels? Does a silver medal vegetarian refrain from consuming milk? Must a silver medal animal protector save even the ants? At this moment, not only was Wang Ming bewildered, but the other employees, holding their weapons and facing off against one another, wore equally perplexed expressions. After all, the mission prompt was excessively abstract, leaving them utterly disoriented. Just as they exchanged bewildered glances, a piercing gunshot suddenly erupted. The glass of a nearby floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and amidst a flurry of debris, high-velocity bullets tore into the hall, striking the television screen with precision. Sparks erupted, and the screen instantly went dark, plunging the high-rise restaurant on the 23rd floor into complete darkness. Within this obscurity, the deafening gunfire continued unabated, with floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. It was evident that they were in an observation-style restaurant, with flames flickering ominously. Bullets rained down from both sides, shattering glass as they targeted one another. Positioned atop the building on either side, numerous gunmen exchanged fire from hundreds of meters away, their sniper rifles unleashing a fierce barrage. In the central area, where the crossfire converged within the darkened restaurant, company employees scrambled for cover, their faces pale with fear from this sudden confrontation. They found themselves at the heart of the battlefield, flanked by unknown individuals armed with sniper rifles. This chaotic introduction left everyone terrified. While all frantically sought cover to avoid being collateral damage, one employee suddenly exclaimed with newfound clarity, "Look, there are exits." Hearing this, the group raised their heads in unison, discovering, indeed, that there were escape routes on both sides of the restaurant. Above the passages, phosphorescent paint illuminated the area, making them conspicuously visible. In the darkness, a tiger's head materialized above the left passage, while the right passage revealed an abundance of grass. Realizing these escape routes represented the two factions mentioned in the task, the employees understood that the confrontation had begun, marking the moment for them to choose which faction to join. With determined glances exchanged, the employees dashed from their cover, sprinting towards the nearest escape route amidst the barrage of gunfire. Those who first entered the passage felt a sense of safety as they realized the shooters on either side could no longer reach them, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon looking up and seeing the employees from the opposing escape route, their pupils dilated in shock. Silently, they regarded one another, separated by iron crates and shelves. The silent employees suddenly recalled the nature of the mission, a team confrontation type where eliminating opposing employees would yield treasure chests worth 100 points. In other words, the stakes were high. An employee rushing towards the entrance of the Dongwuan inadvertently kicked a shard of plate on the ground, producing a crisp sound. As this sound reverberated, the employees, who had been staring at each other motionlessly, seemed to have received a signal akin to that of a competition arena, almost simultaneously raising their firearms and unhesitatingly pulling the triggers towards one another. In an instant, the restaurant erupted in gunfire. While fleeing into the corridor, both sides recklessly fired at each other. The flames from the gun muzzles illuminated the darkened restaurant in flashes. Just as the employees had finished regrouping, a fierce exchange of fire ensued. Meanwhile, snipers from the two rival factions engaged in a deadly duel across the building. Chaos, bloodshed, mutual fire, cries of anguish. Although this world was named Jisha, at this moment, both the characters and the company employees wore expressions of ferocity and murderous intent, seemingly eager to eliminate their adversaries, devoid of any semblance of a desire to cease the killing. No, that is not correct. They were indeed trying to stop the killing. However, they were doing so by means of killing. Bang, bang, bang. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, with most of his body shielded behind the wall, Wang Ming wielded a large-caliber revolver, pulling the trigger with one hand in a continuous barrage. The deafening sound of his weapon startled those around him. Observing the unusual silver revolver in Wang Ming's hand, a nearby employee's gaze flickered, and stepping back, he suddenly charged forward, colliding heavily with Wang Ming's back. The force of the impact caused Wang Ming to stagger, but fortunately, due to his impressive physique of 16 points, not only was his life force and defense remarkable, but his resistance to impact was also extraordinarily high. This sudden collision merely caused him to tremble slightly, maintaining his balance. Witnessing Wang Ming, a marksman, withstand his full-force charge, the employee's expression shifted. Seeing Wang Ming's astonished gaze directed at him, he quickly forced a smile, scratching his head in embarrassment, and bowed while apologizing. Sorry, it was too dark to see clearly. I accidentally bumped into you. Wang Ming, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and smiled broadly. No worries. Just be more careful next time. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire erupted as Wang Ming suddenly raised his weapon and fired. The large-caliber bullet struck the employee squarely, the terrifying force sending him flying. Before he could even roll to the ground, the employee, with a gaping wound in his chest, struggled to rise, but Wang Ming advanced, pressing the hammer with his thumb while decisively pulling the trigger again. Bullets rained down upon the fallen employee, splattering blood everywhere. The sudden betrayal sent shockwaves through the Dongwuan employees, who had been exchanging fire with the enemy, causing them to halt and gaze in disbelief at the scene. A middle-aged man clutching a sniper rifle hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to stop Wang Ming. Brother, wait. We're all on the same side. Please don't. Before he could finish, Wang Ming turned and shot him, the man collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Wang Ming, having nonchalantly dealt with him, looked down in dissatisfaction. What does this have to do with you? Mind your own business. Striding forward, he seized the employee who had attempted to ambush him, forcibly dragging him towards the tunnel before effortlessly tossing him out. Upon seeing the shadow emerge, the Zuian employees, who had paused in curiosity about the sudden cessation of gunfire, immediately unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate shooting. The employee, riddled with blood, died on the spot. His ability to withstand Wang Ming's close-range shots was not due to his fortitude, but rather because Wang Ming, being an ally, had dealt reduced damage. However, the enemy's damage would not be mitigated. Exposed to numerous adversaries without defense, survival was implausible. Chapter 41. The most poisonous is the human heart. As the man fell lifeless, Wang Ming shrugged slightly, grasping the leg and dragging the corpse back. He picked up the employee key that appeared on the fallen body and straightened up, surveying the terrified faces of the surrounding employees, who recoiled in fear. It was only then that they realized something alarming. Their method of exchanging fire seemed utterly futile in acquiring treasure chests. Even if someone were shot dead, it was the adversaries who obtained the chests. Conversely, it was individuals like Wang Ming who could claim their allies' treasures. This revelation transformed their expressions, prompting them to abandon their shooting and retreat from the tunnel, fearful of being thrown out to become treasure themselves. Wang Ming, meanwhile, silently reloaded his weapon, not uttering a word. In truth, he was not the first to uncover this secret. Many had already realized it, with some even having obtained their comrades' treasure chests. The individual who had attempted to push Wang Ming out was aware of this secret and aimed to eliminate him to acquire that extraordinary revolver. Unfortunately, his plan failed, inciting Wang Ming's wrath, and instead of gaining a treasure, he was turned into one himself. With the Dongwuyuan employees voluntarily ceasing fire, the gunfight among the employees came to a close. Several bodies lay scattered on the ground, with losses on both sides. As silence descended and the dark restaurant regained its tranquility, footsteps echoed from below the escape tunnel, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. "Follow us, quickly." Clad in black leather and armed with modern firearms, the reinforcements called out before turning to lead the way. The employees hurriedly followed, racing down the stairs. Immediately upon meeting, they divided into teams, and after splitting up, combat ensued, resulting in several employees falling at the outset. It was not until this moment that they finally fell into a semblance of order. All employees were now divided into two teams, officially commencing the team combat mode. In an inconspicuous factory situated in the suburbs, several vans arrived, and Wang Ming and the others disembarked. This was the headquarters of the assassin organization dubbed Dongwuyuan. Indeed, the so-called Dongwuyuan was the name of the assassin group, with all assassins bearing animal code names. As for the Zhuiyuan, it represented another major assassin organization with plant-based code names. The two factions were adversaries, yet shared a common origin. At the very least, they both sourced their recruits from the same place, a killer training ground known as Freedom Island. There, orphans were collected from a young age and trained in the arts of assassination with a focus on physical conditioning. Once they matured, they were sold to various assassin groups, generating profit. Wang Ming and his companions are the newcomers in this instance. Due to the fact that both Dongwuyuan and Zhuiyuan ordered the same batch of goods, a fierce competition ensued between the two parties to vie for these promising newcomers. As the grand door swung open, Wang Ming and his group stepped inside, only to discover that the factory was already teeming with assassins. These assassins donned a variety of attires, each adorned with distinct animal masks. Embedded in the center of the masks were stamps of varying hues, denoting their ranks: bronze medal assassins, silver medal assassins, gold medal assassins, ace assassins, and the highest rank, the king of assassins. This is the organization known as Dongwuyuan, embodying the hierarchical structure within all assassin factions. Presently, Wang Ming and his companions, being fresh recruits, had not yet attained even the lowest rank of bronze medal assassins. They were merely apprentice assassins. Only after passing the assessment could they officially become the most junior bronze medal assassins. As all the newcomers gathered, four figures stepped forward in unison from across the room. The first was a man clad in denim, adorned with a cowboy hat and a half-bull mask, who brandished a revolver at his waist. He spoke with a nonchalant tone, exuding the rebellious spirit of a Western cowboy. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Dongwuyuan and our big family. Allow me to introduce myself." Just as he began, a sharp gunshot abruptly interrupted him. With lightning speed, he drew his weapon and fired. The bullet struck a man's hat, sending it flying and obliterating the fly that had settled upon it. The cowboy, effortlessly spinning his revolver, holstered it back at his waist, still holding a toothpick in his mouth as he grinned and continued, "Apologies, I detest flies." Now, where was I? Oh right. My codename is Western Cowboy, one of the 4 ace assassins of Dongwuyuan. I look forward to working with you. As the cowboy concluded his introduction, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All employees stared wide-eyed in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. The speed of that shot was astonishing, unbelievably fast. It was not merely the shooting speed. The speed of aiming and drawing was equally remarkable. The audience could barely comprehend the swift motion before the shot had already been fired. How many years of honing one's skills would it take to achieve such exquisite marksmanship? With the cowboy having successfully commanded the room's attention, the other 3 figures stepped forward, each nodding in greeting. I am Mantis, an ace assassin skilled with dual blades. He was a man wearing a full mantis mask, with dual daggers crossed on his back. I am Eagle Eye, proficient in long-range sniping. This was a lean man with an eagle mask. You may call me Fierce Tiger. I possess no particular specialty, but I am competent in various skills. This was a tall man wearing a tiger mask. After their introductions, the 4 exchanged glances, and Fierce Tiger took a step forward, speaking with a serious demeanor. From now on, you will undergo assassination training with your respective mentors. I trust that Zyudo has provided you with the foundational physical training. Your physical fitness is already up to standard. I hope you can learn a specialty from your mentors and pass the final assessment. If you fail, I imagine you would not wish to discover the consequences of such a failure. As he spoke, Fierce Tiger gestured, and the assassins who had been waiting around immediately advanced to select their preferred apprentices from the crowd. They moved through the throngs, choosing as if selecting pets. Faced with such treatment, the employees dared not utter a word. This was entirely understandable, surrounded by so many assassins who would dare speak out. Even Wang Ming was behaving quite submissively. After a selection process, several employees were soon taken away. As Wang Ming stood there, a figure approached him after having circled the area several times. "Come along, little rabbit. I hope you can toughen up. Do not end up like those previous useless ones who perished during training." Chapter 42, Faction Benefits Ding. You have joined the Dongyuan faction, meeting the conditions for faction activation. Faction benefits are now officially enabled. You may spend designated currency, such as internal points, internal currency, faction favorability, and other resources, depending on the situation, to purchase exclusive faction items. Your current faction identity is Apprentice Assassin. Redeemable items are as follows. Item 1, Training Handgun, E grade, white. Item 2, Hemostatic Spray, E grade, white. Item 3, Physical Recovery Potion, E grade, blue ding. Detection complete. You have successfully integrated into the project world and joined the faction. The milestones of this world have officially been unlocked. The milestones you can complete in the current world are as follows. Milestone 1, Certified Assassin, complete 10 assassination missions. Milestone 2, Aesthetic Violence, use a handgun to execute 20 close-range headshots. Milestone 3, Sniper Elite, using a sniper rifle. Achieve 10 one-shot kills from over 500 meters away. Milestone 4, Assassin's Bane, eliminate more than 10 enemy assassins. With a rank not lower than Silver Medal. Milestone 5, I am the Ace, kill an Ace Assassin. Your company permissions are insufficient. Unable to display the remaining milestone tasks. With his formal integration into the assassin organization and his acquisition of the identity of an apprentice assassin, Wang Ming's faction benefits and available milestones were fully revealed. This marked the first time Wang Ming had triggered faction benefits. This special display only appeared when engaging in a project world with clear opposing forces and joining a specific faction. Employees could exchange recognized currency within the faction for various items they offered. However, as with any faction, there was a hierarchy. Just like the company named Duo Buhaosi, the Dongyuan faction was also divided into several levels of exchange, ranging from no-threshold basic items to higher-level silver medal items, even up to the highest grade ace items. The level 1 occupied determined the grade of items one could redeem, simple and direct. Wang Ming dismissed the lowest-tier items, as they were truly worthless, at least in his eyes. Most were E-grade items, with the highest quality being blue, hardly worth Wang Ming's attention. However, while the lower-tier items were subpar, the higher-tier redeemable items did not lack treasures that could make Wang Ming's heart race, some of which could be described as priceless. Item name, Jinin Xianghua Ya category, consumable grade, D grade, gold, basic effect. After injection, enhances 5 fundamental attributes, can only be injected once per person. Exchange requirement, 2,000 killer coins, exclusive to silver medal killers. Item description, to become a formidable assassin, one must possess not only exceptional skills, but also extraordinary physical abilities. This item is developed by Zio Dao. Item name, Yin category, skill book level, C grade, silver, learning requirement, none basic effect, consumes 10 mana points per second, entering a hyperactive state of thought, significantly enhancing cognitive processing speed while slowing down the perception of the world by 10 times. Exchange requirement, 3,000 killer coins, exclusive to gold medal killers. Item description, remember, it merely accelerates your thinking. Your hand speed remains unchanged. Your body will still react at its natural pace. Equipment name, Shasho Yinjin category, special eye equipment level, E grade, black, equipment requirement, spirit 5 basic effect, consumes 10 mana points to view the general attributes of a target. Ineffective against targets with spirit exceeding 10 points. Exchange requirement, 500 killer coins, exclusive to silver medal killers. Item description, to become a professional assassin, one must possess sufficient intelligence, and these advanced glasses will surely assist you in overcoming challenges produced by Zio Dao in the realm of skills, equipment, consumables, and special items within the Dongyuan. The variety is truly splendid and comprehensive. Particularly, the exquisite items that Wang Ming has set his sights on promise him considerable assistance. Unfortunately, Wang Ming currently finds himself devoid of any currency, rendering him unable to purchase anything, merely gazing longingly. Following closely behind his assassin mentor, Wang Ming curiously observes the surroundings of this assassin base. After walking a distance, noticing that his mentor is ignoring him, Wang Ming, unable to contain his curiosity, speaks up. "Excuse me, teacher, what is your code name?" Hearing the inquiry, the woman in front momentarily pauses her stride. "Isn't it right on my face? Why ask?" Wang Ming glances at the mask and nods in understanding. "Oh, chicken. What chicken? You little brat. What kind of gaze is that? This is an eagle. My code name is Xionying." "Oh, so it's eagle. I wondered why this chicken head looks so fierce, Wait, something seems off." Suddenly realizing something, Wang Ming halts. Shock evident on his face as he gazes at the woman ahead. "Wow, a crossdresser. A ladyboy." Wang Ming's exclamation causes Xionying to freeze in her tracks. Although she does not turn around, her hands, hanging at her sides, clench tightly. The tension in her arms reveals prominent veins due to the force. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Xionying suppresses her urge to retaliate and releases her grip. Code names are unrelated to gender. Being called Xionying does not necessitate being male. "Oh, I am beginning to regret choosing you as my disciple." "Hee, no worries, it's a normal phenomenon. Every teacher I've had in school has felt regret after teaching me." Has Xiao Dao already established dedicated teaching positions? Weren't instructors the ones leading teams before? Quite normal. One must keep pace with the times. With hands tucked in his pockets, Wang Ming saunters along, glancing around without a hint of nervousness. Observing Wang Ming's complete lack of fear, Xionying's expression reflects her deep sense of melancholy. Xionying, one of the gold medal killers in Dongwuyuan, is renowned for her keen eyesight and exceptional marksmanship with sniper rifles. She sports a short bob hairstyle, a well-proportioned figure, and favors soft, tight-fitting attire. This choice is primarily due to the long hours spent prone on the ground while sniping, as wearing clothes with zippers or buttons can be quite uncomfortable in such situations. Her most notable characteristic is her height. Wang Ming stands an impressive 2 meters tall, making him a true giant among men. In contrast, Xionying, despite being a woman, is only slightly shorter than Wang Ming, conservatively estimated at 1.85 meters. It is worth noting that this measurement is made while she is wearing soft-soled shoes. With a fiery figure, tall and slender, complemented by her sharp bobbed hair, this mentor exudes a striking presence. However, every individual has their flaws. Despite her remarkable appearance and abilities, Xionying is notoriously foul-mouthed, has a terrible temper, and enjoys smoking and drinking. Thus, her choice to take Wang Ming as her disciple is not without reason, as both share a similar temperament. Chapter 43. The short-tempered guide upon entering her designated room. Xionying activates a mechanism, revealing a wall lined with an array of firearms. Rifles, handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, various weapons abound in a dazzling display. Standing before the wall, Xionying crosses her arms and leans against it, glancing up at Wang Ming. "Choose. Which type of firearm do you wish to specialize in?" Wang Ming approaches the wall, taking a moment to observe before providing his answer. "Handgun." "Handgun? Yes. Give me a reason." The firing rate of handguns is inferior to that of submachine guns. Their range falls short of sniper rifles, and their precision is less than that of rifles. In terms of explosive power, they are far behind shotguns. They are the most basic and least effective type of firearm. Why would you choose it? Xionying's expression reveals her curiosity at this question. While there are indeed assassins who specialize in handguns, as their greatest advantage lies in portability and convenience for assassination, such a choice is typically made by experts who have overcome the inherent flaws of handguns. It is unusual for a novice assassin, lacking any skill, to choose a handgun right from the start. Shouldn't a fledgling typically be zealously pursuing firepower? Without hesitation, Wang Ming responds to Xionying's inquiry. "Because I just happen to have a handgun." "Really? If you just happen to have a rocket launcher, would you then want to specialize in that?" "If the ammunition is sufficient, it's not entirely out of the question. However, I would likely focus on learning sniper techniques, as being able to aim and secure a one-shot kill is what truly counts." Have you really been through the training of Xiao Dao? How on earth did someone as thick-headed and clueless as you survive the brutal selection process? By sheer stubbornness and resilience. With a resigned shake of her head, Xionying finally uncrosses her arms, approaching the wall of guns. She mutters about the declining quality of newcomers in Xiao Dao while retrieving a lightweight sniper rifle from the wall and turning to present it to Wang Ming. "Start practicing with the sniper rifle. This type of firearm only requires honing your accuracy and understanding of wind direction, without necessitating close-quarters combat skills, making it relatively straightforward at the foundational stage." Upon receiving the sniper rifle, Wang Ming is momentarily taken aback, but quickly shakes his head vigorously. "I won't learn. I refuse to learn the sniper rifle." "Why not? I happen to be one of the top snipers in Dongwuyuan, besides the ace sniper in Yin." No one in the organization dares to guarantee they could outshoot me in a sniper duel. As a skilled marksman, Xiaoying clearly possesses a great deal of confidence in her sniping abilities. However, she found herself genuinely infuriated upon noticing that her chosen disciple, Wang Ming, was unwilling to learn the intricacies of the sniper rifle. Wang Ming's expression turned serious, and his tone resolute as he replied, "Just because you excel with the sniper rifle does not mean I will understand it as well. Furthermore, our physical structures differ fundamentally. You are inherently at an advantage." "Advantage? What advantage?" Xiaoying retorted. "You have your own built-in cushion while lying down and could remain in that position for hours without tiring. I lack any support and could not endure being still for such an extended period. You little rascal." Xiaoying's brows furrowed in anger as she swiftly reacted, striking Wang Ming with the butt of her sniper rifle. Wang Ming, having barely felt the impact on his forehead, made no sound, as it had not caused him any distress. In response to the attack, his instinct was to draw his weapon. However, as soon as his hand grasped the revolver at his waist, he was met with the cold steel of her gun pressed against his forehead. Sensing the chill of the barrel, Wang Ming maintained a stoic expression and reluctantly released his grip. Observing the dissatisfaction etched on Wang Ming's face, Xiaoying let out a cold laugh. "You little rascal, lacking in ability yet brimming with temper. Do you wish to draw on me? Are you looking to kick the hornet's nest?" With a dismissive twirl of her handgun, she holstered it at her thigh, her gaze filled with disdain. "Perhaps when your draw speed measures up to mine, we can discuss it further. You have a long way to go. And remember, when in a perilous zone, do not foolishly secure your holster. Enemies will not grant you the luxury of unbuckling it." After tossing the sniper rifle to Wang Ming, urging him to keep up, Xiaoying turned towards the shooting range. As she walked ahead, she seemed to recall something, instinctively adjusting her chest and making a discontented sound. Following closely behind her, Wang Ming raised his head to observe this formidable mentor, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It was evident that Xiaoying, codenamed Eagle, had chosen him as her disciple for no trivial reason. She exuded an aura that indicated she was difficult to deal with, possessed a fiery temper, and frequently brandished her weapon with little patience. Such a person would not typically take on a disciple unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. Thus, if she had chosen him, dismissing the possibility that she was simply infatuated with muscular men, the only remaining explanation was that her unique talents had influenced her decision. This implied that she had a significant other. What kind of man could tame such a wild mare, unafraid of being shot in the dead of night? With this thought in mind, Wang Ming casually inquired, "Eagle, you have a man, don't you?" The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoying, who had been stretching her arms, felt her pupils narrow in surprise. In an instant, she pivoted, her hand already gripping her thigh, and with lightning speed, drew her handgun, pressing the muzzle against Wang Ming's forehead once again, this time even pulling the trigger back. Her gaze was sharp, radiating a lethal intent. "What business is it of yours?" Wang Ming met her gaze without flinching, his expression unyielding. "I was merely asking. Don't ask what you shouldn't." "Understood. But why so angry? Excessive anger can harm your health, especially your stomach." As he spoke, Wang Ming pulled the trigger back. Hearing the click, Xiaoying narrowed her eyes and glanced downward, observing the revolver aimed at her abdomen, targeting her navel. Her eyes twitched slightly. This time, forewarned and having not secured his holster, Wang Ming successfully matched her draw speed, pointing their weapons at each other almost simultaneously. Xiaoying squinted at the revolver pressed against her abdomen, lifting her gaze to meet Wang Ming's with a menacing glare. "What? Do you wish to compare draw speeds with your teacher? No need for comparison. I cannot match you. Then why do you dare to point a gun at me in provocation? Do you truly think I won't shoot you? Of course I dare to provoke you. For while my marksmanship may not rival yours, I can assure you that my head is far harder than yours. You won't be able to kill me with one shot. You fool, that is not your head. Regardless, my head is indeed harder than yours. Harder than any part of you. You cannot kill me." Wang Ming's audacious retort caused Xiaoying to take a deep breath, glaring fiercely at him before retracting her weapon. She had encountered reckless youths before, but one so obstinately foolish was indeed a rarity. To pit one's head against another's abdomen in a test of endurance was a display of sheer audacity and disregard for life. After holstering her handgun, Xiaoying cast a lingering glare at Wang Ming and coldly remarked, "Your marksmanship must be as resilient as your tongue." Wang Ming, also holstering his weapon, smirked dismissively. "Oh, just you wait and see. Every part of me is tough." Half an hour later, at the shooting range, Wang Ming stood expressionless at the shooting station, clutching his beloved revolver. Beside him, Xiaoying, who was not much shorter than him, leaned forward with her hands clasped behind her back, scrutinizing his face with an amused expression. "Is this your idea of toughness? 6 shots, 3 misses? None of the remaining 3 hit the target? Look me in the eye and tell me where you exhibit strength. My mouth, he replied, a hint of humor in his tone. I suppose I should have expected as much from someone trained at a distance of 30 meters. This is a target at 150 meters. 30 meters? Why practice at such a distance? You might as well shove the gun in your opponent's mouth and pull the trigger. If an enemy allows you to close into 30 meters, you wouldn't need to resort to assassination. I would have already sniped him 10 times over. Enough. Focus on your practice. 150 meters is the theoretical limit for handgun shooting. Beyond that, the trajectory becomes unstable. If you aspire to be a killer, you must cultivate a marksmanship that surpasses the ordinary. After casting Wang Ming a stern glance, Xiong Ying crossed her arms. You and your cohort have 1 month to practice. After 1 month, there will be an assessment. If you pass, you will officially become a bronze-level killer and begin accepting missions. And if I fail, failure? Those who fail are unworthy of being killers. They are even less worthy of living. Grabbing a box full of ammunition, she placed it forcefully beside Wang Ming, pointing at the overflowing box of large-caliber bullets. Your task today is to exhaust all of these bullets while maintaining a certain level of accuracy. Once you find your rhythm, we will proceed to the next phase of training. Wang Ming gazed at the densely packed ammunition, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. My coach previously mentioned that I already possess a sense of shooting. Your coach mentioned? Who is that so-called fly-by-night coach? His word doesn't count. Mine does. Training. Yes. Reluctantly, Wang Ming began loading his revolver, embarking on his shooting practice. In a sense, Xiong Ying's assertions held some truth. Although Wang Ming had hired a firearms instructor in the real world who claimed to be a retired veteran of a special forces unit, it was apparent that even if he were indeed a veteran, his marksmanship could not possibly rival that of Xiong Ying. The reason is quite simple. It is because this eagle is a gold medal assassin. Within the Dashangyuan, the gold medal assassins have likely achieved a foundational range skill level of LV4 and awakened their first attribute. Otherwise, their marksmanship could not be so exceptional. When compared to such a master of assassination, that coach is merely an amateur. The sound of gunfire echoed in the shooting range as Wang Ming trained for over an hour. After several rounds of practice, he found no progress in his shooting skills and could not help but furrow his brow. In the real world, after a month of relentless effort, he had successfully elevated his basic range proficiency to LV2 just before entering the company. This was good news. But the bad news was that it took him an entire month just to advance from level 1 to level 2. The difficulty of progressing from level 2 to level 3 is indeed daunting. Could it possibly be achieved within a month? Wang Ming did not believe he could improve his marksmanship another tier in such a short span. Realizing that this approach was futile, he set his handgun down and looked seriously at the eagle, gazing at the woman who sat in the corner, leaning against the wall. Seemingly lost in thought and utterly indifferent to his training progress, Wang Ming called out loudly, "Teacher, what is up? Speak your mind. Can you teach me marksmanship?" "No," she replied. "Why not? Aren't you my teacher? I am merely responsible for imparting knowledge related to being an assassin. I am not your marksmanship master. Your shooting skills are not my concern. I am only here to fulfill my task and earn some extra cash." At this point, the eagle suddenly sat up, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Wang Ming. "Of course, if you are willing to pay a price and share half of the assassin coins you earned before becoming a gold medal assassin, I might be persuaded to teach you some marksmanship." As soon as the eagle finished speaking, a notification chimed in Wang Ming's ears. Ding. The character Ying is ready to impart shooting knowledge to you. Her marksmanship level is basic range proficiency LV4. To accept her teachings, you must hand over 50 of the assassin coins you earn in the future. Would you like to accept? Half. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing that such a hefty price was required for the eagle to teach him skills, Wang Ming was taken aback. Seeing his reluctance, the eagle shrugged slightly and lay back down. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. I don't particularly want to teach anyway." Observing her indifferent demeanor, Wang Ming's expression fluctuated. Accepting the eagle's teachings might elevate his basic range proficiency by a level, but he would have to forfeit half of his assassin coins. Conversely, if he declined her teachings, he would retain his coins for future purchases, yet he risked being eliminated from the assassin organization due to failing the assessment. Torn between the two options, Wang Ming ultimately gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Fine, you drive a hard bargain. I'll give you half. But let me make one thing clear. If the results do not meet my expectations, I will demand a full refund." Witnessing Wang Ming's acceptance of her unreasonable terms, the eagle was momentarily taken aback. After giving him a long look, a radiant smile spread across her masked face. "Rest assured, it will be well worth it, my apprentice." Ding. The character Ing's favorability towards you has increased by 354 points. Ing's current favorability towards you is, friend, 54,100. Huh. The sudden notification caught Wang Ming off guard as he was cursing under his breath. He looked up, bewildered, at the approaching eagle, his mind filled with questions. He had previously experienced a boost in favorability for making the right decision, but a jump of over 300 points was quite extraordinary. This seemingly difficult woman was, in fact, so agreeable. Before Wang Ming could comprehend the situation, the eagle was already beside him, grasping his wrist and personally adjusting his shooting stance. Almost enveloped by her presence, Wang Ming turned to glance at the eagle, only to be met with her eagle mask. Watching this seemingly focused woman, who had earlier appeared indifferent and dismissive, now transform into an enthusiastic mentor, Wang Ming's eyes reflected growing perplexity. He began to suspect that this mentor not only had a peculiar personality, but perhaps her mental faculties were also somewhat questionable. Chapter 45, Silver Medal Assassin. Lackey a month passed in the blink of an eye. As the assessment approached, Wang Ming and the eagle were engaged in their final adjustments. Under the tutelage of the LV4 marksmanship expert, Wang Ming finally had a breakthrough yesterday, elevating his basic range proficiency skill to LV3. With shooting distance, accuracy, and speed all at 15, not only were the results outstanding, but he was also just one level away from obtaining his first attribute. Through this month of interaction, Wang Ming had become quite familiar with the eagle. He then unexpectedly discovered that despite her seemingly terrible temperament, penchant for cursing, and inclination towards smoking and drinking, along with a significant propensity for violence, she had only become more aggressive and foul-mouthed with time. Because Wang Ming's skills were not improving quickly enough, she would even curse at him while firing at him. Can you believe that? Of course, Wang Ming did not let her have it all her way and retaliated in kind. Thus, their training sessions devolved into a chaotic exchange of insults and gunfire, transforming the shooting range into a battlefield. It is said that birds of a feather flock together. One was a brash rookie, and the other a rough-and-tumble woman, both with fiery tempers and unwilling to back down. Their compatibility as teacher and pupil was evident. Observing Wang Ming shoot accurately at a target 100 meters away, the eagle nodded in satisfaction. While you still cannot compare to me, your shooting is quite commendable. You would be considered skilled in the military. Wang Ming grinned at her words, speaking humbly. Of course, I cannot compare to you. You are a woman who has devoted her life to firearms. While other women embrace their partners at night, you embrace your gun. Even with another 10 years, I would still be unable to catch up to you. Hearing Wang Ming's praises, the eagle's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, though for some reason, veins bulged on her forehead. There is no need to be overly modest. You are my apprentice, and you do possess some redeeming qualities. For instance, your hand speed, honed through years of solitude, is something I cannot match. Oh, please. Don't be so humble, teacher. Your time spent single far surpasses mine. It is I who should be inferior in terms of speed. Ha! Remember your promise. You little rascal, half of your future assassin coins are mine. Half? That is hardly sufficient. How about I give you an extra 10%? You can save it for your retirement, so you won't be left alone and neglected when you grow old. That would be quite pitiful. Ah, you truly are a model of filial piety. Respect for the elderly and love for the young, such traditional virtues. Amidst the uproarious laughter, a sudden and jarring gunshot echoed through the shooting range, marking the official commencement of the assessment at the Dongwuyuan. Having paid a steep price, Wang Ming finally succeeded in elevating his basic range proficiency to LV3 and confidently stepped into the examination hall. After a series of evaluations, he achieved an admirable rank, flawlessly completing the challenge and officially becoming an assassin of the zoo. However, despite his success, Wang Ming wore a sour expression, for he suspected he had been duped by that vixen, Xiaoying. The assassin assessment required no such proficiency in marksmanship to reach level 3. Not only was level 3 unnecessary, but even level 2 was irrelevant. As long as one possessed basic range proficiency LV1 and met the physical standards, one could easily pass. It was not just Wang Ming who arrived in this world with a pre-existing LV2 skill. Even a novice who had never wielded a firearm could easily succeed in this trial with a little effort over the course of a month. Thus, Wang Ming had squandered half of his assassin currency on a skill that was entirely superfluous. Approaching Xiaoying, he fixed her with a stony glare, opening his mouth to speak, but she preempted him. You didn't ask. No refunds. I didn't deceive you. I merely stated I would teach you marksmanship. Not that you couldn't pass without learning. Fine. If my skills are lacking, I accept that. The words, almost spat through clenched teeth, escaped Wang Ming's mouth. Observing his demeanor, Xiaoying chuckled, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a playful shake. Don't be so upset, little rascal. Consider the silver lining. You've achieved first place, bypassing the bronze assassin rank to become a silver assassin. That is not too shabby. With a little more effort, you'll ascend to gold rank and no longer need to pay me protection fees. That's easy for you to say. Becoming a gold assassin is no simple feat. There are over 400 members in the organization, yet only 15 are gold assassins. It will take me ages to reach that level of marksmanship. Well, that's not my concern. If you can't become a gold assassin, that's your problem. You can only blame yourself. As she observed Wang Ming's continued sulking, Xiaoying's amusement grew. She was all too familiar with his expression, as it mirrored her own past experiences when she had first joined the Donghuan. Her own mentor had similarly led her astray, convincing her to invest her assassin currency into skills she could have easily mastered, only to ridicule her afterward. Wang Ming's current plight was a vivid echo of her own past. The cycle of experiences was repeating, with the sole difference being that the once naive novice had now become the teacher. All right, don't sulk anymore. Here, your codename has been approved, and your mask has been issued. With a hearty pat on Wang Ming's shoulder, Xiaoying, now thoroughly familiar with him, handed over the mask. Wang Ming's face lit up with joy as he eagerly accepted it. So my cowboy codename is finally here. This is fantastic. Wait a moment. This doesn't seem to be a bull mask. His exuberance abruptly faltered as he scrutinized the mask in his hands. Since witnessing the legendary gunslinger, he had been captivated by his remarkable draw and had aspired to become the next cowboy, mastering the art of the revolver to perfection. He had even applied for the codename Cowboy. However, the mask before him was not that of a bull, but rather an incongruous horse mask, utterly disconnected from the essence of a Western cowboy. Holding the horse mask, Wang Ming looked at Xiaoying in bewilderment. She met his gaze with a mischievous glint in her eyes and a broad smile. Sorry, apprentice, but they informed me that the codename Cowboy is already taken. So your new codename is Mazai? What kind of ridiculous codename is that? Wang Ming exclaimed. Oh, come on. Mazai is still a kind of assistant. They're quite similar. How can that be the same? Cowboy clearly denotes a sharpshooter, but Mazai sounds like a mere lackey. How is that even comparable? Wang Ming, still fuming, eyed Xiaoying suspiciously. Hey, are you pulling my leg? Did you deliberately apply for this ridiculous nickname? Xiaoying shook her head vigorously, though her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. No, I swear I didn't do that. Really? By the way, teacher, you, a woman, chose the codename Xiaoying. Surely that was something your mentor assigned you as well. At this remark, Xiaoying's smile froze, revealing her true name should have been Mei Ying. Chapter 46. An awkward debut regardless of the circumstances. The silver-ranked assassin Ma Zai had officially made his debut, accompanying his gold-ranked mentor, Xiaoying, on his very first assassination mission. Beneath the cloak of night, atop a rooftop, Ma Zai confirmed the target was within the residence before lying in wait. At the appointed hour, when the target settled in front of the television with a coffee, he initiated his operation. Taking a deep breath, he confidently set down his binoculars. After ensuring the angle was perfect and that he was ready for a precise shot, Wang Ming, lying hundreds of meters away, retrieved the assassination kit he had collected from the designated location. Opening the box with great anticipation, he was taken aback to find that, while there was indeed a sniper rifle inside, it was disassembled into parts. Staring blankly at the pile of sniper components, Wang Ming remained dazed for several seconds before snapping back to reality and hurriedly began assembling it. However, having focused solely on marksmanship for the past month, he was utterly unqualified in firearm assembly. While he could manage to piece together a handgun or submachine gun with relative ease, the intricacies of a sniper rifle proved daunting. He pulled out the assembly manual, donned his glasses, and with a frown resembling that of a subway passenger engrossed in their phone, began to learn on the spot. After a sufficient review, he finally set to work assembling it. After a painstaking effort, he managed to complete the assembly and aimed it at the target below, only to discover that the trigger was mysteriously missing. Frantically disassembling the sniper rifle again, he found that while the trigger had returned, an array of useless small parts had inexplicably accumulated on the ground. After considerable effort, he finally managed to reassemble the sniper rifle and, upon testing the bolt action, found it functional, filling Wang Ming with elation. He meticulously set up the sniper rifle once more, preparing to eliminate his target, only to discover that the scope revealed no trace of the intended victim. Time had dragged on too long. The afternoon coffee break had long since concluded, and the individual had vacated the window. Gazing at the empty window, Wang Ming held the sniper rifle with an impassive expression, ensnared in a profound silence. 2 minutes later, in the courtyard below, the assassination target had changed into a new outfit, and was preparing to leave in a vehicle, humming as they reversed out of the garage. However, before the car could fully exit, a sudden knock resounded on the door. Startled by the noise, the target curiously poked their head out of the car window, only to be met with the swift approach of a gunstock rapidly enlarging in their field of vision. Wang Ming, having dashed into the garage, employed physical force and successfully dispatched the target with 4 swift strikes using the gunstock. He then hoisted the bloodstained sniper rifle and fled the scene, concealed in the shadows. Xiong, who had observed Wang Ming's debut assassination, couldn't contain her laughter, tears streaming down her face. She had once thought her own experience of needing 5 shots to take down a target was absurd. Yet here was an even more ludicrous scenario, a first-time assassination that had not required a single shot fired. Wiping her eyes, Xiong turned and drove off to rendezvous with Wang Ming, who, upon their meeting, became the subject of her playful mockery. Accepting her jests, Wang Ming resolved to report back to the organization, stipulating that henceforth, he would require a complete arsenal for any missions he undertook. Should anyone dare to demand that he assemble a weapon on site again, he would ensure that all parts were forcefully lodged where they ought not to be. The assassination tasks within the Dongyuan yielded substantial assassin currency upon completion, which could be utilized to procure various desired items. Additionally, successful missions granted points. And once sufficient points were accumulated, one could apply for an assassin evaluation, with successful candidates advancing in rank. Although Wang Ming had experienced a blunder during his inaugural task, his marksmanship remained commendable, making him the standout among all newcomers. Most notably, his audacity and willingness to take risks were remarkable. Consequently, after thoroughly acclimating to his duties, his task completion speed began to soar. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the master and apprentice duo embarked on another high-level assignment. Inside the vehicle, Wang Ming absent-mindedly chewed on a toothpick, while Xiong, in the driver's seat, puffed on a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Observing the throngs of people outside, Xiong's eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, darted back and forth. After a prolonged moment, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she extinguished her cigarette. Speaking softly, "Attention, the target is approaching." Wang Ming, jolted by her words, hastily donned his sunglasses and cocked the hammers of the twin pistols strapped at his waist. The sunglasses he wore and the additional firearm were new gear he had acquired through diligent task completion, redeeming assassin currency. The sunglasses were a unique item available only to silver-ranked assassins, capable of inspecting the attributes of others. The handgun at his side was a silenced pistol, the preferred choice for assassination missions. Exchanging a glance and nodding in unison, Wang Ming and Xiong exited the vehicle, dispersing in 2 directions toward the target. This strategy ensured that even if one of them faltered, the other could still secure success. Activating his assassin sunglasses, Wang Ming swiftly locked onto the target, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the displayed data. Concealing his drawn silenced pistol within a specially designed jacket pocket, the barrel pointed toward the target, rendering it invisible to the outside world. As he advanced through the crowd, Wang Ming felt his muscles tense in anticipation. Based on the target's attributes, he was confident he could eliminate him within a second of being in close proximity. Name: Wang Yang. Health, 4040. Strength, 5. Stamina, 4. Agility, 4. Mental, 6. Wisdom, 7. Skill 1. Hacking Mastery, 11 Silver. Description: a renowned hacker. A thorn in the side of various corporations. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. As Wang Ming traversed the bustling square, he grew ever closer to his target. Just as he was about to close the distance, with no one left to obscure his approach, he raised the silenced pistol from his pocket, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. He swiftly retracted, blending into the crowd, blood oozing from his arm. Someone had fired a shot, and it was also a silent, suppressed pistol. He had been struck. Chapter 47. The first confrontation concealed among the throngs of people. Wang Ming moved with the ebb and flow of the crowd, attempting to mask his presence. Grasping his bleeding arm, he wore a serious expression, his eyes fixed intently on the passers-by. An assassin's greatest fear is the revelation of their identity, and Wang Ming was undeniably compromised. This precarious situation left him at a disadvantage. The enemy knew who he was, yet he remained oblivious to their identity, a perilous predicament indeed. However, extricating himself from this predicament was not insurmountable. All he needed to do was draw his revolver and fire a shot into the air. The surrounding crowd would certainly scatter, leaving the assailant exposed. Yet, given that he was on a mission to eliminate a target, firing a shot would undoubtedly send the target fleeing among the throngs, making it exceedingly difficult for Wang Ming to locate him again. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he must refrain from firing, particularly not with the thunderous revolver. Casting a glance at his shoulder wound and analyzing the trajectory, Wang Ming quickly deduced the enemy's hiding spot. His gaze, concealed beneath his sunglasses, diligently scanned the area. Although the assassin's sunglasses could reveal others' attributes, effectively identifying potential assassins, utilizing this reconnaissance skill required mana, 10 points per use. With only 200 points of mana at his disposal, and needing to reserve some for summoning the undead as a trump card, he could not afford to activate the sunglasses indiscriminately. Instead, he had to keenly observe and identify anyone who seemed out of place for targeted inspection. His eyes sharpened, employing all the assassination skills he had acquired thus far. Standing still amidst the throng, he allowed the crowd to flow around him. The burly man on his left, with his hand concealed beneath his clothing, appeared suspicious, surely a dealer. The shifty figure on his right was equally dubious, definitely a thief. The woman approaching him, her gaze fixed intently on him, was also suspect, but merely an ordinary housewife. As Wang Ming diligently observed the crowd, a particularly muffled sound reverberated through the throng. Suddenly struck in the back, he let out a low grunt and swiftly drew his revolver, pivoting to aim behind him. Witnessing this scene, several individuals who had been glancing in his direction instinctively recoiled in fear, while a seemingly ordinary office worker, clad in a suit and carrying a briefcase, instinctively sidestepped behind a passerby, his pupils dilating in shock. Observing this, Wang Ming grinned malevolently, sheathing his revolver back into his holster without firing a shot. Excellent. The ruse had worked. The true nature of the situation was confirmed. It was a standoff. Ahead, a figure emerged from behind the passerby, evidently realizing he had been deceived. The suited man, with a stern expression, stepped forward to confront Wang Ming amidst the sea of faces, remaining still and expressionless. Dressed in formal attire, with unremarkable features and impeccably styled hair, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, this man, clutching a briefcase, was indeed an employee of a rival organization, an assassin, no less. However, his mission this time was not to kill, but to protect. Although it seemed dubious to employ an assassin for a protective task, the adage holds true: one's greatest understanding often comes from one's adversary. Only someone well-versed in assassination could effectively counter an assassin's threats. Assassins occasionally accept protection duties, provided the remuneration is sufficient. Having joined the Donghuiyuan, Wang Ming encountered an assassin from Zhuiyuan for the first time during a mission. Codename: Liego, Health, 8,585, Mana, 5,050, Strength, 5, Agility, 9, Spirit, 5, Wisdom, 6. Under the scrutiny of the assassin's glasses, Liego's attributes, notably his spirit not exceeding 10 points, were laid bare. However, only fundamental values were revealed. Personal talents and skills eluded detection by such eyewear. Observing Liego, it was evident he was inclined towards agility, likely favoring a shooting build. Wang Ming's expression remained stoic as he advanced towards his adversary. Liego, unable to discern Wang Ming's attributes due to the glasses, furrowed his brow instinctively, but proceeded to approach without hesitation. The inability to perceive attributes? This was, in fact, fortuitous. The obscured attributes indicated that Wang Ming's spirit must have surpassed 10 points. As a mere novice, his potential attribute points were limited, and if he specialized in spirit, then his other attributes would undoubtedly be feeble. Thus, the advantage lay with Liego. Amidst the shifting crowd, the two figures approached each other silently, preparing for confrontation. Wang Ming concealed his silenced pistol within his pocket, aligning his aim through the fabric of his clothing. Whenever no pedestrians obstructed the line of fire, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet pierced through the cloth soundlessly, speeding toward its target. In contrast, Liego hid his silenced pistol within his briefcase, directing its muzzle forward. Seizing the opportunity to fire, he too pulled the trigger whenever the path was clear. At a distance of 20 meters, the first muffled sound erupted simultaneously. Wang Ming was struck in the shoulder, his body swaying slightly. Liego narrowly avoided the bullet, which instead struck a balloon held by a little girl behind him, causing it to burst. At 15 meters, the second muffled sound resonated once more. Wang Ming was shot in the abdomen, his frame jolting again. Conversely, Liego staggered as he was hit in the chest, nearly collapsing to the ground. At a distance of 10 meters, the third gunshot echoed. This time, Wang Ming was struck in the leg, yet his stance remained unyielding, unaffected by the injury. In stark contrast, Liego, having been hit in the abdomen, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Wang Ming, utterly astonished. Something was amiss. It was utterly inconceivable. He had clearly landed more hits, Yet why did this young man exhibit no reaction? This made no sense. Could it be that Wang Ming's health surpassed his own? But was he not a specialist in spirit? At this moment, Liego began to sense something was off. His steps faltering. Meanwhile, Wang Ming remained expressionless, his steps resolute and unwavering. As for why he had sustained so many gunshot wounds without consequence, it was quite the jest. Did Liego truly believe that Wang Ming's 180 health points and 15 defense were trivial matters? Had Liego not been shielded from the feedback of damage inflicted by Wang Ming's special item, he would have undoubtedly been met with a deluge of despair-inducing statistics. Your shot against Ming Wang inflicted 15 points of physical damage. After accounting for defense, which is 15 points, your attack on Ming Wang dealt a mere 1 point of mandatory damage. Mandatory damage. This meant that no defense was breached. Chapter 48. Blood Bowl vs. Heavy Tank. Item name: Odor Disruption Agent. Category: Consumable. Quality: E grade, white. Usage count: 11. Base effect: Upon use, it can obscure the damage feedback function of hostile employees for 10 minutes, provided the opponent's spirit does not exceed 10 points. Otherwise, the effect is nullified. Item description: If you cannot conceal your own information, what use is there in being an assassin? You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Valued at 50 assassin coins, this special consumable was virtually useless to other employees. After all, when one's life is at stake, who cares about whether they receive damage feedback from an opponent's attack? Moreover, it only affected other employees and was entirely ineffective against plot characters, rendering it of little practical value. However, for Wang Ming, this special consumable was a veritable treasure. The rationale was straightforward. Wang Ming's defense was extraordinarily formidable. Had he not employed this item, the first shot from Liego would have likely sent him fleeing in terror. A single shot that failed to breach his defense? That was hardly a game worth playing. It would be foolish to engage in combat under such circumstances. Since discovering the immense value of this special item, Wang Ming had made it a routine to use it whenever he undertook a mission to better hunt rival employees and conceal his own information. Although this led to considerable expenditure of assassin coins, in comparison to the treasure chests possessed by employees, the cost was negligible. As long as he could successfully eliminate an employee once, all prior investments would be deemed worthwhile. At this juncture, Wang Ming's earlier expenditures finally bore fruit. With damage feedback obscured, Liego, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to engage in a shootout with Wang Ming. It was not until they were merely 5 meters apart that Liego began to grasp the reality of his predicament, though it was regrettably too late. As they closed the distance to 5 meters, with pedestrians clearing the path, Wang Ming suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Liego, whose face was now a mask of panic. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, launching a frenzied barrage of fire. Witnessing this, Liego gritted his teeth. Recognizing the inevitability of the situation and resolutely squeezed the trigger, determined to fight back. The muffled sounds of gunfire resonated in the air as the two engaged in close-range combat, bullets wildly striking each other. Wang Ming's body shuddered violently as he was hit repeatedly. In contrast, the hunter's eyes gleamed momentarily, and a translucent barrier materialized around him. Personal talent activated. Personal talent, Steel Will, level B. Effect: Upon activation, all mana is converted into double shield value. Absorbing damage for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Talent description: My will is as unyielding as steel. Indestructible in a physical sense. The hunter's unique talent transformed mana into a double layer of false health, enhancing his damage absorption capacity. Typically, such a talent would be deemed a life-saving skill for mages, suggesting that the hunter should focus on enhancing his mental attributes. However, in the early stages, mages faced significant challenges. The effort put into enhancing skills and attributes across multiple worlds often paled in comparison to the output of a firearm. Thus, the hunter was compelled to compromise with reality, abandoning the mage path to arm himself swiftly, planning to transition to a mage once he overcame his initial weakness. Despite not primarily focusing on mental attributes, the effectiveness of this talent was undeniable. Even with a mere 5 points in mental attributes and 50 points of mana, the shield value would amount to a formidable 100 points. Currently, even after augmenting his physique by 3 points, bringing his health to 85, the initial shield value still exceeded his health pool. For the duration of the shield's 5 minutes, the hunter could be likened to a colossal tank, fearlessly engaging in direct combat, except against Wang Ming. You shot at Hunter, inflicting 15 points of physical damage. After defense reduction, Hunter's defense of 4 points results in a total of 11 points of damage. Hearing the notification, Wang Ming unleashed his full firepower, advancing while shooting furiously. Subsonic bullets erupted in succession, violently shaking the hunter's body. Each bullet dealt 11 points of damage, and critical hits would double the damage to 26 points. Undeterred by the gunfire, the hunter gritted his teeth and retaliated, successfully inflicting 11 damage. As their faces drew closer, the silenced pistols pressed against each other, exchanging fire at point-blank range. After emptying a magazine, the mana shield was fully depleted, and the hunter, having sustained severe damage, finally changed expression. Observing Wang Ming, who, despite enduring several shots, remained vibrant and unyielding, the hunter's eyes widened with fear for the first time. Wait a moment. Desperation surged as the hunter attempted to plead for mercy. However, before his voice could escape, Wang Ming, having reloaded, resumed shooting. Drawing his silenced pistol from his pocket, he grasped the hunter's shoulder to immobilize him while pressing the gun to his chest, pulling the trigger at point-blank range. In the midst of muffled explosions, bullets erupted from the chamber, mercilessly bombarding the hunter. The impact tore through his clothing, sending sprays of blood erupting from his back. After sustaining another barrage, the hunter's eyes bulged in disbelief as his body succumbed to gravity, leaning helplessly against Wang Ming. He could hardly fathom that despite possessing a B-level exclusive talent capable of transforming him into a formidable tank, he would meet his demise in a direct confrontation. Overwhelmed by the damage inflicted upon him, as Wang Ming emptied another magazine, he casually pushed the lifeless body of the hunter aside, pocketing the fallen employee's key before stoically making his way through the crowd. The hunter lay on the ground, his eyes forever open in death, quickly drawing the attention of passersby. Blood gushed from numerous wounds, inciting screams that echoed through the area. As curiosity piqued, onlookers gathered to witness the unfolding scene. At that moment, Wang Ming emerged from the throng, arriving beside his target. In the instant they brushed past each other, the silenced pistol hidden in his pocket vibrated. The muffled sounds of gunfire erupted once more, and the target, struck by 4 bullets, staggered and collapsed to the ground. Assassination complete. With the target eliminated, Wang Ming continued forward, his demeanor tense as he surveyed his surroundings. Although the assassination had succeeded and the opposing personnel had been dealt with, he remained vigilant, increasingly anxious. His ally, the chief teacher, known as Xiong, had vanished. She was supposed to have accompanied the hunter. The absence of this rival duo, also seasoned assassins, raised alarm. It implied that while he faced the hunter, Xiong was likely engaged in a confrontation of her own. While she was skilled with firearms, her expertise lay in sniping rather than close-quarters combat. He hoped nothing had befallen her, especially since she still owed him money. Chapter 49. The ace assassin in the dimly lit underground garage beneath the square, labored breaths filled the air. Xiong, her arm wrapped in her coat, leaned against the wall, her left hand hanging limply as she suppressed her gasps, sweat trickling down her forehead from the intense pain. Though concealed by her coat, the droplets of blood trailing from her fingers and pooling at her feet made it evident that her injuries were severe. Her entire left arm was practically rendered useless. Lifting it was a struggle, let alone aiming a firearm. Such injuries, compromising her combat effectiveness, were undeniably fatal for an assassin. Feeling the excruciating pain surging through her arm, the nerves incessantly agitated, Xiong gritted her teeth. Was this the disparity between a gold medalist and an ace? Damn it. During the assassination attempt alongside Wang Ming, she encountered an enemy the moment Wang Ming was shot by the hunter. Unlike the inexperienced Wang Ming, Xiong, as a specialist in sniping, possessed exceptional insight, swiftly identifying her opponent and recognizing their identity. Botanical Garden, one of the 4 ace assassins, Dogtail Grass. While this moniker may sound amusing, akin to a mere cannon fodder, it was far from the truth. Those who achieved the status of ace assassins were anything but weaklings. An ace assassin without corresponding strength had long been overshadowed by others. Codename, Dogtail Grass. Rank, Boss Creature. Health, 8,080. Mana, 6,060. Strength, 10. Stamina, 8. Agility, 10. Mental, 6. Wisdom, 7. Skills, Eye of Death, C-level Silver. Skills, Advanced Handgun Mastery LV4 C-level. Skills, Basic Combat Mastery LV4. Character description. Among the 4 ace assassins of the Botanical Garden, the most adept at close-range assassinations, as a D-grade world, and particularly one where the overall level of the entire realm is confined to the D-grade low martial arts category. The attributes of the characters within this world are not particularly high. Even the most formidable ace assassins possess only average statistics. Achieving a single attribute score of 10 is already a mark of a top-tier expert, While having two attributes reach this level signifies mastery among the elite. However, the mere fact that the characters in this narrative possess average attributes does not imply that their combat capabilities are lacking. Those navigating this world rely on firearms for their livelihood, and firearms do not concern themselves with individual attributes. They inflict damage as dictated by their specifications. Coupled with the terrifying marksmanship of these characters, even seasoned veterans would find themselves vulnerable against them, as even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Firearms are often heralded as the lifeblood of new recruits, a statement not to be taken lightly. For they truly embody the principle of the weak overcoming the strong and the small triumphing over the mighty. The skill known as Death's Eye allows one to activate a bullet time effect for a brief duration, enhancing cognitive processing and sensory perception beyond human limits. With a mastery level of LV4 in both combat and shooting expertise, the character known as Gawiko possesses an unparalleled capacity for close-quarters explosive power. Remarkably, his shooting proficiency is not the commonplace basic range proficiency, but rather the more advanced pistol mastery. It is imperative to note that basic passive skills do not possess levels, being the most ubiquitous abilities that anyone can learn and master. In contrast, advanced passive skills represent an upgraded version of these foundational skills, complete with levels and rarity. While the scope of enhancement may be narrower, the effects are significantly amplified. Skill name: Advanced Pistol Mastery LV4. Category: Passive Skill. Level: C grade, blue. Base effect: when using a pistol, all aspects of shooting, accuracy, range, speed, reloading speed, aiming speed, and draw speed are enhanced by 25. Entry 1. Pupil reticle: when drawing and aiming, a reticle automatically appears in front of the user, effectively indicating the point of impact. Skill description: if one can outpace you even slightly, they can easily dispatch you. For experts, even a difference of 1 is significant. Upon leveraging his perceptual advantages to detect Gawiko and recognize his identity, the eagle, aware of the assassin's code, should have retreated decisively to avoid drawing attention. Knowing full well that confronting an ace assassin, especially one with close-range mastery, could be fatal. Should he be targeted, even 10 lives would not suffice for the eagle to survive. The optimal course of action would have been to abandon the mission and retreat, disregarding his apprentice Wang Ming. After all, camaraderie among assassins is a myth. Those with emotional attachments are not fit for the profession and seldom endure. Upon spotting Gawiko, the eagle acted accordingly and chose to withdraw strategically. Yet, upon witnessing Gawiko approach Wang Ming, drawing a silenced pistol, she could not resist the urge to fire, diverting Gawiko's attention. The eagle understood well the taboo of emotional attachment among assassins, having seen her mentor perish for such a folly. However, after spending over a month in close proximity and observing Wang Ming make the same choice she once did, the eagle had instinctively transferred her feelings for her mentor and the legacy of the assassin's craft onto Wang Ming, developing genuine affection for him, as evidenced by their rapport, which had reached the level of confidant, 75,100. Ultimately, between the assassin's code and her own emotions, the eagle opted for the latter, leading to her being severely injured by Gawiko in a mere moment of confrontation, losing an arm and retreating in disarray. In close-range combat, she was no match for the elite assassin, her actions a desperate gambit to draw the enemy's focus and grant Wang Ming the opportunity to execute his mission. Crouching behind a stone pillar, she dared not move, her posture rigid as her chest rose and fell violently. Her remaining hand gripped the silenced pistol tightly. Fingers pressed firmly on the trigger, yet she refrained from exposing herself. Meanwhile, in the expansive garage behind the pillar, the ace assassin Gawiko, impeccably attired in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, stood nonchalantly in the center with no semblance of cover. His silenced pistol hung naturally at his side as his unblinking gaze fixed on the stone pillar before him, his expression devoid of emotion. Judging by your attire, you must be the sharpshooter from the zoo, second only to the eagle-eyed eagle. What audacity compels a sniper to provoke a master of close-range shooting without establishing distance? With a light pull of the hammer, Gawiko's eyes darted about, surveying the garage layout. After a thorough inspection, his pupils suddenly narrowed, a hint of a smile breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor. Eagle, you dare to challenge me in my own territory? Are you prepared for death? In an instant, gunfire erupted. With a swift motion, Gawiko raised his silenced pistol and unleashed a trio of shots. The flashes of fire erupted as 3 subsonic bullets were discharged from distinct angles, striking the steel surface of the wall with a thunderous impact, ricocheting uncontrollably. Amidst the cacophony of wind, the bullets altered their trajectories, curving back towards the eagle concealed behind the stone pillar, executing a masterful Z-shaped arc. Chapter 50. The duel among assassins. Upon hearing the gunfire, the eagle recognized the peril immediately and charged from her cover without hesitation. Despite her swift response, the speed of the bullets was unmatched. Even as she attempted to flee, a ricochet struck her waist, causing blood to spurt forth. Grimacing in pain, the eagle emerged from her cover, sprinting towards the opposite wall while simultaneously firing wildly at Gawiko. As she ran, the trigger was pulled repeatedly, and Gawiko reciprocated, dashing in the opposite direction while firing back. The sound of gunfire filled the air, and in that moment, both the eagle and Gawiko's pupils constricted to mere pinpoints as they activated their C-grade, silver, skill, Death's Eye. With a buzzing sound resonating in their minds, their thoughts emptied. As the active skill took effect, the world around them slowed to a crawl. The wind ceased, breaths halted, and even the dust suspended in the air became motionless. The entire environment transformed into a slow-motion tableau, with the eagle and Gawiko glaring at each other, fingers slowly squeezing the triggers. As the guns recoiled, flames erupted from the barrels, and bullets spiraled out at a visible speed, hurtling toward one another. The moment the buzzing in their minds faded, the skill of Death's Eye concluded. Bullets erupted with sparks, colliding with precision at a single point. The projectiles fired by both parties met in midair, twisting and melding together before clattering to the ground. Amidst the cacophony of this collision, the gallant eagles emitted a muffled grunt as blood spurted from its injured leg. Stumbling and rolling to the ground, utilizing inertia, it rolled successfully to the corner, leaning against the wall while raising its firearm. The eagle, wounded in the leg, grimaced in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on its forehead. Ultimately, in this deadly clash between assassins, she was the one who fell short. In terms of accuracy, the eagle was not inferior to the dogtail grass, both possessing the deadly eye. However, the issue lay in the dogtail grass's unparalleled rate of fire. The eagle could unleash 4 shots in the blink of an eye, while the dogtail grass fired 5, unable to intercept all the bullets. The eagle stood no chance and was inevitably struck. This exemplified the overwhelming power of advanced skills. In the domain where the opponent excelled, the eagle found herself utterly outmatched. Breath coming in rapid gasps and heart racing, the eagle's hand remained steady as a mountain while her eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. Close-range shooting was the opponent's forte, and with her current injury, continuing the fight meant certain death. Her only hope for survival lay in evading the gunfire and fleeing. But how could one escape in the face of a seasoned top assassin? As for forcibly creating opportunities with the deadly eye, such a notion was ludicrous. The deadly eye was merely a momentary burst skill, incapable of prolonged use. It consumed 10 mana points per second, but this second referred to the activation of the skill, slowed down to 1/10 of normal time. In reality, this skill drained 100 mana points every second. If it only required 10 mana points per second in the real world, it would undoubtedly be an A-grade skill, whether it was the eagle or the dogtail grass. Activating the deadly eye could only sustain its effect for about half a second. To onlookers, it appeared as though both individuals suddenly accelerated, their accuracy becoming terrifyingly precise. Delivering multiple shots in an instant, each aimed at the head, akin to an explosion of a small universe. In a scenario where only one possessed this skill, it was a devastating burst of power. However, when both wielded this ability, the contest boiled down to speed. As the eagle was struck again, her arm incapacitated and movement severely hampered, the dogtail grass lowered his firearm, a smile creeping onto his otherwise stoic face. Eagle, although you are not adept at close-range shooting, it is commendable that you managed to hold your ground for so long in my territory. I must admit, you possess considerable skill. Moving aside in search of a suitable angle, the dogtail grass spoke softly. For a seasoned assassin like you, it would be illogical to expose your position by firing at me. Pray tell, what compelled you to act so recklessly? Was it for that young lad? For your apprentice? The eagle, expressionless, switched out the magazine with one hand, lifting her silenced pistol once more, leaning against the wall with her head slightly tilted, attentively listening. Her body remained still, breath steady, unaffected by the dogtail grass's taunts. Noting the eagle's silence, the dogtail grass grinned broadly, his smile radiant. It seems your bond with your apprentice runs deep, willing to risk your life for him. Alas, according to the rules of the assassin world, once I eliminate you, I shall proceed to eliminate him as well. You cannot save him. It is possible he has already met his end, though I am reluctant to admit it. I have indeed gained a remarkable apprentice. His marksmanship is exceptional, and his capacity for learning is astonishing. He has already reached the level of a gold medal assassin within our organization. Most importantly, he possesses an acute understanding of concealment. searching for a shooting angle. The dogtail grass continued his verbal onslaught, attempting to manipulate the eagle's emotions and judgment. Moreover, that lad has a vile temperament, relishing in the torment of his targets. Preferring to hide in crowds and shoot, delighting in the panic of his prey, reveling in their futile struggles. Is your apprentice clever enough? If not, he may find himself tortured to death. Despite the dogtail grass's provocations, the eagle remained silent and composed until those final words, which caused a flicker of change in her expression, her breathing becoming more rapid. Maintaining her standoff pose, she sought to endure against the dogtail grass, hoping to create an opportunity for survival. As her gaze flickered, her finger instinctively tightened on the trigger. Meanwhile, the dogtail grass, concealed behind cover, detected the subtle change in her breaths, a smirk curving his lips. It appeared he had struck a nerve. Was she truly fearful that her apprentice might be outsmarted and fall victim to his adversaries? This woman's composure was unraveling. She could hardly hold her ground now. Gently lowering the hammer, the dogtail grass's grin twisted into something more sinister as he drew another silenced pistol from his coat. Brandishing both firearms toward the eagle's hiding spot, fixated like a statue, he waited, anticipating the eagle's emergence. Concealed around the corner, the eagle inhaled deeply, determination gleaming in her eyes as she raised her pistol and stood, legs coiled for a powerful surge. Chapter 51, A Desperate Assault. Just as both were prepared for the inevitable confrontation, a piercing noise reverberated through the empty underground parking lot. At the sound, both paused. The eagle retreating to cover while the dogtail grass swung his dual weapons toward the source of the sound, entering through the entrance with a plastic bag. A woman was startled, dropping her belongings and raising her hands in surrender. The dogtail grass, observing the terrified passerby, rolled his eyes in exasperation. An unexpected interruption by a bystander. How troublesome. Wait. Suddenly realizing something, his pupils contracted, and he raised his guns again, shooting without hesitation. Something was amiss. The woman remained unervingly calm. A woman without professional training, confronted by guns. How could she not scream or collapse, but instead raise her hands in a perfect surrender? This woman was no ordinary bystander. The silenced pistols trembled as bullets erupted forth. Observing the dogtail grass fire, the woman lowered her hands without hesitation, showing no intent to evade, charging directly toward him. As bullets struck her, blood sprayed, and her body staggered violently. However, despite this, the woman's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. Even after sustaining a gunshot wound to the head, blood streaming from her skull, she continued to sprint at full speed. The relentless barrage from the gun known as Dogwaiwako emptied 2 magazines, delivering over 20 shots to her. Ultimately, her vitality was exhausted. And with a thud, she fell to the ground, sliding face down before Dogwaiwako, a mere 2 meters away. Gazing at this desperate outlaw who had nearly braved a hail of bullets to confront him, even the stalwart Dogwaiwako was drenched in cold sweat. What manner of creature is this? How can one survive such a hail of gunfire? Is she a death warrior trained by an assassin organization? As Dogwaiwako reloaded, he approached to examine the corpse on the ground. He kicked the body and forcefully turned her over. Upon seeing the lifeless form of the woman, her eyes wide open, a look of terror suddenly crossed his face. For in her hand was a grenade, the pin already pulled. Damn! Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the shockwave sent Dogwaiwako flying. The body was obliterated, and as he rolled on the ground, gravely injured, he struggled to rise, his face smeared with blood. Just then, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed through the vast underground garage. Hearing the commotion, Dogwaiwako hastily looked up, only to find his pupils constricting in fear. At the garage entrance, 4 or 5 figures were sprinting toward him with alarming speed. Their movements mirrored that of the woman he had just faced. What kind of joke is this? Lying on the ground, Dogwaiwako was unable to rise. He could only raise his dual pistols and open fire in desperation. Bullets rained down upon the approaching figures, causing blood to splatter. Yet, the assailants showed no sign of being affected by the gunfire. With the price of 1 dead and 3 injured, the remaining death warriors finally reached Dogwaiwako. Without hesitation, they brandished a newly acquired fruit knife and lunged at him like cannonballs. The piercing sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed as Dogwaiwako struck multiple times, fought valiantly to fend off their thrusts, firing point-blank shots at their heads. After exhausting his ammunition, he drew a tactical dagger from his waist, unleashing a relentless series of stabs at the foe atop him. Dogwaiwako's strikes were swift and lethal, each aimed at vital points, devoid of unnecessary movements. Whether in close-range shooting or hand-to-hand combat, he displayed the prowess of a master. However, the The problem was that his assailants had no intention of engaging him in single combat. Several of them rushed forward, recklessly wielding fruit knives and exchanging blows. Each was intent on inflicting harm, an absurd method of attack that was intolerable. The renowned ace assassin, the king of close combat, Dogwai Waco, ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of fruit knives amidst a cacophony of screams. As the ruthless attackers dispersed, he lay riddled with wounds, barely clinging to life. As he convulsed on the ground, blood uncontrollably spilling from his mouth and nose, Dogwai Waco's eyes widened in horror. Just then, footsteps approached, and a figure emerged from behind the frenzied attackers, standing before him. Crouching beside Dogwai Waco, Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, suddenly drawing a revolver and pointing it at him. "So, you call yourself an ace assassin? Huh." Bang. A gunshot rang out, silencing his gasps. A bloody hole appeared in Dogwai Waco's head, and he fell. The illustrious ace assassin met his untimely demise in the underground garage, felled by a haphazard, unskilled stabbing. Picking up the black key that Dogwai Waco had dropped, Wang Ming strode deeper into the garage. Surveying the silent expanse, he called out without a moment's hesitation. "Hey, Xiaoming, are you dead or alive? If you're alive, make a sound." Just as his shout echoed, a dull thud resounded. A gust of wind swept over Wang Ming's head, causing his hair to flutter. He rolled his eyes. "Every day with the headshots to scare people. One day you'll accidentally blow my head off." Emerging from around the corner, Xiaoming limped forward, clutching her arm. She glanced at the lifeless body of Dogwai Waco, her expression complex. The formidable ace assassin, a top-tier expert feared by the members of the zoo, had fallen just like that? Not in a thrilling duel, nor in a meticulously laid trap, but rather like a street thug, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. At that moment, Xiaoming gazed at Dogwai Waco's corpse, a sense of unreality washing over her. It felt as if she were witnessing a legendary retired soldier, fluent in 8 languages and skilled in various combat techniques and firearm use. Someone who could pilot airplanes and tanks, an all-around super protagonist, now felled by street thugs. Are ordinary people this formidable now? If mere civilians had attacked Dogwai Waco, he certainly would not have fallen so easily. It was absurd. Given Dogwai Waco's shooting accuracy, he could hit a bullseye with every shot. It would take dozens of people to take him down. But the problem was, those who surrounded him were not ordinary. They were the undead. The undead have a crucial trait. They lack vital points, rendering them impervious to critical strikes. Whether shot in the head or heart, they do not suffer critical damage. To achieve such damage, one would need light attribute magic. The undead Wang Ming had possessed all 3 basic attributes at 8 points, translating to a defense of 4 points. With 80 health points, 4 points of physical defense, and an insensitivity to critical hits, combined with their reckless charge. It was a miracle that Dogwai Waco had lasted as long as he did after being severely injured by a self-destructing grenade. The ace assassin, whose expertise lay in killing, faced death not at the hands of a human. Chapter 52. They are all my brothers. Who are these people? They are all my brothers. Your brothers? Xiaoming, having treated her injuries with special medicine, glanced at the several corpses on the ground with an odd expression. But it seems your brothers are quite dead. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. So what if they're dead? We can find new brothers. Don't sweat the small details. By the way, having eliminated a rival ace assassin, shouldn't we receive a plethora of rewards? Wang Ming, unsure how to explain the origins of the undead, quickly changed the subject. Xiaoming nodded slightly, speaking seriously. Indeed, thanks to this achievement, not only will we earn a significant amount of assassin coins, but you will also be able to directly advance to the status of a gold medal assassin. Just a gold medal? Otherwise, what do you think? The prestigious title of ace killer is limited to only 4 slots. To ascend to this esteemed position, one must devise a strategy to usurp the current occupants. Merely eliminating a rival ace killer will not suffice. As Xiaoming elucidated, he initiated the vehicle nearby. After stowing the corpse of the dogtail grass into the trunk, he took his place in the driver's seat while energetically patting the passenger seat, signaling Wang Ming to hasten aboard. The cacophony of explosions and gunfire had undoubtedly drawn attention. If they did not depart swiftly, they would be confronted by a police dragnet. Directing the undead to a corner, he stealthily retrieved them into his inventory before Wang Ming clambered into the vehicle. Leaning back against the plush cushion, he exhaled contentedly. His gaze soon fixated on his attribute panel. By vanquishing the dogtail grass, Wang Ming successfully achieved the first milestone of this world. And it was the most arduous among them. Milestone: I am the ace. Requirement: eliminate a hostile ace killer. Current status: completed. Upon completing the milestone, a title reward would be granted, with an individual permitted to don only one title at a time. In the previous world, Wang Ming had toiled tirelessly yet managed to complete but a single milestone, one devoid of any utility or challenge. Its effect was to ignore 2 points of defense when attacking undead creatures. It had marginal utility in the prior world, but in this realm, it proved utterly worthless. Fortunately, this time Wang Ming finally obtained a second milestone title, and the effects of this title were significantly potent. Title: I am the Ace. Level: D Silver. Effect: inflicts an additional 5 points of physical damage when attacking humans. Title description: do you understand the true value of being an ace killer? Tactical lean back. Upon selecting his newly acquired title, a notification sound resonated in Wang Ming's ears. Ding. Would you like to equip the new title? Company notification. Titles can only be altered upon returning to the company. They cannot be changed at will within the project world. However, the newly acquired title can be directly equipped. Equip title. Equipping complete. Current title changed to I am the Ace. When attacking humans, an additional 5 points of physical attack power is granted. Although this effect has considerable limitations, it is undeniably practical. After all, in lower-level worlds, the frequency of human adversaries is remarkably high. Furthermore, this additional 5 damage enhances firearm potency, augmenting Wang Ming's single-target output by over 25. Having donned the title, Wang Ming rubbed his hands together in anticipation of opening the treasure chests. He had acquired 2 chests, one belonging to the hunting dog employee and another, a black chest from the dogtail grass. The black chest ranked between silver and blue, representing a mid-tier treasure. After deliberation, Wang Ming opted to commence with the hunting dog employee chest. Within the chest, visible only to him, a soft glow emanated, and the familiar 5-option selection reappeared. Faced with the newcomer, the options of points, contribution points, and potential points were not viable choices. One could hardly expect to extract a fortune from a pauper. If the hunting dog possessed such wealth, it would be uncertain who had bested whom earlier. Upon selecting equipment, as the brilliance faded, a familiar weapon materialized in Wang Ming's grasp, a silenced pistol, a special D-level, blue, firearm. While its value was not exceptionally high, it was certainly not lacking, as Wang Ming had painstakingly completed numerous assassination tasks to acquire it, deeming it worth every effort. Regrettably, he already possessed one. A single weapon sufficed for stealth missions, leaving this one to be sold. Of course, Wang Ming could also choose to bestow it upon his undead minions. Indeed, Wang Ming's undead could wield weapons, even harnessing their effects. Moreover, they could don a piece of armor. This constituted an additional effect enhancement of red quality skills. However, while they could utilize firearms, their accuracy and skill were questionable. Furthermore, Wang Ming unexpectedly discovered that the improved version of the undead magic skill, upon acquiring its first attribute, not only allowed him to seal souls, but also to remotely command corpses. The female undead, who had exhibited remarkably human-like behavior by surrendering and displaying terror, was under Wang Ming's remote command. Under his distant guidance, given a firearm, the undead became a diminished version of Wang Ming devoid of skill enhancements. The sole drawback was that this remote control, while advantageous, came at a cost. To command the undead from a distance, Wang Ming had to merge his soul with theirs, meaning he could not act in his physical form during this period and would be rendered immobile. Additionally, he could control only one undead at a time. This capability was excellent for gathering intelligence or executing stealthy maneuvers, yet expecting to enhance the combat prowess of the undead in direct confrontations was a fanciful notion. With the hunting dog's chest now fully examined, the main event awaited. The treasure chest belonging to the ace killer, Dogtail Grass, was ready to be unveiled. As the chest opened, a radiant glow surged forth, revealing 2 items taking shape. Name: Advanced Pistol Mastery, LV1. Grade: C Blue. Category: Passive Skill. Learning requirement: None. Basic effect: enhances shooting ability by 10 when using a pistol. Skill description: a passive skill specializing in pistols, sacrificing enhancements from other firearms for unparalleled dominance in pistol shooting. Company notification: this passive skill can override base passive skills and inherit the original skill level. Equipment name: Bulletproof Suit. Category: Upper Body and Lower Body. Grade: D Blue. Equipment requirement: Strength 5, Constitution 5. Agility 5. Basic effect: Defense 2. Attribute: Bulletproof Material. Grants an additional 3 points of defense against firearms. Equipment description: this full-body bulletproof suit is the favorite of Dogtail Grass, assisting him through numerous life and death crises. However, it is proven that while it can withstand bullets, it cannot defend against blades. Chapter 53. The true plot unfolds an advanced gun mastery skill, and a full-body suit comprise the entirety of the Dogtail Grass treasure chest's contents. The former is undoubtedly valuable, while the latter is unique in that it occupies multiple equipment slots. Typically, a single piece of equipment occupies one slot, with clothing covering the upper body and trousers the lower. However, the full-body suit occupies both slots, which is a considerable disadvantage, albeit offset by its powerful effects. As a D-level, blue, piece of equipment, it offers an impressive 2 points of melee weapon defense and 5 points against firearms, providing exceptional defensive capabilities. Even small firearms are unable to penetrate its surface, ensuring the wearer remains unharmed. Regrettably, the canine tail grass clad in a suit encountered a group of cold-blooded specters wielding fruit knives. Swiftly donning the suit, Wang Ming transformed into a figure of sophistication, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. The black suit, coupled with his imposing stature and fierce countenance, complemented by sunglasses, indeed exuded the aura of a high-end bodyguard. He resembled the type often seen beside the affluent, perpetually wearing a stern expression and adorned with professional earpieces. Typically serving as mere background figures, they appeared quite proficient. Yet when confronted with an assassination, they proved utterly ineffective. Seated beside him, the hawk-eyed Wang Ming's new appearance with disdain, unable to suppress a grimace of contempt. Noticing the hawk's expression, Wang Ming, seated in the passenger seat, subtly curled his lips into a smirk and deftly rested a hand on her shoulder. "Teacher, are you envious? How about joining me in future endeavors? I could offer you this suit. With your gallant demeanor paired with the suit and sunglasses, you would undoubtedly captivate the young ladies." The hawk rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Brother, I am a woman." "A woman? That hardly matters. Women can charm young ladies just as well. This isn't about whether one can charm or not. As a woman, why would I want to charm young ladies? Forget it. Discussing such matters with you is truly a waste of time." Having grown accustomed to Wang Ming's peculiar thought process, the hawk had long since resigned herself to despair. She realized that one could not engage this fellow too seriously. Otherwise, he would twist words around, insisting that his misinterpretation was superior, thus provoking one's ire. Upon returning to the headquarters and surrendering the corpse of the canine tailgrass, the demise of the rival faction's ace assassin swiftly captured everyone's attention. Wang Ming and the hawk, this master-disciple duo, were even summoned by the king of assassins. Seated behind a screen, the king of assassins was difficult to discern. After confirming the identity of the corpse, he generously elevated Wang Ming's rank to that of a gold medal assassin. After a moment's hesitation, he issued a new command to seize the opportunity presented by the botanical garden, losing a key member. The zoo was to engage in full-scale warfare against the opposition, marking the commencement of a direct confrontation between the two major assassin factions. At the very moment the command was issued, an abrasive company notification echoed in the ears of all present, including Wang Ming. Ding! The confrontation storyline has officially commenced. All employees automatically accept the side quest. The victor is king. B-level side quest. The victor is king. Quest requirements. Eliminate as many rival assassins as possible until one faction is annihilated. Depending on the level of the targets, kills may yield 100 to 2,000 points. Eliminating the opposing king of assassins grants an immediate 5,000 points. Failure penalty. None. Rival employees and narrative characters will naturally impose penalties upon you. Quest synopsis. Kill to cease killing. The victor is king. In the city, only one group of assassins can prevail. Company notification 1. The final reward upon quest completion will depend on the quantity and quality of your kills. The more you slay, the greater the reward. Company notification 2. Upon completing this quest, your journey in this world will conclude within 24 hours. You may also choose to end it immediately after task completion. It was a side quest. Moreover, a group-oriented B-level side quest. After nearly 2 months in this world without triggering any tasks beyond the main one, the others finally awaited a side quest they desired. The challenge posed by this task would be unprecedentedly great, as it required not only facing narrative characters, but also opposing the employees of the rival company. The quest would conclude only when one side remained. As Wang Ming gazed upon the automatically accepted B-level task, a look of realization crossed his face. Previously puzzled as to why the return time for this world was unmarked, he now understood. The narrative had yet to be triggered. The return would only occur when the storyline unfolded and a victor emerged. A battle ending within a day would usher in an immediate return. Conversely, a protracted conflict lasting a year would delay the return indefinitely. Of course, both factions comprised assassins, whose forte lay in the art of killing. Once hostilities escalated, The ensuing conflict would undoubtedly be swift and brutal. Wang Ming felt confident that this ultimate showdown would not linger for too long. Victory could very well be determined within a week. After all, assassins thrive on speed, precision, and lethality. With the king of assassins having issued the task, all assassins sprang into action. Except for a few pairs whose relationships had soured and opted to part ways, the majority operated as master-disciple teams, a standard configuration among narrative characters and company employees. Clearly, the previous month had not solely been dedicated to honing employees' marksmanship and acclimating them to the world. It had also served as a prime opportunity to establish connections and foster relationships with narrative characters, as long as the bonds were sufficiently strong. The narrative figures assuming the role of teachers would become the employees' greatest assets in the impending confrontations. Wang Ming was unaware of how well the other employees fared in their relationships with their respective mentors. However, he was confident that his rapport with his teacher was exceptionally solid. They were akin to close comrades, practically inseparable. In truth, they could share the same trousers if they wished. Wang Ming was entirely indifferent to the notion, though the hawk harbored some reservations, primarily due to his aversion to bathing. Observing the hawk's current affinity level of intimate, 90-100, Wang Ming felt invigorated. The intimacy was nearing its peak. He refused to believe that the limits he had failed to surpass in the previous world would elude him here as well. This teacher of his was destined to be brought out of this world, becoming an invaluable ally. What? Why was he so fixated on elevating their affinity to its utmost limit before transforming her into a specter to carry away? It was not impossible to accumulate goodwill. For instance, when he had vanquished the canine tail grass and the hunting dog duo, he had attempted to imprison their souls within specters to resurrect them as his aides. However, the reliability of such resurrected specters was uncertain. They could either assist him or turn against him. Indeed, the resurrected canine tail grass had greeted Wang Ming with a volley of bullets upon awakening, each shot landing squarely on target. Chapter 54. All-out war. With the two assassin organizations officially declaring war, brutal clashes erupted throughout the city. Narrative characters battled narrative characters, employees clashed with employees, and employees confronted narrative characters head-on. Numerous small groups of master-disciple pairs faced off, resulting in daily fatalities and harrowing tragedies. Amidst this chaos, Wang Ming and the Hawk emerged as primary targets for the opposing faction. The reason for their targeting was straightforward. They had eliminated the canine tail grass, the ace assassin, thus igniting the conflict. According to the internal regulations of the assassin organization, should a vacancy arise among the 4 ace assassins, any individual who excelled and passed the evaluation could ascend to become the new ace assassin. Unfortunately for them, the Botanical Garden assassin faction had assigned the task of eliminating the Hawk and her subordinate as the evaluation challenge. Whoever managed to eliminate these two would claim the title of the next ace assassin. This led to Wang Ming and Xiong Ying swiftly becoming primary targets for assassination, with their opponents being individuals of the highest caliber, akin to gold medal assassins. Consequently, every assassination attempt was fraught with peril, yet symbolized the promise of substantial rewards upon defeating adversaries. The sharp crack of gunfire resonated, echoing through the air as countless innocent bystanders cowered in fear. 2 figures were engaged in a fierce gunfight, Wang Ming and a gold medal assassin, standing several meters apart in an empty corridor, each aiming their weapons at the other. They advanced boldly, exchanging wild gunfire without flinching. Wang Ming's large-caliber revolver roared with each shot, while the opposing assassin retaliated with equal ferocity. Due to the distance and the nature of their firearms, their accuracy diminished significantly, resulting in only a few hits on each other, with the majority of bullets striking the walls and window frames. After exhausting several magazines, they emerged from the corridor into the hall, finally face to face. Staring each other down, they quickly reloaded and charged forward, firing recklessly. As they closed the distance, Wang Ming, without hesitation, hurled his empty revolver and, taking advantage of the opponent's instinct to block, drew a hidden dagger from his waist and sprinted forward. The gold medal assassin's expression changed drastically, and he hastily opened fire. Although the bullets struck Wang Ming, causing him to stagger and tremble, they failed to halt his advance. Braving 5 bullets head-on, Wang Ming finally closed the last 10 meters, leaping to plunge his dagger into the assassin's forehead. The blade pierced through, and the assassin's eyes widened in shock as blood streamed down his face. The revolver, having just been reloaded, instinctively fired off rounds, but the shots, now wildly inaccurate, missed their mark and struck the ground instead. Observing his staggering opponent, Wang Ming forcefully withdrew the dagger and relentlessly stabbed at the assassin's chest until he was assured of his demise. The notification chimed, congratulating him on eliminating the gold medal assassin Qing Zhu and awarding him 1,000 points. Breathless, Wang Ming lowered his bloody dagger and gazed at the fallen assassin. His face splattered with blood, eyes fierce. After collecting the blue treasure chest dropped by the assassin, he turned and ran away. Following their open confrontation, Wang Ming and Xiong faced numerous skilled assassins' ambushes. After decisively eliminating several groups of killers through sheer combat prowess, the assassins, recognizing that Wang Ming and Xiong were formidable foes, swiftly altered their strategy from individual actions to coordinated hunting. This time, they found themselves encircled by two teams, each facing a gold medal assassin, while the two assassin subordinates, mere employees of the organization, were dealt with by Wang Ming's summoned spirits. Hey Xiong, I've wrapped things up here. How about you? You little rascal, you finished already? What do you think? After confirming the target was dead, Xiong reloaded her firearm while casually speaking into her vintage cell phone. This is the 6th gold medal assassin. There are only 15 in total from Zhuwu Yuan, and we've nearly taken half. Only 6. Not enough? I almost want to wipe out the entire organization. Wang Ming's words elicited a chuckle from Xiong, who found herself puzzled by her apprentice's insatiable thirst for blood. It was perplexing. While one could argue he had a twisted psyche, he was remarkably healthy in body and mind, living a carefree life devoid of distress. Yet, one could hardly consider it normal for someone to revel in the pursuit of death. Upon detecting the presence of hostile assassins, Wang Ming's eyes lit up, nearly transforming into searchlights. Xiong, unable to comprehend the reasons behind his fervor, waved her hand decisively. The 4 spirits that had been dispatched to assist her moved closer. As a fellow gold medal assassin, Xiong was able to dispatch her target with relative ease, even after being caught off guard. Thanks to the fearless assistance of these spirits, she was uncertain about the origins of these allies, yet recognized their willingness to confront danger head-on. In the realm of gold medal assassins, the disparity in combat abilities was minimal. With additional support from the spirits, Xiong found herself in a dominant position. She even felt confident enough to engage directly with the top assassin. Retrieving her firearm and picking up her phone, Xiong walked toward Wang Ming while speaking softly. By the way, little rascal, I have a gift for you. It has been 2 months, and just as my mentor presented me with a graduation gift at the same time, I'm doing the same for you. A graduation gift? What is it? A secret. You'll find out when you open it. It's in my room. Suddenly, Xiong voice trailed off as she abruptly halted, her smile fading. Frowning, she observed the figure of a woman emerging from around the corner, brandishing a knife. Her pupils constricted in recognition. This was one of the 4 elite assassins of Zhuwu Yuan, the Queen Vine. With vigilance, Xiong promptly ended the call, drawing her sidearm and retreating while loading it. Utilizing the spirits as cover, she decisively prepared to escape. However, upon turning, she was stunned again. A formidable figure, adorned with a ghostly mask and wielding a katana, emerged from the shadows behind her. Another elite assassin from Zhuwu Yuan, the ghost Martial Grass. Faced with the dual threat of 2 elite assassins blocking her path in the corridor, Xiong gritted her teeth. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, the gold medal assassin that had lured her in was merely bait, likely unaware of their role as a pawn in this deadly game. Raising her firearm to aim at the approaching figures, Xiong demeanor sharpened, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The Queen Vine and ghost Martial Grass exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. Xiong, the renowned sniper and gold medal assassin from Dongyuan, I believe we need to have a conversation, don't you think? Upon discovering that his phone call had been abruptly terminated, Wang Ming initially grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, before he could put away his device, a sudden deafening explosion resonated in his ear. With a resounding crash, the phone shattered into fragments, and blood erupted from his shoulder. Caught off guard, Wang Ming let out a muffled groan and instinctively dove to the side, rolling to take refuge behind a cover. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, his pupils constricted in shock. You have been shot by flytrap. This attack inflicts 40 points of physical damage. Damage mitigation has been completed. Your defense is 20 points, leading to a final damage of 20 points. You have suffered 20 points of physical damage. An attack causing 40 points of damage. Observing the data feedback after the ambush, Wang Ming's expression paled, and he quickly recoiled further behind the cover. Such a terrifying level of damage could only be inflicted by a sniper rifle. In other words, he had been targeted by a sniper. Moreover, the assailant's name was Flytrap, one of the 4 elite assassins from Botanical Garden. To send an ace assassin after a newly minted gold-level killer like himself was absurd. When had he become so significant? Crouching behind a pillar, he desperately shrank his body. After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Ming managed to calm himself down, removing his cowboy hat and cautiously using his knife to probe out from the cover. However, as soon as his hat peeked out, there was no gunfire in response. Clearly, the seasoned assassin, Flytrap, would not fall for such a simple ruse. The shot had come from the 10 o'clock direction, hitting the phone and grazing his shoulder at a downward angle of 43 degrees, indicating that the sniper was likely positioned on the middle floor of the opposite building. Closing his eyes, Wang Ming calculated the shooting angle with great concentration and soon reached a conclusion. Having trained for 2 months under the sniper expert Eagle, Wang Ming was no novice. Although Eagle had claimed that even shooting a pig would yield a higher accuracy than Wang Ming's, he had learned nearly everything about how to defend against snipers and assess their positions. Primarily, since Wang Ming was not afraid of close combat, he feared only those who would not engage him up close. Thus, he had diligently studied this area of knowledge. After recalculating the angle and confirming its accuracy, Wang Ming abruptly shut his eyes. As his thoughts shifted, one of the undead he had dispatched during the earlier battle suddenly raised its head and glanced towards the sniper's position. Noticing a glimmer of reflection, the undead dashed forward without hesitation, attempting to sneak around from the other side. However, the enemy, having chosen to snipe Wang Ming, was undoubtedly well informed about his movements. They were fully aware of Wang Ming's assistance. Hence, upon detecting someone creeping closer, the sniper immediately raised their weapon and fired. The undead was struck in the head, its body stiffening and collapsing to the ground. Yet, being an undead, it had no vital points and could not be critically hit. Although a blood hole appeared in its head, it quickly rose again, charging towards the opposing building. Witnessing this scene, even though Flytrap was already aware of the intel, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What a loyal minion. Remarkable. Bang. Just as the words left his lips, a second gunshot rang out, and the undead collapsed once more, this time failing to rise as a third shot followed, sealing its fate. After eliminating the undead, Flytrap aimed his gun back at Wang Ming's hiding place, while Wang Ming, at that moment, lost his connection and regained his senses. Casting a grim glance at the distant corpse of the undead, Wang Ming gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the sniper, Flytrap, smirked, maintaining his prone position, pressing his eye against the scope, and suddenly spoke aloud. So you are Motzi, huh? Surrender. You have entered my hunting ground, and none have ever left alive once they stepped into my domain. After all, my alias, Flytrap, is not without reason. Adjusting his angle as he spoke, Flytrap's voice resonated through the loudspeaker already set up in the hall, sounding remarkably clear. Our organization, Botanical Garden, holds you in high regard and wishes to discuss matters with you, so please do not resist futilely. How about you lay down your weapons and surrender? Flytrap's words caused Wang Ming's expression to fluctuate. After a moment of hesitation, he closed his eyes again. With a creak, as Flytrap finished speaking, Wang Ming remained silent, and the hall fell into an eerie stillness. Within this strange silence, faint sounds suddenly emerged. Upon hearing the noise, Flytrap instinctively directed his weapon towards the source. To his astonishment, a somewhat familiar figure staggered out from around a corner. Covered in blood, with one arm hanging limply, blood dripped from their jaw and fingers. The staggering figure was none other than Botanical Garden's gold-level assassin, Qingzhu, who had been unwittingly used as bait. With great difficulty, Qingzhu lifted his head, gazing at the sniper rifle pointed at him, and gasped, "Help, help me." As this plea escaped his lips, before the stunned Flytrap could react, Wang Ming, hidden behind the cover, took the initiative. Peering around the corner with his handgun, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Hearing the gunfire erupt, Flytrap's pupils dilated, and he swiftly raised his weapon to fire back. Bullets struck the cover at high speed, sending debris flying and successfully interrupting Wang Ming's ambush. After executing this response, Flytrap maintained his gun's vigilance, keeping his gaze fixed on Wang Ming's direction to prevent another surprise attack. Although Flytrap had not anticipated that the bait, Qingzhu, was still alive, it was fortunate since he was still a gold-level assassin. With the organization having lost one ace and several gold-level assassins and many silver-level ones, they were in dire need of personnel. To bolster the organization's combat strength and avoid being eradicated by rivals, Flytrap did not hesitate to lend a hand to his comrade, assisting him in surviving. Wang Ming, attempting to eliminate Qingzhu, was cornered, while the bloodied Qingzhu clutched his wounds and staggered forward, seeking refuge within the building. During this time, Wang Ming tried several times to shoot, but was thwarted each time, with a top-tier sniper occupying the battlefield and forcing him into a corner, sealing off his escape routes. He found himself in a perilous situation. Even someone as powerful as Wang Ming dared not recklessly confront the bullets of the enemy sniper. Despite his tenacity, Wang Ming understood that bullets could not penetrate his defenses. Even if they struck his head, they would not result in critical damage. After all, if they could not even break the skin, how could they be deemed a threat to vital points? However, sniper bullets were a different story. Flytrap could deal a terrifying output of 40 points with a single shot. If he hit the heart or head, a critical hit could inflict a staggering 80 points of damage. Even with Wang Ming's formidable vitality, he could still be felled by just a few well-placed shots. Since entering the No Good Death Limited Company, Wang Ming had faced such a genuine crisis for the first time. Certainly, it is not as perilous as it seems. Chapter 56. The Graduation Gift. Amidst heavy breaths, Qingzhu, clutching a wound and with a drooping arm, staggered into the building, leaning against the wall, gasping for air, utterly exhausted. Hearing the breaths behind him, Mousetrap, who was still aiming a sniper rifle at the prey, spoke without turning around. "You're still alive? You have quite the resilience. Rest for now. I will take care of things here." Upon hearing this, Qingzhu nodded lightly, unsteadily making his way to Mousetrap's side. After settling against the wall, he took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth, followed by a lighter to ignite it. The scent of smoke caused Mousetrap's eyebrows to twitch as he continued to aim downwards, not daring to divert his gaze for even a second. Merely gesturing towards Qingzhu with his lips. "Give me one as well." "Certainly." Obediently complying with Mousetrap's request for a cigarette, Qingzhu took one out and handed it to him, even igniting it for him. However, as Mousetrap instinctively took a puff, his eyes widened in shock upon realizing the object Qingzhu used to light the cigarette was a package of high explosives. Gazing at the detonator stripped of its safety, sparks flying outward from the explosives, Mousetrap's pupils constricted. Finally snapping out of his astonishment, he exclaimed, "You!" Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the entire complex. The floor where Mousetrap was located saw the doors and windows shatter violently, flames bursting outwards through the windows, extending several meters. The explosion of the specialized high explosives nearly obliterated the entire floor, leaving utter devastation in its wake. Below, behind cover, Wang Ming abruptly opened his eyes. A cold smile gracing his face as consciousness returned. Snipers are indeed formidable. Once locked on, even Wang Ming found it challenging to devise a countermeasure. Yet, this world was ultimately a mere D-grade realm, devoid of any magical powers. Thus, the inhabitants could not fathom the notion of resurrection, nor the possibility of being manipulated, transforming the corpse of his enemy, Qingzhu, into a wraith and controlling him remotely to masquerade as the original ace assassin. Wang Ming effortlessly lulled Mousetrap into a false sense of security. As Qingzhu approached Mousetrap, the outcome was already determined. "What? Ace assassin? Top-tier assassination elite? Go tell that to my explosive that can inflict 100 points of physical damage within a 50-meter radius." Stepping out from behind cover, Wang Ming took the elevator to the explosion-ravaged floor. Upon entering the sniper's location, he found no trace of Mousetrap, only a black treasure chest amidst the scattered remains. Clearly, someone had met a gruesome end. Ding. Company employee has eliminated Botanical Garden Ace Assassin, Mousetrap, receiving a reward of 2,000 points. The notification ringing in his ears did not bring a smile to Wang Ming's face. Instead, it deepened his frown. Their side had unexpectedly come under attack from an ace assassin, compounded by the abrupt disconnection from Eagle. Wang Ming began to suspect that their noteworthy performance had drawn the ire of the higher-ups in Botanical Garden, making them targets. However, the question remained. Even if they had performed brilliantly, they were merely two ace assassins. To send an ace assassin to deal with two gold medal killers seemed excessive. Scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was left behind, Wang Ming swiftly made his way to Eagle's location. Yet, upon arrival, Eagle was nowhere to be found, and the scene was one of intense carnage, littered with numerous dismembered corpses. The good news was that Eagle was not among the dead. The bad news was that these corpses belonged to the wraiths Wang Ming had sent to assist Eagle in battle. Staring at the mangled bodies, Wang Ming's expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes narrowing further. An hour later, he had returned to headquarters and reported the ambush and his subsequent elimination of Mousetrap to the organization, along with the possibility that Eagle had been captured. He then proceeded to Eagle's room, using a spare key to unlock the door. From the cabinet, he retrieved the so-called graduation gift, gently opening it to reveal a remarkably unique eye patch. This was a left eye patch, entirely black, adorned with a crosshair at the top. Most notably, its attributes were extraordinary, qualifying it as a top-tier piece of equipment. Name: Assassin's Eye Patch. Category: Special Eye Equipment. Level: D grade, Silver Story. Base effect: None. Attached attribute 1. High-tech crosshair scope, though it appears to cover the eye. This high-tech eye patch serves as a unique aiming device, automatically displaying the location targeted by the firearm being held. Attached attribute 2. High-tech scanner. Consumes 10 mana points to scan a target, obtaining general data about them. The greater the disparity in mental attributes, the more detailed the scan data. If the target's mental power exceeds one's own by 10 points, data cannot be scanned. Equipment description. This was a graduation gift from Eagle's mentor, Fei Hu, given to her upon completing 2 months of training. Now, she has bequeathed it to her disciple, Wang Ming, having spent a considerable amount of assassin currency to enhance it with aiming capabilities, compensating for some Fool-esque deficiencies in marksmanship. The Assassin's Eye Patch, a D-grade, silver, piece of equipment, was a graduation gift from Eagle's mentor, Fei Hu. To address Eagle's weaknesses in close combat and prevent her from being stealthily approached, this eye patch featured a high-tech scanner, effectively scanning any presence and avoiding enemy ambushes. The scanning capabilities far surpassed conventional assassin goggles, now enabling the scanning of any target whose mental attributes did not exceed her own by 10 points. This scanning eye patch was tailor-made for Eagle at that time, assisting her in effectively tracking down enemies. Now, the Assassin's Eye Patch was given to Wang Ming as a graduation gift, with enhancements made to compensate for his shortcomings in marksmanship, particularly the addition of the crosshair feature. With this new function, although Wang Ming's advanced pistol proficiency had yet to reach LV4, it was akin to possessing a LV4 attribute. This feature was likewise designed specifically for Wang Ming, effectively bridging the gap in his abilities. As he examined the Assassin's Eye Patch in silence, Wang Ming's expression remained impassive. Just then, his old-fashioned backup phone at his waist rang. Upon checking, he saw that the caller was none other than Eagle. Hello. Yes, is this Mr. Motzi? We are the Botanical Garden organization. The assassin Eagle is currently in our custody. Would you be willing to discuss matters with us? A proper conversation? Certainly. Please provide me with the address. Upon receiving the detailed location, Wang Ming abruptly ended the call. He stowed his phone away, inhaled deeply, and slowly placed the recently acquired graduation gift over his left eye. Gazing into the mirror at the reflection of his face, one eye obscured by the eye patch, he was surprised to find that he could see clearly through it. In his line of sight was a dark reticle, and his eyes gradually narrowed, taking on a more somber expression. After silently staring at his reflection for several seconds, he turned and exited the room, heading towards the assassin's supply room. I wish to exchange for items, a considerable number of items. Chapter 57. The reason for targeting you asked, will that underling come? Within the confines of a windowless room at the Zhiwu Yuan headquarters, several figures were engaged in hushed conversation. At the back of the room sat the Eagle, bound by ropes and bearing wounds on her face. As a renowned assassin, she ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of 2 elite assassins and was forcibly subdued. Observing the motionless and expressionless Eagle, Queen Vine grinned and nodded slightly. Rest assured, he will come. This woman shares an extraordinary bond with that young man, one that transcends the ordinary. Emotions? Assassins should not possess emotions. Indeed, but emotions are not something that can be controlled by mere mortals. Moreover, in their faction, a special bond has formed between the mentor and disciple, which has become a legacy. Would you not agree, Ms. Eagle? At this point, Queen Vine seemed to recall something and raised an eyebrow at the Eagle with a playful glint. The Eagle merely glanced at her with indifference, her expression unchanged. Sensing the implications in Queen Vine's words, the other elite assassin, Gui Wu Chao, raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean? What do I mean? Have you heard of Fei Hu? Fei Hu, the former king of snipers at Dongwu Yuan. The one who never missed a shot? He was responsible for the deaths of many of our people, and in the final battle, it seems he even managed to eliminate 2 of our elite assassins. Precisely. It is he, Fei Hu, the mentor of this Eagle. With a wicked grin, Queen Vine revealed a mischievous smile. As the king of snipers, Fei Hu possessed an extraordinary ability to conceal himself. During the final battle, we were utterly unable to track his movements. Had it not been for his desire to rescue this Eagle, he would not have exposed his location and held his ground for so long, ultimately perishing in a mutual destruction with our 2 elite assassins. Puffing on a cigarette, Queen Vine shook her head regretfully. He was once the most formidable assassin in this city, yet he fell victim to his own emotions. Once an assassin develops feelings, they become vulnerable, losing their invincibility. This is how he met his demise, because of his misplaced affections. At this juncture, Queen Vine cast a sly glance at the Eagle. and it appears that this apprentice of the legendary assassin has also developed feelings that ought not to be stirred. Eagle, may I inquire what special relationship you share with Fei Hu? The eagle's eyes flickered momentarily, and she shot a cold glance at her. My father. That old man was never without a wife, was he? He is as close as a father to me. Oh, a father. And what about your current apprentice? What feelings exist between you? Is he your son? What concern is that of yours? Noting the anger rising in the eagle's expression as she prepared to retort, Queen Vine could not help but burst into laughter, appearing rather delighted rather than offended. It seems your relationship is indeed quite extraordinary. Now we can rest assured. There is no need to fear he will not come. She moved a chair, crossing her legs while sitting opposite the eagle, raising an eyebrow. Do you know why we are so intent on targeting the two of you elite assassins, even mobilizing all our top talents? We genuinely wish to invite you to join us. Zhu Yuan is even willing to grant you both the titles of elite assassins. There are currently 2 vacant positions for elite assassins, and should you choose to join us, you can immediately assume those roles. Provide a reason. The reasoning is simple. Your apprentice seems to have quite a number of death warriors at his disposal, willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Do you not think these individuals could be of immense value and that it would be a waste to leave them under his command? Queen Vine's words caused the eagle's pupils to constrict as she finally grasped why she and her apprentice were being targeted. They were drawn in by the relentless death warriors under Wang Ming's command. Realizing the circumstances, the eagle closed her eyes and fell silent once more. Seeing that the eagle remained unresponsive, Queen Vine shrugged slightly, no longer interested in provoking her further. The woman before her was not the primary target. She was simply bait to draw in the larger fish. The underling, who would soon arrive, would be the true negotiator capable of making decisions. If an agreement could be reached, all would be well. Both would gain elite assassin status, while the organization would acquire a batch of enigmatic death warriors, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. However, if negotiations faltered, this mentor and disciple duo would not leave here alive. In the quiet, dim room, time ticked by slowly. After a prolonged silence of several minutes, the meditative eagle suddenly spoke. He will not agree. What? My apprentice is quite petty and vengeful. If you approach him directly with offers, he might very well acquiesce. However, by threatening me, you will find that he will not let you off so easily. The eagle's statement momentarily stunned Queen Vine, who exchanged glances with Gui Wu Chao, both bursting into laughter. He will not let us off? Just because of him? It seems you truly overestimate your significance. You are merely 2 elite assassins, nothing more. What does it matter if you are angry? Upon hearing Queen Vine's words, the eagle remained silent, merely lifting her gaze to regard her with a chilling stare. My apprentice takes after me. His temper is notoriously bad. You. Just as Queen Vine was about to utter more, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her. Hearing the unexpected sound, both Queen Vine and Gui Wu Chao exchanged wary glances. Though this was their own headquarters, bustling with assassins, thus deemed secure, they had previously instructed that no one was to disturb them until the target arrived. Despite having issued this directive, someone was now disregarding the rules and knocking at the door, causing both to heighten their vigilance. Queen Vine held her gun at the ready, while Gui Wu Chao drew his katana, cautiously approaching the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and a figure was abruptly yanked inside by the arm. The katana pressed against the intruder's throat, and the 3 occupants of the room focused their attention on the newcomer, discovering him to be a silver-ranked assassin of modest standing. Gazing at the assassin, Gui Wu Chao barked in displeasure, brandishing the blade. What do you want by knocking on the door? Who permitted you to do so? Upon hearing this inquiry, the silver-ranked assassin, a company employee, offered no explanation and seemed entirely unfazed by the blade at his throat. He merely shifted his gaze, locking his eyes intently on the bound eagle across the room. After exchanging a glance with her, the company employee gradually revealed a smile, albeit one that was somewhat sinister. I found you. The moment the words escaped his lips, the sound of clinking resonated in the air. 2 pull rings were carelessly discarded, and the 2 grenades tightly gripped in the employee's hand had their safety mechanisms disengaged simultaneously. Boom.